In a desolate desert under the glare of two suns, the story begins. A group of desert warriors stands with grim expressions, sweat beading on their faces. They look up in terror as a monstrous, multi-headed hydra-like creature. The High-Dragon looms over them. The warriors, armed with spears, prepare for a desperate battle in the vast, unforgiving desert. Amidst the chaos, a single warrior, Hyunmyung, charges forward with a powerful slash of his sword. His blade finds its mark, brutally striking down an enemy soldier in a flash of red. The soldier screams in agony, blood pouring from his mouth as his life fades. Hyunmyung's face is splattered with blood, his eyes burning with cold, relentless determination. He continues his assault, bringing his sword down with lethal force on another foe. He glances down, his face shadowed, showing no emotion after cutting down his enemies. The remaining desert warriors stare in absolute horror, one of them stammering, "Why, you monstrous bastard?" Hyunmyung stands panting, his body covered in wounds. He is clearly reaching his limit. Seeing their chance, the warriors rally and charge, screaming, "He's exhausted, kill him." Hyunmyung feels the immense strain on his body. "It feels like my heart's about to burst," he thinks. He gasps for air, the pain sharp and real. "Every time I exhale, it feels like a knife scraping the roof of my mouth." Blood and sweat mix and drip from his chin. I can't even tell if what's dripping from above is blood or sweat anymore. With a final, desperate war cry, Hyunmyung throws himself off a ledge, diving toward the enemy horde below. His hand grips a spear, the feeling of it shockingly real. All of my senses are telling me one thing: this isn't some graphic effect. Suddenly, a series of system windows appear before him. A hidden trait, Heart of the Iron-Blooded Monarch, has been activated, followed by Weapon Master and several others. But it's too late. The enemy swarms him, their spears piercing his body as they shout, "He's worn out, kill him." Hyunmyung lets out a final, agonized scream as he is overwhelmed by the relentless attack. His consciousness fades into a blue haze with a single chilling thought remaining: that this is the reality. The scene dissolves from the brutal battle to a messy, dark room, littered with empty cups and bottles. This is Hyunmyung's reality. He sits alone in his room, slumped in a gaming chair after another defeat. On the screen, the words "Game Over" are displayed over an image of a fallen knight, pierced by swords, marking the end of yet another playthrough. Hyunmyung leans back in his chair and yells in frustration, "Ha! What kind of trash game is this, seriously?" He looks around his lonely, messy room and reflects on his own life. "But my life is anything but wise. I play games on weekdays, not even during weekends, while everyone else works hard." He turns towards the window, recalling a recent turning point. "When I quit my job a few months ago, I holed up alone in my room and lived like a gaming addict." His desk is a testament to this lifestyle, cluttered with instant noodles and lit by the glow of his keyboard. He sighs, correcting his own timeline. "Well, I've been doing this since before I quit, so this must make it my 5th year." He reflects on the sheer amount of time wasted. 5 years spent on one single game. My life is legendary in the worst way. The game that has consumed him is called Pangaea, shown here with a beautiful, heavenly landscape. The narration explains the game's origins. The game Pangaea gained brief popularity 5 years ago. It was promoted with a bold, unbelievable promise: "If you clear the game, we will grant you one dream." But despite attracting curious players, they all failed. As time went on, the dream remained out of reach. 5 years passed, no one ever cleared it, the player count dropped. Eventually, the game faded into obscurity. And now if I'm not logged in, it shows that the number of online players of the game is 0. The game was infamous from the start for its brutal difficulty, as evidenced by a flood of negative comments from frustrated players quitting what they called a garbage game. It featured bosses so powerful they made players question if the game was even possible to clear. There were also companions who would betray you without any warning, adding another layer of difficulty. And to make matters worse, powerful named NPCs would hunt you down if you ever got a bounty on your head, leading to certain death. But the single most punishing feature, the worst part of it all, was permadeath. If your character dies, everything disappears instantly. In other words, you start from scratch every single time you die. It's a truly insane game. An overflowing ashtray symbolizes the endless, frustrating hours spent trying to conquer it. Because of this insurmountable difficulty, the game's brief popularity died almost instantly. Hyunmyung leans on his hand, wondering, at this point, isn't someone actively preventing players from clearing the game? He laments his latest loss. "I had a character loaded with 8 of the 15 known unique items. My 5 years disappeared just like that." But then something on the screen catches his eye, making him sit up. A system notification pops up. "Your character has been deleted due to a death penalty." But below it, a second, unexpected message appears. "You have obtained 1,600,000 SB, soul points." The game explains the origin of these points. Soul points are acquired when a character dies, with the amount corresponding to the character's value. His defeated knight and all the effort put into it dissolves into raw data. Hyunmyung is stunned by the enormous number. 16 million SB? Unique items sure do give tons of points, he realizes. This is a huge leap compared to his past efforts. All hundreds of my deleted characters up until now barely gave me 80,000 in total. The game Pangenia has a unique SB system. When a character dies, you are awarded soul points corresponding to the value of that character. These soul points can then be invested into various talents when creating a new character. The more SB invested, the gentler the growth curve for that talent. Hyunmyoung recalls a previous life. A character I once made by investing 10,000 SB into sword talent died with the title Grandmaster of Swordsmanship. He realizes the significance of his situation. The investment limit per talent is 10,000 SB. And you're telling me I received 1.6 million SB? I could pretty much invest in everything. His hand hovers over his mouse as he contemplates his next move. Normally, I'd focus on the magic talent for a stable run, but instead of careful planning, his cursor moves to a single, fateful button. Random. He gives up on trying to clear the game seriously. I'll never clear this anyway. This is my first and last time to enjoy it properly before I delete it. With that thought, his thumb moves to click the mouse, setting in motion a chain of events rooted in his past. His mind flashes back to a painful memory, a woman's voice echoing, "Sorry, Hyunmyoung." A younger, more innocent Hyunmyoung looks up in shock and confusion. Huh, what are you talking about? His girlfriend at the time looks down on him, delivering the crushing words, "You're a good person, but I can't date someone with no future forever." She continues, her expression cold and distant. "I'm at the age where I need to think about marriage." Hyunmyoung is left speechless, unable to process what is happening. He bites his lip, a silent expression of his shock and hurt. She looks away, comparing him to others. "My friends are all dating or marrying guys working in big, well-known companies." Her eyes narrow as she lands the final blow. "Yet you." Hyunmyoung bows his head, completely defeated and ashamed. She sighs, standing up from the table. "Ha, that's enough, I'm leaving." His face is covered in shadow, reflecting the darkness of his despair. She walks away with a final, hollow sentiment. "I hope you have a nice life." She doesn't look back, leaving him sitting alone in the cafe. The scene is summarized. 3 months ago, I who dated my girlfriend for 5 years got brutally dumped. The memory fades, returning to the present in his dark room. After she left, I quit my dead-end job in anger. He looks back on his subsequent downward spiral. Then I locked myself in my room and became a complete gaming addict. And now here he is, his cursor hovering over the random button, a choice born from 5 years of failure and a broken heart. With a newfound determination, Hyunmyoung commits to the random chance. "I'm pressing it." He clicks the button. A vortex of light erupts from the screen as the system begins the process, consuming 100 soul points to rearrange his stats. But something is different this time. Hyunmyoung looks on, confused. A strange message he's never seen before flashes on screen. "A hidden piece has been activated," he asks, completely baffled. "What? Hidden piece?" Another message appears. "CONGRATULATIONS, you have satisfied the singularity and have been invited to PANGANI." He wonders, did Pangenia ever have a message like this? Suddenly, his world begins to distort, as if he's being pulled into the computer screen itself. A sharp splitting pain shoots through his head, causing him to cry out. A terrifying voice, not his own, screams inside his mind. "May all the worlds you CREATED burn too, ASHES, you wicked god." The psychic assault is unbearable, and he lets out a pained scream, URGH. He clutches his head, gritting his teeth as the voice echoes. WH, what is this? The terrifying realization dawns on him. There's a voice in MY head. The immense pain and shock become too much for his body to handle. He loses consciousness, falling from his chair and crashing onto the floor of his messy room. As he lies passed out on the floor, his monitor continues to glow with a strange energy. A cryptic, poetic message appears on the screen, addressing him directly. "O being brighter than light, darker than darkness, swirling in creation and destruction." The message concludes with an ominous wish. "May you find happiness in PANGANIA." Hyunmyoung is violently woken by a sharp blow. A brutish guard yells down at him, "You useless slave, get up immediately." The slave master grabs him by his rags, pulling him close. "If you fall one more time, I'll feed you to the Hydreigon." The familiar name from the game cuts through his daze, and his eyes snap open in shock. Hydreigon. He looks down and sees the massive, scaly feet of a beast right in front of him, confirming the guard's threat. He is in a line of other prisoners, all dressed in rags, being forced to march through the scorching desert. His eyes widen in utter disbelief as the reality of his predicament sinks in. WH, what is this situation? He looks up and sees it. The giant, multi-headed Hydreigon from the game, now a terrifying, living creature. The cold, heavy weight on his wrists draws his attention. He looks down to see his hands bound in real iron chains, and the terrifying reality of his situation begins to set in. Enraged that Hyunmyoung is still dazed, the slave master strikes him again, roaring, "What are you mumbling about? Get back in formation this instant." The slave master cracks his whip menacingly. "Unless you want to die, that is." Hyunmyoung grunts, the pain and exhaustion evident on his face as he forces himself to comply. He looks up at the blinding sun, trying to get his bearings in this new, terrifying reality. He gets to his feet and shuffles forward, joining the grim procession of slaves. The chains on his wrists rattle as he walks, a heavy reminder of his captive state. He looks at the giant beast being herded along with them and confirms his fear. The Hydreigon really is the monster I know from Pangea. The desolate, rocky landscape is also just as he remembers it from the game. This place looks familiar. An idea strikes him, a desperate hope. He tries a command from the game, whispering, "Status window." To his absolute astonishment, a blue, holographic window materializes in front of him, just like in the game. His eyes widen as the impossible happens. No way, did I really? The status window glows, filled with text detailing his stats, talents, and traits. He stands frozen amidst the other slaves, the truth undeniable. I really entered Pangea. His face is a mask of pure shock. This is real, it's an actual status window. He scans the window and immediately notices something strange. Wait, why are all my stats 12? Stats from 1 to 10 should be the normal range depending on invested SB. How is this possible? His shock deepens as he reads further down the list. And also, 13 hidden traits. Before he can process this revelation, the other slaves around him cry out in alarm. Snapping back to reality, Hyunmyeong looks around frantically. What's happening? Even the normally brutal slave masters look panicked as they stare at an approaching force. A massive cloud of dust on the horizon signals the charge of an army. The attackers are revealed, led by a fearsome woman on a beast. One of the captors shouts in terror, It's the army of the Desert Queen." Those bastards broke the non-aggression pact and attacked. The woman, a formidable warrior named Isabella von Dersian, known as the Desert Queen, issues a command to her troops. "Prepare for battle. Stay sharp. If you space out, you'll die." Hyunmyeong is caught completely off guard by the sudden chaos of the battle. He recognizes the woman's other title from the game. The Snake Princess? I've definitely heard that somewhere. As if triggered by the battle, another system notification appears. The main quest has been generated. Hyunmyeong can only think, what? The quest appears, its objective simple but terrifying. Main quest 1, survive. The failure condition is beyond anything he could have imagined. Death. Both physical BODIES in the game and reality will die. The single word echoes in his mind, his eyes wide with terror. His quest isn't just a game objective anymore, it's a desperate plea for his own life. Survive. Chaos erupts as the first volley of arrows rains down. The slaves and their captors are struck down indiscriminately, their screams echoing across the battlefield. Hyunmyeong looks up, his face a mask of dread as he sees the sky darken with a storm of arrows. There is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The volley is about to hit. He stands frozen as the people around him are impaled, their cries for help lost in the cacophony of battle. The world turns red around him, the color of blood and desperation. But in this moment of certain death, something inside him awakens. A system notification chimes. A blue light envelops him as a message appears. Hidden trait. Heart of the Iron-Blooded Monarch has been activated. An explanation flashes in his mind. This is the Heart of the Iron-Blooded Monarch, a linked trait that only appears when every physical talent is maxed out. Its effects are potent. It prevents exhaustion, reduces your chances of being caught off guard, and allows you to grasp the situation rapidly. With newfound clarity, Hyunmyeong understands his path forward. If I stay here, I'm going to die. I have to move if I want to survive. He breaks into a sprint, no longer a helpless slave, but a man fighting for his life. He spots a sword lying on the ground next to a dead soldier, and without hesitation, snatches it. His hand closes around the hilt. The cold steel feels strangely familiar, like an extension of his own arm. As he grips the weapon, a brilliant teal aura explodes around him. Another power is awakening. Just then, an enemy soldier lunges at him, hopping for an easy kill. But Hyunmyeong is no longer the same man. He meets the attack with a swift, powerful block. In a flash of light, he counters, his sword cutting cleanly through his opponent. The soldier can only grunt in shock, as the fatal blow sends him flying backward. Hyunmyeong stands amidst the chaos, a blue aura of power swirling around him, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light. A final notification confirms his newfound power as he glares at the battlefield with cold resolve. Hidden trait, Weapon Master, has been activated. Continuing from the previous chapter, the battle in the desolate desert of Pangea begins. Several desert tribesmen are rushing forward to attack. Hyunmyeong, known as Randolph in this world, glares at his opponents with a look of intense determination, ready to fight for his survival. One of the muscular, bald tribesmen lifts his heavy weapon, yelling, "You damned little slave." The tribesman brings his weapon down with immense force, but Hyunmyeong swiftly dodges the powerful blow. As the enemy's spear gets stuck in the ground, Hyunmyeong stumbles back from the impact, letting out a pained grunt. Hyunmyeong grips his own weapon tightly, a thought flashing through his mind. Even for a weapon I'm using for the first time. He deflects an attack from a hooded tribesman, striking him down as he realizes, I can use it like an expert. The hooded enemy lets out a piercing scream as he is hit by Hyunmyeong's precise attack. Hyunmyeong quickly spins, narrowly dodging another tribesman's swing. He looks up with a fierce expression, a new realization dawning on him. And what's more, suddenly his perception of the battle changes, as if he can see the weapons in a new light. Hyunmyung's eyes follow the movements of the enemy weapons, anticipating their every move. He thinks to himself, I can see, as a glowing blue line appears over the enemy's body, showing the trajectory of the incoming attack. Hyunmyung's eyes widen in amazement as he fully comprehends his new ability. The path of my enemy's sword. Using this newfound insight, Hyunmyung perfectly counters the attack, striking the enemy's weapon with flawless precision. The hooded tribesman cries out in agony as Hyunmyung's counterattack lands a fatal blow. Now armed with the defeated enemy's axe, Hyunmyung is ready for the next opponent. He charges towards another hooded tribesman, who looks on in shock and disbelief. Terrified, the tribesman stumbles backward, pleading for his life. W8. Hyunmyung shows no mercy, swiftly cutting down the pleading enemy. Hyunmyung stands panting amidst the defeated tribesmen, having single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. The remaining desert tribesmen stare at him in utter horror. What a monster! One of them exclaims, while another adds, I thought the entire expedition was unable to fight due to their injuries. A system window appears before Hyunmyung. It reads, Hidden trait due to the effect of masterful hands. Your weapon proficiency will increase faster. Your sword proficiency has reached level 6. Another message follows. Your spear proficiency has reached level 6. Hyunmyung is shocked by this rapid growth. The max proficiency level is 10 and I'm already at 6, he thinks. Proficiency level 6 means that I should be able to use it like a famous knight. Is this the power of the hidden trait? He looks down at the sword in his hand, acknowledging the source of his survival. The fact that I lasted this long at my level, this wouldn't have been possible without my hidden trait. A grim reality sets in. But, he admits, even that miracle won't let me last forever. But his momentary confidence fades as he gazes at the sheer number of enemies still before him. He thinks in despair, there are at least 500 troops gathered here, and you're telling me I have to survive this. Standing over the bodies of the few he managed to defeat, Hyunmyung curses the impossible situation he's been thrown into. God, this quest is bullcrap. The scene shifts to a dark, ominous throne room. Isabella von Dersian is seen kneeling before a mysterious queen who sits upon a grand throne. The queen, shrouded in shadow, speaks down to Isabella. The expedition to the demon world failed, huh? Her crimson eyes glowing menacingly, the queen presses for confirmation. Is that true, Snake Princess? With her head bowed, Isabella replies with certainty. It is true. The queen explains the political fallout, saying, If it becomes known that we, the desert city of Faisalmer, didn't participate in the expedition, the fools of the central continent will pin the blame of this failure on us. We have to stop that at all costs. She then gives a direct order. Snake Princess, you are to head to the Kaltzman Desert and eliminate all the stragglers of the expedition. From a high vantage point, the queen elaborates on the mission. We have to erase all evidence that may prove that Faisalmer hadn't sent any troops, and anything that may connect us to the failure of this expedition. As a reward, the queen makes a tempting offer. If you do perform well this time, I promise that I'll lift the curse from you. Isabella flinches at the mention of her curse. Isabella clenches her fist tightly, in response to the queen's command and offer. Despite her internal conflict, she bows her head in submission. Understood. From her throne, the queen gives one final chilling reminder from the vast, dark hall. Remember, you cannot fail. Back in the desert, Isabella looks out towards the horizon, her expression now cold and resolute as she prepares to carry out her orders. She appears before one of the surviving tribesmen who is tending to the bodies and asks, All done. The tribesman reports, there's still one slave that's holding on, while gesturing towards where Hyunmyung is. Isabella looks slightly surprised by the news. One slave, she repeats, intrigued. The battlefield is a gruesome sight, littered with the corpses of the desert tribesmen that Hyunmyung defeated. Hyunmyung is shown leaning heavily on his sword, completely exhausted from the prolonged battle. He pants heavily, sweat dripping from his chin, on the verge of collapsing from fatigue. Suddenly, a system window appears with a cheerful notification. Your level has increased. LV2, Hyunmyung looks up, his eyes wide with surprise. A wave of energy washes over him as more system messages appear, announcing, Your health and mana have been restored. Your fatigue has been removed. He stands tall, completely revitalized. As the remaining desert tribesmen look on, a powerful voice commands them, Move out of my way. Isabella makes her grand entrance, landing gracefully on the back of a massive creature. The tribesmen, recognizing their leader, stare in awe and fear, stammering, P-Princess. Unlike the shocked tribesmen, Hyunmyung looks up with an expression of calm recognition, as if he's been expecting her. He thinks to himself, She's finally here, huh? Hyunmyung recognizes the formidable woman standing before him. He thinks to himself, Isabella von Dersian. A system window displays her information. Isabella von Dersian, level 8. She cannot leave this area due to a status ailment from the curse of the Desert Queen. Her other stats are too high for him to view. Hyunmyung is shocked by her power level. He grits his teeth, thinking, Level 8. I can't win against that no matter how many times I try. In the world of Pangenia, where the highest level is 10, The true difference in power begins to show from level 7 upwards, and such a gap can hardly ever be overturned. Level 8 means she can be considered among the strongest anywhere, on par with the bosses of very famous organizations. Holding his weapons, Hyunmyeong looks up at the powerful warrior, thinking, having to face her like this is practically a disaster. But as he recalls the information from the system window, one detail stands out to him. She cannot leave this area due to a status ailment from the curse of the Desert Queen. A sudden realization hits him, and his eyes widen in shock as a plan begins to form in his mind. Isabella takes a step towards him, her presence commanding and dangerous. She looks down on him with a cold, sharp gaze and says, "Your show was quite interesting, but..." A menacing aura surrounds her as a spectral snake appears behind her. She declares, "You have to die now." Hyunmyeong simply stares back at her, his expression unreadable and strangely calm. His mind flashes back to his life as a gamer. The reason why I played Pangenia, which was harshly criticized for its extreme difficulty. Even for the hardest games, I would find a way to clear those games, no matter the difficulty. A slight, confident smirk appears on his face as he concludes his thought. Yes, I was a pervert among the perverts, and if my guess is right, Isabella lunges forward, charging at Hyunmyeong with incredible speed and power. She swings her sword in a deadly arc, aiming to cut him down in a single blow. But instead of dodging, Hyunmyeong smirks and calmly asks, "Don't you want to lift the Queen's curse?" He catches her blade with his bare hand, the force of the blow creating a bright flash of light. Isabella's attack is completely stopped, her sword held firmly in Hyunmyeong's grasp just inches from his face. She stares at him, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief at his impossible feat. Taken aback, she can only manage to say one word, "You." Hyunmyeong's eye glints as he holds her gaze, his plan now fully in motion. Isabella demands an answer. "Who are you?" Hyunmyeong begins his bluff, saying, "I read the stars and lead people to the stars." He presents his gambit with an air of mystique and authority, declaring, "I am the Star Bearer. I can help you lift the Queen's curse so you can leave this desert." The words hit their mark. Isabella's eyes widen in absolute shock, her mind reeling and her aggressive posture faltering for the first time as she processes the impossible declaration. Seeing her hesitation, Hyunmyeong thinks to himself with relief. It worked. He internally explains his strategy. Starbearer is an NPC class that a player needs to transcend the max level. The class only exists for NPCs, so of course, I am not a real Starbearer. But to remove the status ailment of the Queen's curse, she needs the blessing of stars from the Starbearer. Isabella trembles slightly, her desperation clear. Hyunmyeong knows his gambit is succeeding. Since Isabella wants to escape from the curse, she would have to listen. He continues his internal monologue. "The reason why I was certain that she'd like to escape from the curse is quite simple. Isabella von Dersian. She's a character that I made." A flashback shows her character creation screen in the game. Isabella was an unfortunate character that I had to neglect because I chose the wrong starting point. The Queen's curse is, from the player's perspective, a device to keep the player within the bounds of the starting map during the early game. But a player's character is made to see the end of this game. They're originally supposed to travel around the world to see the ending. But I left such a being in this place, and she'd been tied down here due to the curse of the Queen. He had essentially trapped a beautiful bird in a golden cage. Back in the present, Isabella, now composed but still wary, asks him, "Your name?" He answers confidently, "Randolph." A system window immediately pops up, stating, "Your character's name has been set." The two stand in a tense silence, sizing each other up. Finally, Isabella turns away, relenting for now. "I'll postpone killing you for now." She glances back at him over her shoulder, adding a stern warning. "However, if you're lying." Her eyes glow with murderous intent as she finishes her threat. "I will rip you into pieces." She turns to her remaining tribesmen and gives an order. "Escort him. He is an honored guest, so he must be treated with utmost care." As Hyunmyeong follows Isabella and her men, a blue window appears before him. Main Quest 1, Survival complete. More system messages pop up in quick succession. Settling the results. Record-breaking. A result so perfect it borders on the miraculous. The system continues. Beginner's luck. The constellation of fortune smiles upon you. Your rewards have been upgraded. The constellation of battle scratches the bridge of his nose, saying you're not bad. Your rewards have been upgraded again. Finally, his rewards are listed. You have obtained the broken piece of the golden scale. You have obtained the soul of the High Dragon. You have obtained the sword of Michela. Overwhelmed with relief, Hyunmyeong collapses, thinking, "Somehow, I survived." As he lies on the ground, one last message appears, informing him of his achievement. Total points, 220. Your result will be added to the Hall of Fame for main quests. The scene transitions to night. Under the bright full moon, Hyunmyeong has been taken to Isabella's grand palace. He is now relaxing in a luxurious bathtub, examining the details of his hard-won rewards on several holographic screens. He looks at the description for one of his new items, the soul of the High Dragon. You can summon the High Dragon, LV5, and control it. Can be enhanced through the hidden ability, Beast Lord. He continues to analyze his rewards, thinking, Soul of the High Dragon is infamous for only having dropped once ever since the release of this game, and a must-have item for the early game, Sword of Michela. I didn't think I'd get both of them at the same time. But then what is the broken piece of the golden scale? He wonders. The system window explains. Allows for the synchronization between reality and Pangenia. You can turn it on and off. 24 hours remaining. You can use it in the golden scale shop. Hyunmyung is puzzled. Synchronization between reality and Pangenia. Suddenly the doors to the bathroom burst open, startling Hyunmyung. 3 of Isabella's chambermaids enter, carrying towels and bath supplies. They bow and ask in unison, a hint of seduction in their voices. Would you like us to wash you? Hyunmyung narrows his eyes, immediately seeing through the act. He thinks, testing me already, huh? He calmly replies, just the feet. One of the chambermaids begins to gently wash his arm with soap. As they tend to him, he thinks, they are Isabella's chambermaids. If I showed any reaction to them, she would get suspicious of me. Because the Star Bearer does not react to any sexual desires, he tells himself repeatedly, keep calm, keep calm, keep calm. He maintains a stoic expression, trying to ignore the maid's advances. Suddenly, one of the chambermaids lets out a surprised gasp. A massive system window appears right in front of him, causing him to exclaim, S-status window. Hyunmyung stares at the unexpected screen, completely bewildered. The window displays a leaderboard for the survival quest. His name, Randolph, is at the top, but he's shocked to see 2 familiar names ranked 2nd and 3rd. Gracia and I Love Mint Chocolate. He thinks, Gracia and I Love Mint Chocolate, who I played the game with. I was wondering if they'd quit the game because they disappeared at some point. But they were summoned to this world like me all along. The system window also shows a dire warning. Until the breakdown of Pangenia, 7.66%. As the breakdown draws near, the boundary between Pangenia and reality shatters. When the breakdown goes over 10%, the first crack will proceed. Hyunmyung is horrified. What the hell is this now? Boundary between Pangenia and reality. He stares at the multiple system windows floating around him, completely dumbfounded by the revelations. The full Hall of Fame window details his ranking and then delivers the most shocking news yet. Because you have been ranked in survival, you have unlocked the logout feature. Please be careful because your character will be vulnerable while you're logged out. One of the chambermaids sees his shocked expression and asks, concerned, Star Bearer. Hyunmyung's face is a mask of pure disbelief. Impossible. His eyes dart to the message about the logout feature, his mind racing. He continues to read the notification, a wild hope building within him. And furthermore, logout feature. The realization finally hits him with full force. He clenches his fists in excitement, yelling in his mind, I can leave this damned game. Overcome with joy, he stands up abruptly and dismisses the maids. Stop! I need everyone to leave right now, for it is time to communicate with the stars. The maids look bewildered, one protesting, pardon. But the Snake Princess wanted us to treat you with. He maintains his authoritative, star-bearer persona, warning them, if I don't communicate with the stars in time, I lose all my power. Go ask the princess if she'd truly want that. The lead chambermaid is flustered and speechless, unable to argue with his command. Let the princess know that I'll come see her when I'm done communicating, he says, turning away as they hastily exit. They bow and say, we hope you have a comfortable time communicating. Once the chambermaids leave and the doors close, Hyunmyung finally lets himself relax. He looks back with a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness, that shabby excuse actually worked. Getting out of the tub, he admits, I was scared that I'd get stuck in this place forever. I'm gone for good now, though. I'm out of this stupid game, he exclaims, his finger hovering over the glowing logout button on the system screen. Without a moment's hesitation, he presses the button, determined to escape. The system initiates the process. Logging out, keep your character in a safe place. But as he closes his eyes, a final, chilling tip appears. In the blackness of the logout screen, a single, terrifying message hangs in the air. Tip: if your character dies, you die in real life. Hyunmyung's consciousness returns. He is back in his room, sitting in his gaming chair in front of his now-blank computer monitor. He looks towards his window, noticing a strange, flickering light from outside. He peers out the window to see an unbelievable sight. The city below is engulfed in flames and chaos. People are running for their lives through the burning streets, screaming in terror. KYAHHH, AHHH, H-Help. A monstrous, insect-like creature with glowing red eyes stomps through the city, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. It is a monster from Pangenia. His phone buzzes with an alert. Emergency disaster message. An unknown attack AT-14, 32. Everyone in Seoul, BUSAN, DAGU, and GYO and GGI needs to evacuate to the nearest underground shelter. Hyunmyung stares out the window in absolute horror and disbelief, his glasses perched on his face. What is this? The monster lets out a deafening roar, its terrifying presence looming over the buildings. Its head splits open, revealing a grotesque, flower-like mouth with sharp teeth, ready to devour anything in its path. Terrified, Hyunmyung scrambles back and falls onto his bed, exclaiming, "Whoa." He looks back towards the window in a state of shock, his mind unable to process the catastrophe. Why are there monsters from Pangenia in the real world? As he sits on his bed, something small and metallic falls from his clothes with a soft clink. It's the broken piece of the golden scale, one of his rewards from the game, now a physical object lying on his bed in the real world, confirming the terrible truth of the synchronization. The scene opens to a desolate battlefield where countless individuals stand facing a distant, ominous fortress. In the foreground, a single person looks on, a holographic system interface floating before them. In a flash of action, a young man with determined eyes is seen in the heat of battle, a swirling green aura of power surrounding him. He strikes a powerful pose, brandishing a gleaming sword as a spectral, fiery energy emanates from his body, ready to unleash a devastating attack. The screen splits, showing a mysterious woman with dark hair looking down with a heavy gaze, while below the young man's face is seen with his eyes closed, as if in a deep slumber or lost in thought. Suddenly, Park Hyun-myung's eyes shoot open, filled with a look of sheer terror and disbelief, as if waking from a nightmare. He finds himself sitting in his computer chair, looking around with wide-eyed confusion. Where am I? He wonders, his mind still reeling. His eyes land on a familiar fan, and a sense of relief washes over him. This is my room. Did I just fall asleep after playing the game for too long? He thinks to himself. He lets out a small laugh, pushing his glasses up. Yeah, right. There's no way that's possible. This isn't a web novel. It makes no sense to get sucked into a game. He dismisses the experience, thinking, it was such a disgustingly vivid dream. His thought is cut short as his eyes land on something on his desk. A pouch and a piece of gold that seem out of place. He lets out a breath of disbelief. Ha! He picks up the gold piece, his hands trembling. Has this always been in my room? No way, don't tell me everything was real. A wave of panic hits him as he quickly turns to his computer. Right, the game? What about the game? He pulls up the browser, but the screen displays a stark message. This page does not exist. For inquiries, please contact customer support. He can only stare in stunned silence. A close-up on his eye reveals the reflection of the error message. The game homepage disappeared while I wasn't looking, he realizes, his heart sinking. Just then, the sound of chaos erupts from outside. When did I? His thoughts are interrupted by panic screams. It's a monster, help me. The scene outside is one of utter pandemonium. A monstrous, scorpion-like creature is on a rampage, flinging a person through the air amidst terrified screams. A man lies on the ground, battered and bloody, desperately shouting to others. Run. Elsewhere, a giant, terrifying, praying mantis-like monster swats at armed men. It's an emergency situation. I repeat, an emergency situation. One of them yells into a radio. Multiple unidentified monsters have appeared, requesting immediate backup. A buzzing phone displays an emergency disaster alert. It warns of unknown attacks and urges all citizens to evacuate to the nearest underground shelter. From his window, Hyun-myung looks down at the horrifying scene unfolding below, his face a mask of shock and confusion. What is this? Why? He watches as one of the giant creatures crawls on the building across from him. The horrifying truth dawns on him. Why have monsters from Pangenia appeared in the real world? His gaze falls back to the golden game piece on his desk, the connection becoming terrifyingly clear. Don't tell me. With a look of dawning horror, he voices the impossible conclusion. Is the boundary between reality and Pangenia broken? As if in response, a system window appears before him, displaying his list of hidden traits. It reads, Pangenia's destruction progress, 7.66%. As Pangenia's destruction progresses, the boundary between reality and Pangenia weakens. If the destruction progress exceeds 10%, the first fissure will take place. The system message confirms his worst fears, sending a wave of panic through Hyun-myung. He trembles, completely overwhelmed by the apocalyptic reality unfolding before him. What do I do? He whispers, his mind racing for a solution. Amidst his spiraling panic, his eyes are drawn back to the one anomaly in his room, the golden fragment from Pangenia. He reaches out and picks it up, the cool metal a stark contrast to the chaos outside. In a world turned upside down, this small piece of the game feels like his only hope. Still reeling, Park Hyun-myung looks at the glowing, golden fragment on his bed. A single thought echoing in his mind. A sudden, electrifying thought strikes him as his eyes widen. If monsters from the game are roaming freely in reality, then maybe things obtained in the game can also be used here. With a new sense of purpose, he lunges towards his bag. He thrusts his hand into the bag and pulls out a pouch that emits a warm, golden glow. A holographic interface appears, identifying the items within the pouch. The powerful Michaela's sword and Hydreigon's soul. He fumbles with the glowing pouch, a look of desperate frustration on his face as he fails to retrieve the items. Damn it, how do I use this? He yells in frustration, holding up the glowing fragment. In the game, I only had to double-click. Suddenly, a new system window pops up in front of his face, causing him to gasp in surprise. It describes the fragment of the broken golden scale, which allows synchronization between reality and Pangenia for 24 hours. He hesitates, his mind filled with doubt. There's no way the me from reality can fight those monsters, he thinks before steeling his resolve. But, with a shout of "O-N," a blinding light erupts from his hand. A beautiful, angelic figure materializes above him as the power of the fragment is unleashed. The system confirms the activation with a message. Synchronization with Randolph is complete. The fragment now displays a 24-hour countdown. The scene shifts back to the war-torn city streets, filled with smoke, fire, and the bodies of the fallen. Amidst the destruction, a mother runs for her life, clutching her young daughter tightly as she pants for breath. The little girl, Yoonji, looks back with teary eyes. "Mommy, where's Daddy? Why isn't Daddy coming?" Her mother tries to reassure her. "He'll come soon, Yoonji." So, before she can finish her sentence, the ground trembles and they both look up in horror as the building beside them begins to crumble and fall. Debris rains down from the sky. In the dust, the little girl sits alone, calling out weakly for her mother. "Mommy," the girl cries out. Her mother is trapped beneath a large slab of concrete, bruised and bleeding, having shielded her daughter with her own body. "I am fine, Yoonji. I'm okay. Go quickly," she urges. A foot lands firmly on the rubble-strewn ground nearby, signaling the arrival of someone new. A young woman named Kim Hana, dressed in a now tattered business suit, rushes towards them. "Are you all right?" she asks, her face etched with concern. The injured mother coughs up blood, pleading with the stranger. "I'm fine, young lady. Please take my child with you," while her daughter continues to cry out, "Mommy." Kim Hana bites her lip, her expression a mixture of pity and grim determination as she takes in the tragic scene. Looking at the trapped mother, Kim Hana makes a solemn vow. "I'm sorry, I'll protect her for sure." Her eyes suddenly snap wide with alarm as she senses an immediate, unseen threat approaching. In an instant, she is brutally impaled from behind by one of the giant insectoid monsters, its claw piercing clean through her torso. Staring into the monster's glowing red eyes as her consciousness begins to fade, a single, despairing thought crosses her mind. So this is how I die. But just as the monster's claw is about to strike, a brilliant flash of blue light slices through the air, severing the limb and saving Kim Hana at the last possible second. A close-up reveals the eyes of the savior, Park Hyun-myung, now glowing with an intense blue light, a sign that the synchronization with his game character is complete. With newfound speed and power, Hyun-myung unleashes a devastating series of attacks, obliterating the monster that had nearly killed them. Kim Hana's eye is wide with pure, unadulterated shock, unable to process what just happened. Clutching the terrified child, she trembles as the reality of her survival sinks in. I survived." She stares at the back of her rescuer, a man who appeared from nowhere, and wonders, who is this man? Before she can get an answer, another giant mantis monster fixes its glowing red eyes on them and charges forward. Seeing the new threat, Kim Hana screams out a warning to the mysterious man. "Look out." As the monster bears down on them, Hyun-myung remains perfectly calm, standing his ground as if facing a mere insect. Kim Hana looks past him, her face filled with a new kind of terror and awe. "What is that?" she asks, trembling. Behind Hyun-myung, a colossal creature of myth has appeared, a massive dragon with 9 heads, its red eyes glowing ominously. "A dragon with 9 heads?" Kim Hana whispers in disbelief. As if it were a common pet, Hyun-myung calmly reaches out and pats the snout of one of the massive dragon heads. He then leaps onto its head and gives a simple, authoritative command. "Stay still." Kim Hana can only stare, her mind completely blown by the impossible sight before her. Her face cycles through shock and wonder. Am I dreaming?" she stammers to herself. The moment of awe is broken as the little girl, Yoonji, breaks free from Kim Hana's grasp and runs towards her fallen mother, screaming, "Mommy." Kim Hana watches with a heavy heart as the child reaches her mother, a tragic scene amidst the unbelievable chaos. A close-up on Kim Hana's eye reveals a newfound sense of clarity and determination. The 9-headed dragon effortlessly wipes out the attacking monsters, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Onlookers can only stare and wonder, who is he? The narration explains that monsters appeared simultaneously across the entire world, not just in Korea. Showing scenes of destruction from Paris to other world cities, it's clear they immediately began to destroy human civilization. However, the monsters were not the only ones who appeared. Powerful warriors, immune to bullets and capable of summoning their own beasts, emerged to fight back, hinting at other players from Pangaea arriving in reality. A glowing piece of shoulder armor materializes, symbolizing the arrival of these new, super-powered individuals. One such heroic figure stands before a crowd of survivors, raising a glowing sword. "Don't worry, everyone, I'll protect all of you," he declares as a thought appears. A new world of monsters will soon descend. A stark white panel with black text delivers a simple, ominous message. The world was rapidly changing. Back in his room, Park Hyun-myung watches a video of the self-proclaimed hero on his phone, who is shouting, "We must unite our strength." Hyun-myung lets out a disdainful scoff. Tusk. Still in his room, Park Hyun-myung looks on with a cool, analytical expression. He thinks to himself, idiots. They're wasting their fragments of the broken golden scale. The scene shows a player named Massacre holding a fragment. The narration explains. It's now been confirmed that reality and Pangenia are beginning to merge. Pangenia and reality might merge into one world over time. A fist clenches with determination as Hyun-myung thinks. In the coming age of chaos, everyone is a competitor. Those who obtain more fragments, more power, will become the protagonists of this era. A system window displays the newly updated rankings. The ranking that's remained unchanged for 2 years has finally been updated, too. Randolph is in first place with an astonishing 220 points. Focusing on the top ranker, the question is posed. Is this Randolph guy Phantom? The text below confirms it. Phantom, also known as Ghost, a depiction of the legendary player in full armor, appears. The narration explains that since no one knows his name, he's known by these 2 nicknames. He was the first to form an NPC expedition, called the Demon Realm Expedition, the only one to reach just before the game's final clear. The text continues over an image of his defeat. Though it ended in complete failure, he is undeniably the #1 player of Pangenia. Back in his room, Hyun-myung pieces it together. Since the strongest character he possessed would be summoned upon death, he must have been summoned in Pangenia the moment the expedition failed. The explanation continues. Although appearance and equipment are reset, talents from the previous character carry over, which is why. A cunning, predatory grin spreads across Hyun-myung's face. I understand why he got such a high score. A close-up on Hyun-myung's eye reveals the sharp, calculating mind working within. The scene shifts to Hyun-myung relaxing in a bathtub, contemplating the new state of the world. Monsters have appeared in reality, and so have summoned players. They have taken on the form of their characters on Pangenia. He closes his eyes, letting the pieces fall into place. The situation is becoming clearer. He flashes back to his past failure, his previous character kneeling in defeat with swords in his back. With my last character, I nearly reached the game's ending with the Demon Realm Expedition. He recalls the reasons for his failure. But the hired NPC mercenaries hindered the progress, and even our friendly NPC companions betrayed us. No matter what possibility I considered, their interference was always beyond expectations. He clenches his fist in the water, a startling new theory forming in his mind. But what if all of those interfering variables were players summoned just like me? He rises from the water, his expression grim. He realizes now that his rivals were other players who didn't want the game to end. People targeted me back then, and that might still be the case now. He walks through a grand hall, his steps echoing with purpose. If the boundary between reality and Pangenia has collapsed, I can't just hide after logging out. To secure my safety in both worlds, I need to grow stronger quickly. With this resolve, he strides towards a large throne room, ready to make his next move. Isabella, the cursed snake princess, sits languidly on her throne and looks down at him. Have you finished talking with the stars? She asks. Hyun-myung looks up at her and confirms, yes, I've come to keep my promise with you. Isabella gives a slight, satisfied smile. Good, but Hyun-myung isn't finished. I do have one condition, though. Isabella's expression shifts slightly. What is it? She asks, as one of her handmaidens stands ready behind her. He glances past her at the other servants in the room, his hand gesturing slightly. He looks Isabella directly in the eye, his gaze sharp and unyielding, and makes his demand. Take me to the sanctuary, Isabella. Her eyes fly open in disbelief. Isabella recoils in shock. The sanctuary? Are you insane? She exclaims, but Hyun-myung ignores her outburst, his mind laser-focused on his goal. The second main quest is getting a class, he thinks, a plan forming, and the class I want. A wicked, determined grin spreads across Hyun-myung's face as he finishes his thought. Can be obtained here. He then says aloud, a crazed look in his eye, there's a star there. A system window for main quest 2 appears, titled Obtain a Class. It states that the reward varies depending on the rank of the class obtained, and that the quest can be completed in the sanctuary. The chapter concludes, leaving Hyun-myung's next move hanging in the balance. To be continued. The scene opens to a full moon hanging in the night sky, illuminating the ruins of an old castle, setting a dark and mysterious tone. Inside, the assassin Isabella stands with a fierce look in her eyes, a bloody dagger in hand, surrounded by the fiery aftermath of a battle she single-handedly won. Watching her from a distance, Hyun-myung thinks to himself, it only took a few minutes to wipe out all the guards. There's no ally more reliable than her. The scene flashes back to a few hours earlier. Hyun-myung looks at Isabella with determination and says, Take me into the sanctuary, Isabella. Isabella is shocked by his request. Into the sanctuary? Are you insane? She asks. Meanwhile, Hyun-myung thinks, if the first main quest is survival, then the second is obtaining a class, and the class I want. A confident, almost maniacal grin spreads across Hyun-myung's face as he continues his thought. The star is there. I can obtain it right here. Isabella, sitting on a throne, questions him. The star is there. Hyun-myung confirms without hesitation. Yes, it's hidden though. Hyun-myung explains his unique knowledge. I found the 4th star by chance while raising my previous character. I'm probably the only player who knows its precise location. To lift your curse with the blessing of the stars, I must obtain the star. Isabella panics, exclaiming, the sanctuary isn't a place just anyone can enter. If anyone finds out I secretly brought someone in. But Hyun-myung calmly cuts her off. But you can enter. Returning to the present, Hyun-myung clenches his fist as he recalls the tense negotiation. He thinks, if I had failed to persuade her back then, the thing rolling on the ground right now would have been my own head. With their path cleared, Isabella turns to him and announces, we've arrived. Hyun-myung looks down a dark, ominous staircase leading deep underground. This is the holy ground, he says as he begins to descend. As they enter, system messages pop up. A subquest to explore the sanctuary is initiated, but multiple warnings appear, stating that his level is too low and the area is filled with poison and demonic energy. Just then another message appears. Hidden trait, Giant's demon resistance is protecting you. A purple aura surrounds Hyun-myung as he realizes, if it weren't for this hidden trait, I wouldn't even be able to enter. As they walk down the stairs, Hyun-myung considers his options. Under normal circumstances, a level 2 beginner cannot set foot in here. If I send Isabella ahead and just clear the sanctuary exploration subquest, the rewards should be pretty nice. He takes a determined step forward, continuing his thought. But the subquest isn't what matters right now, because this is where a system window for his second main quest appears. Obtain a class. The quest can be completed in the sanctuary and ends immediately upon achieving its goal. The reward varies by the tier of the class acquired. A smirk plays on Hyun-myung's lips as he thinks, I can obtain that class. They arrive at the edge of a massive, dark chasm filled with a swirling purple energy. Isabella looks down into the abyss, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and apprehension at the sight. Stretching across the chasm is a series of floating stone pillars, forming a precarious and unstable-looking bridge. Isabella, however, puts on a confident smile, seemingly unfazed by the dangerous path ahead. Suddenly, Isabella stumbles. She mutters, it seems we've taken the wrong path. Just as she's about to misstep, Hyun-myung grabs her shoulder, asking, where are you going? She scoffs, trying to cover her mistake by acting knowledgeable. HMPH. That bridge ahead is a trap. The downward air currents are designed to sweep away anyone who crosses without knowing. Seeing right through her act, Hyun-myung smirks. Isabella catches his expression and asks defensively, to fail to detect such a simple trap. Are you scared? All the while, Hyun-myung is amused by this new side of her, thinking, I didn't know you were this kind of character. Flustered and enraged, Isabella clenches her fist, completely caught off guard by his teasing. Hyun-myung continues to poke fun at her. You're surprisingly timid considering I'm called a snake princess. Annoyed, Isabella retorts, no, I'm not. She tries to save face, saying, the odds of it being a trap are high, and conveniently I've got a cramp in my leg, so I'm just checking if there's a safer route. Hyun-myung cuts her off. Then it can't be helped. Get on my back. Completely scandalized, Isabella explodes with anger. Do you have a death wish? How dare you? Hyun-myung calmly replies, didn't you say you have a cramp? Hyun-myung explains the situation urgently. There's no time, so get on quickly. When dawn breaks and the dead warriors are discovered, you'll be suspected for not being there, and the Queen's pursuit team will be sent after you. So rather than wasting time out of fear, it's better for me to carry you and run. Isabella is left utterly speechless, squeezing her eyes shut in a mix of frustration and embarrassment. Reluctantly, she climbs onto his back, muttering through gritted teeth, if not for this damned leg cramp, I would never. Hyun-myung simply responds, of course. Without wasting a moment, Hyun-myung plants his foot firmly and prepares to dash forward. He takes off, sprinting at an incredible speed across the desolate, dangerous terrain. Holding on, Isabella shouts in alarm, hey, where are you going? That's the wrong direction, as he veers away from the visible path. To her horror, he leaps directly off the ledge and into the open chasm. There's no path there, she screams in terror. A system window suddenly appears. Hidden trait, mutant, has been activated. Hyun-myung's eye glows a brilliant blue as he thinks. The hidden trait mutant allows one to see all secrets invisible to human eyes. As his power activates, a hidden path of light materializes before them. As they run across the newly visible path, a shocked Isabella asks, there's an invisible path. Hyun-myung confidently replies, yes, this is the real path. Isabella is stunned. She thinks, how does he know a path that even I, the second in command of Faisalmer, do not know? And in this sanctuary, overflowing with poison and demonic energy, he's not even gasping for breath. There are too many strange things happening to chalk up to simply being a star-bearer. Hyun-myung smirks, continuing to tease her. I didn't know the second in command of Faisalmer had acrophobia. Flustered, Isabella just yells, shut up. Still annoyed, Isabella thinks, and he's even acting so relaxed in front of me. This isn't just some confidence that comes from being strong. As he continues to run, she studies him, her suspicion growing. It's as if he's welcoming an old friend he hasn't seen in years. Leaning closer, she asks him directly, have we met before? Hyun-myung pauses for a beat before answering. As they ascend a staircase made of pure light, he gives a cryptic answer. We've never met in the same place. Confused, Isabella asks, what's that supposed to mean? A strange blue energy gathers in Hyun-myung's hand as he begins to explain. It means I have seen you. The energy surges around them as he delivers the finishing line. But you have never seen me. They are enveloped in a blinding flash of brilliant blue and purple light. The blinding light subsides, and they step out into a completely different space. A serene, beautiful path lined with flowers, seemingly floating in the sky. Hyun-myung instantly recognizes the area. He thinks, a domain barrier cast over the entire area. Only those who follow the designated path can see what lies ahead. His eyes narrow in anticipation, knowing exactly what's coming. If my memory is correct, next is, just as Hyun-myung finishes his thought, the ground before them begins to crack open. From the darkness of the newly formed fissure, a single, menacing red light begins to glow. The ground trembles and shakes violently as large rock formations start to rise from the fissure. Several monstrous golems, their bodies made of stone and glowing with a sinister red energy, emerge from the earth. A massive golem guardian takes center stage, a large glowing rune of power visible in its chest. Hyun-myung calmly assesses the threat. This time, the guardian is a golem. Judging by the size of the rune on its chest, it's at least upper tier. At my current level, even a graze from it would mean instant death. He turns to Isabella with a smirk, asking, "Is your leg cramp better now?" She retorts, annoyed. "You keep running your mouth, just shut it and watch." Without a word, the golems begin their assault, charging straight for the two intruders. One of the golems raises its huge, rocky fist, preparing to crush them. Isabella stands her ground as the golem's fist smashes into the earth, but she remains untouched. A wicked, bloodthirsty grin spreads across her face as she relishes the incoming fight. With incredible speed, she moves in a blur, her blades flashing as she slices through the golem's stone arm. She unleashes a flurry of attacks, completely shattering the stone monster into pieces. As the debris flies past her, Isabella calmly states, "It'll be over soon." She leaps through the air with deadly grace, her daggers at the ready as she moves toward her next opponent. The lead golem guardian watches, its core glowing ominously as it prepares to defend itself. Isabella effortlessly uses the falling rubble from the smaller golems as stepping stones, launching herself towards the main guardian. Hyun-myung watches with a satisfied smile. To think she's an assassination-specialized character, it's ridiculous, even though I raised this character myself. In a brilliant flash of movement, Isabella's blades slice through the final golem, dicing it into pieces with perfect precision. She lands gracefully amidst the shower of exploding rock, as Hyun-myung thinks to himself, "So this is what level 8 really means." As the battle ends, a system notification window appears before a surprised Hyun-myung. The system offers him a new class. You can now acquire the class Golem Maker. He looks on in surprise, thinking, "It's recognizing Isabella's kill as my own. Is the system reading us as a party?" He considers the offer, noting the class's value. In Pangenia, summoner-type classes are rare, so Golem Maker is a pretty good class. And in terms of class rank, it's at least high tier. Although the system presents a high-tier class, Hyun-myung's ambition lies elsewhere. With a resolute expression, he thinks, "But that's not the class I want," and presses decline. The instant he rejects the offer, the tranquil atmosphere shatters. A sinister, dark energy erupts and begins to consume the sky, heralding a far greater power as Hyun-myung thinks. Because the one who can give me the class I want is something else entirely. Isabella is startled by the sudden shift in energy, her senses on high alert as she tries to understand what's happening. The entire flowery field is consumed by a violent, dark purple aura, as the ground itself begins to tremble and roar. A system message appears, providing a chilling explanation. The ancient king, the master of this mountain that was buried by the nameless star, rages against the intruders. Hyun-myung looks up, his face set with grim determination. This is what he was waiting for. "You've finally shown yourself," he thinks. A colossal, serpentine creature of immense size emerges, its ancient eyes glowing. This is the greater god who guards the stars, ancient King Dramat. The chapter ends with one final, stark warning from the system, highlighting the impossible odds they now face. The player's level is far below the sanctuary's recommended level, 10. As Hyun-myung stands in a field of purple flowers, a dark aura surrounds him. He looks up and says, "You've finally shown yourself." A colossal serpent with glowing red eyes appears before them. It is the ancient King Dramat, the greater god who guards the star. A system window pops up, warning that the player's level is far below the recommended level of 10 for the sanctuary. Hyun-myung feels the immense pressure from the creature, wondering if this is it. Hyun-myung confirms his suspicion as he stares up at the giant serpent, identifying it as the mountain guardian of the sanctuary. Hyun-myung turns to Isabella with a smirk, asking if she seriously expected him to handle the mountain guardian. He then reassures her not to worry, claiming that despite its appearance, the creature is quite gentle. Just as Hyun-myung is saying Dramat never attacks first, the giant serpent launches a powerful beam of energy, cutting his sentence short. The blast from Dramat's attack sends a surprised Isabella flying backward. Isabella manages to land on her feet, stabbing her daggers into the ground to stop her momentum. Hyun-myung turns away with a sheepish and awkward expression, letting out a small "A." as his prediction proves completely wrong. Isabella glares at Hyunmyung, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage and disbelief. Isabella furiously shouts at Hyunmyung, reminding him that she remembered Dramat as a friendly guide. She then sarcastically asks if the giant, attacking snake looks friendly to him. Dramat issues a challenge. Challenger of the sanctuary, defeat me and prove your qualification. Panicked, Isabella quickly tries to explain that she isn't the one challenging the sanctuary. Dramat questions her denial, reminding her that she defeated his sentinel. A flashback shows Isabella standing over a fallen golem, and she lets out a small ah of realization. Without waiting for an answer, Dramat's massive tail whips through the air, aimed directly at Isabella. Dramat declares that if she cannot prove herself, she will never leave alive. As the attack descends, Isabella continues to scream that she is not the challenger. Isabella is sent flying by the attack, shouting at the Star-Bearer to stop standing there and tell her what to do. Meanwhile, Hyunmyung realizes something is wrong. In his memory of clearing this place, he never had to defeat Dramat. Hyunmyung's eyes widen in shock, as a dreadful possibility dawns on him regarding the ancient King Dramat. The lore of the sanctuary explains that Dramat, the mountain guardian of the star, is an enchanted beast who gained wisdom and a gigantic body from the star's spiritual energy. Hyunmyung recalls his past life as a gamer. He remembers clearing this very place while playing as Wilhelm, a powerful level 10, 5-star Transcendent Rank character. In his memories, when he came to the sanctuary as the powerful Wilhelm, Dramat was obedient and guided him directly to the star. Hyunmyung understood this was because he was deemed qualified. Hyunmyung connects the dots. Dramat attacks those weaker than him. Back when he was Wilhelm, he was overwhelmingly stronger. Now in his current, weaker body, he contemplates his next move. A sudden idea strikes Hyunmyung, his eyes widening with a spark of genius. While Hyunmyung strategizes, Isabella is once again sent tumbling through the air by another of Dramat's relentless attacks. She lets out a pained cry as she's violently slammed into the ground, bleeding from the continuous assault, and now completely at the mercy of the Guardian. Defeated, Isabella pants for breath, cursing the sanctuary's poison that has rendered her immobile. As she lies there, she begins to regret ever stepping into this place, a sense of doom settling in. Lying on the ground, defeated, Isabella can only think about her mistake. She believes that she's going to die after hearing what the Star-Bearer said. Just as Dramat's tail is about to crush Isabella, a firm voice commands, "Stop, Dramat!" The attack freezes in midair. Dramat's tail hovers just inches above Isabella. The ground beneath it cracked from the sheer force of the halted blow. A close-up on Dramat's eye reveals its surprise at being commanded to stop. Hyunmyung stands with an aura of power, his hair momentarily turning blonde. Dramat, taken aback, asks, "How do you know my true name?" With a confident smirk, Hyunmyung's appearance returns to normal as he makes a shocking declaration. "Your master, Wilhelm, has returned." From the ground, Isabella watches in disbelief as Hyunmyung stands his ground before the colossal serpent. Dramat looms over Hyunmyung, its voice filled with skepticism as it questions, "You are Wilhelm?" Dramat lets out a small laugh of disbelief that quickly erupts into a massive, echoing roar of mockery. The serpent belittles Hyunmyung, stating he isn't even prepared to receive the star and is weaker than the golem sentinel he faced earlier. Dramat reminisces, acknowledging that Wilhelm was indeed a powerful human, a perfect transcendent worthy of being his master. However, Dramat reveals a critical piece of history. Wilhelm failed the Demon Realm expedition. All his stars fell, signifying that he met a complete and utter death. Enraged, Dramat bellows that even if Wilhelm is gone, a lowly creature like Hyunmyung has no right to speak his name. Unaffected by the roar, Hyunmyung is enveloped in a powerful aura and issues a command. "Honor the contract we made, Dramat." Dramat's massive tail slams into the ground right beside Hyunmyung, a show of force that stops just short of an attack. The serpent is visibly shocked, its glowing red eye wide as it stammers, "You! How do you know about the existence of my contract with him?" As Hyunmyung maintains his composure, Dramat thinks to itself in disbelief that no one should be able to know about the secret contract. Hyunmyung begins to recite the terms of a glowing, magical scroll that appears before them. It states that the one who obtains the star of the mountain buried by the star learns the Guardian's true name and becomes the new master. The recitation continues, detailing the contract's unbreakable rules. The Mountain Guardian must obey his master's commands, the contents of the contract can never be revealed, and anyone who breaks the pact will die from its curse. Hyunmyung internally smirks, revealing his bluff. He only knew the terms because he remembered the game's lore. He gambled that the rules still apply and realizes that since he's in Randolph's body, the curse for revealing the contract doesn't affect him, as the pact was made by Wilhelm. Caught in a bind by the ancient laws, Dramat demands to know, "Who are you, creature?" Hyunmyung looks up confidently and challenges the serpent. "If you want to know who I am, guide me. The star will prove me." Dramat gives a stern warning, its eye glowing ominously. It explains that the star shows no mercy to those without qualification, and that he will be engulfed in flames the moment he approaches it. Hyun-myung remains unfazed. Maybe so, we'll see, he says coolly before turning the tables with a sharp question. Are you afraid the star will acknowledge me and reveal that I'm your true master? Dramat scoffs, finding the notion laughable. It sees Hyun-myung as a mere brat who looks like he would crumble from a single bite, and questions what gives him the confidence to act so arrogantly. Dramat relents. Very well, boy, I'll bring you to the star. It admits that while it doesn't believe he is Wilhelm, his knowledge of the contract-killing pact is unsettling. Deciding it would be easier to let the star itself get rid of Hyun-myung, Dramat begins to glow with cosmic energy, preparing to guide them. The scene shifts, transitioning to a dark and foreboding new location. Isabella looks around at the new surroundings with wide, shocked eyes, uttering a single word. They have arrived in a massive, dark chamber. Dramat's head snakes down as Isabella asks if this is where the star is located. Hyun-myung confirms her question. Yes, the object that's placed on the altar, to be exact, is the star. On a stone altar marked with a large six-pointed star rests a lone, pale skull. Isabella is baffled. That skull is a star, she asks. Hyun-myung walks toward it and clarifies, more precisely, it's Lee's face. Hyun-myung explains the lore of Pangenia. When Lee, the twin goddess, died, her body was split into 32 fragments and scattered. These fragments are what are known as stars. As he gently picks up the glowing skull, Hyun-myung continues his explanation. The stars are used as boundary catalysts for players to achieve transcendence. Hyun-myung looks at the skull with intense focus, bracing himself for what is to come. The moment he touches it, the skull erupts in a violent torrent of flames, engulfing him completely. A panicked Isabella watches the inferno, shouting, Hey, are you sure it's okay? Observing from a safe distance, Dramat laughs. I warned you. You will burn simply by approaching the star. The star ultimately rejected you. Burn to death, creature. Within the swirling pillar of fire, Hyun-myung's silhouette remains standing, unharmed. Though surrounded by flames, Hyun-myung is completely fine. He holds the skull and thinks with annoyance, seriously, that bastard. Hyun-myung recalls a crucial piece of game knowledge. The star only kills a player if they acquire it by bug-skipping, Dramat. Since he technically passed through the Guardian, even though the process was messy, he knew there would be no issue. His real concern is whether he can get the class he wants. He remembers a hidden rule he learned by accident. If you acquire a star without having a class, the star grants you one. The skull begins to crackle with immense energy. The word void appears in the air as the star prepares to bestow its power. A whirlwind of potential classes, representing his hidden traits, swirls around him. Martial God, Beast Lord, Great Sage, and many others, before the system finally makes its choice. As particles of light surround him, a voice speaks. You who face destruction. System messages flood Hyun-myung's vision. His mana is converted into star energy, and he acquires the main skill, Star Pierce, and the sub-skill, Blessing of the Stars. The notifications continue, confirming he's acquired the star effect, which grants a bonus of +5 to all stats. He is also told that his power will increase with the number and types of stars he possesses. Crucially, the system informs him that the star effect will not disappear, even after transcendence. Finally, the ultimate reward is granted. You have acquired the class Star Successor. Hyun-myung looks at his hand, glowing with this newfound power. Isabella stares with a wide, trembling eye, sweat beading on her face as she processes what she just witnessed. She thinks to herself in utter disbelief. He absorbed the star. A golden light radiates from Hyun-myung, particles of energy swirling around him as he fully absorbs the star's power. Bathed in the star's afterglow, Hyun-myung turns to face Isabella. He asks her a simple question. Isabella, what do you want to do once your curse is lifted? Taken aback by the question, Isabella gives her earnest answer. Her greatest desires are to leave the desert and find the bloodline of the Dursian family. Hyun-myung makes her an offer. I'll bless you so you can leave the desert under one condition. Intrigued, Isabella asks, what is it? Hyun-myung states his terms clearly. Serve me for 1 year. After that, I'll grant you freedom and help you find your family's bloodline. Isabella is momentarily stunned into silence. A grainy, dark image flashes through Isabella's mind, showing a regal figure resembling her, sitting upon a throne. With newfound resolve, Isabella stands tall, a single thought echoing in her mind. I am. She clenches her fist, her determination solidifying. Isabella makes a vow, seemingly to herself as much as to Hyun-myung. Referencing her past, she states, I'm not the queen, I do not lie. A close-up of her eye shows her unwavering conviction. After a brief, final moment of hesitation, she comes to a decision. Isabella kneels before Hyun-myung, bowing her head in submission as she declares, I will serve you. Hyun-myung looks down at the kneeling Isabella and nods approvingly. You've made a good decision, Isabella. With his new subordinate secured, Hyun-myung turns his attention to the final loose end. He calls out, by the way, Dramat, the owner of the star is your master, correct? Dramat, now sweating and fearful, stammers a reluctant, why yes. Hyun-myung replies with a simple, all right then. Hyun-myung's expression turns fierce. He points an accusatory finger at the colossal serpent and roars his command. "Bow your head, you bastard." As Hyun-myung asserts his dominance, system notifications appear, calculating the rewards for his main quest. It registers a unique result that will send chills down everyone's spine, rewarding his recklessness and beginner's luck with upgraded rewards. The system alerts him that his actions have not gone unnoticed. Several combat-oriented constellations are now beginning to take an interest in his journey. In the vast darkness of the cosmos, a powerful eye flashes open, representing the gaze of the newly interested constellations. The scene abruptly shifts to a different time or place. A narrator explains that Isabella has entered another sanctuary, accompanied by a slave she captured, and stands before a group of hooded figures. The chapter ends on a cliffhanger as a powerful, unseen figure gives a command to the hooded men. Seize the two of them immediately. Hyun-myung in his avatar as Randolph questions the massive dragon Dramut, asking, "So Dramut, the owner of the star, is your master, correct?" With a look of fear in its glowing yellow eye, Dramut sweats and reluctantly confirms, "Why, yes." Satisfied with the answer, Hyun-myung points commandingly at the great dragon and says, "All right, then bow your head, you bastard." A system window announces the rewards for completing main quest 2. Hyun-myung has achieved a unique result with a total score of 230 points, updating the Hall of Fame. The constellations of fortune and adventure have also upgraded his rewards. The system notifications continue, revealing that several combat-oriented constellations are now taking an interest in Hyun-myung's actions. The scene transitions from the dark sanctuary to a bright, sunlit day in a modern city. The new location is revealed to be a coffee shop called Angelus Coffee. Inside, a group of 3 players are discussing the recent events. One asks if Randolph is truly the legendary player, Phantom. Another confirms it's a definite possibility, as scoring higher than Gracia is impossible unless one knows the game inside out. The 2 men continue their discussion. They realize that the 5-year veteran ghost player, Phantom, has finally made a real appearance, which will cause a huge stir. They wonder if they can contact him before others do. A woman with blonde pigtails listening to them skeptically asks, "How? We searched for years and never found him." One of the men explains that Phantom wasn't an actual player until now. He suggests they should try fishing for him, figuring that since the secret auction hall is a new reward, Phantom will probably use it. He adds that Phantom will need a lot of items if he wants to be first in the next main quest. The woman with pigtails thoughtfully repeats the word, "Fishing, huh?" The scene explains the concept of fishing. It's a strategy used in the secret auction hall where players trade items by uploading a high-quality item at a very cheap price to bait a target. The explanation continues, revealing the trap. Using a twin ability of a talisman to attach a location-tracking bug to the person who buys the item. This method is often used against newbie players who are lured by the cheap auction item, only to be tracked, robbed, or even killed. Back in the coffee shop, one of the men expresses his doubt. He doesn't think someone like Phantom would fall for such a simple trick, arguing that a veteran player would know every talisman option in the game. However, the woman with pigtails confidently states, "No, he might fall for it," catching the 2 men by surprise. With an excited, almost crazed expression, she explains her reasoning. She believes Phantom's reckless decisiveness, like initiating the great expedition even though it failed, means he would jump at a cheap, valuable item. She knows that this is the kind of player Phantom is. She gets carried away, saying they absolutely have to meet and kidnap, or rather, invite him to their guild. Just then, one of their phones rings, and the man answers comically, asking if the caller is reporting them for stalking and to shout "pizza" if they're in danger. The scene goes dark as a monologue reflects on the situation. Someone wonders what kind of person Randolph is to get such an amazing class trait, speculating that he must have been scouted by a major corporation, and that it's just another unrealistic hope. A system window displays the updated rankings for main quest 2. Randolph is in first place with 230 points. At the same time, a player named Massacre has had their quest rights and auction participation revoked for being pushed out of the ranking. Elsewhere, the player Massacre stares at the ranking screen in disbelief, wondering, Randolph has 230 points. What kind of class gives that many points? Standing over a defeated player, Massacre resigns himself to being locked out of the auction house, but says it doesn't matter. A brutal scene unfolds, showcasing the bloody aftermath of one of Massacre's recent kills, a testament to his violent methods for climbing the ranks. Grabbing a fresh victim by the hair, Massacre reaffirms his cold-blooded strategy with a menacing look, declaring, "As long as I kill anyone in the top ranks, I'll rise back up anyway." While he plots his bloody return to power elsewhere, Hyun-myung is about to discover the full extent of his own rewards. The scene transitions back to Hyun-myung, also known as Randolph, who is in motion. A system window appears, announcing that the sub-quest, Sanctuary Exploration, has been completed with an unbelievable 100% exploration rate. For being the first to perfectly clear the desert sanctuary, Hyun-myung acquires the Conqueror of a Sanctuary achievement. He also obtains an epic teleport book as a reward for completing the subquest. Riding atop the giant serpent Dramat, Hyunmyung thinks to himself how convenient the ride is. As his companion Isabella gives directions, he realizes he can escape the sanctuary and complete the exploration at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. A blue system window flashes, informing Hyunmyung that his accumulated experience has caused him to level up. Hyunmyung notes he has finally reached level 3, realizing the process is much slower compared to regular characters. His status screen shows his name, Randolph, his class as Star Successor, and that his stats have all increased to 36. He figures that because he has so many talents, his required experience is probably 10 times the normal amount. He muses that he can't complain, since his stats grow more as a result. He pushes the thought aside, reminding himself that it's not what matters at the moment. Hyunmyung turns his attention to the reward he received from completing the main quest. He smiles, thinking about the two extremely rare items he now has for his current level. Beside him, Isabella looks on with a questioning expression. He reveals one of the rewards is the Shadow Cloak. When activated, it turns the wearer invisible, essentially giving him a free stealth skill which he notes is not bad. Suddenly, a loud sound effect echoes through the sanctuary, signaling an abrupt change in the situation. A close-up shows the eye of the great serpent Dramat, now glowing an ominous red, sensing danger. A group of mysterious, cloaked figures are seen rushing into the sanctuary at high speed. Riding on Dramat, Hyunmyung and Isabella are alerted to the danger. Dramat informs his master that intruders have been detected in the sanctuary, to which a surprised Hyunmyung replies, "What?" Isabella identifies the intruders, stating that it is probably the Queen's pursuit squad. Hyunmyung grimly comments that they must have stayed in the sanctuary for too long. Isabella asks Hyunmyung what he plans to do. She warns him that while the Queen herself won't be present, the pursuing squad will still be a sizable force. She continues, expressing her doubt that they can handle all of the enemies, even with the help of the mountain guardian, Dramat. Hyunmyung, now cloaked and hooded, looks on resolutely. Hyunmyung calmly turns to Isabella and asks, "Dramat's the guardian, why would we fight?" Isabella is stunned into silence by his completely unexpected and strategic question. Without another word, Hyunmyung grabs Isabella and leaps from Dramat's back, shouting, "Dramat, we're counting on you." He sternly commands the sweating, nervous-looking dragon to do your job. As they flee, cries from the intruders echo behind them, shouting about a giant serpent appearing. Isabella anxiously asks if it's okay for them to just leave. Hyunmyung confidently tells her it will be fine, reminding her that she said the Queen isn't coming. He believes this is likely just the advance unit of the pursuit squad. He explains that their only chance of survival is to escape quickly before the main force arrives and surrounds the sanctuary, especially since the squad is after them specifically. Isabella's eyes widen as she finally grasps his strategy. He isn't sacrificing Dramat out of cruelty. Hyunmyung clarifies her realization, stating that as the mountain guardian, Dramat is bound to the sanctuary, leaving them as the only ones who can flee. As they run, Hyunmyung explains that to get out of there, they have to use the warp gate at the edge of the desert. He adds that since he lifted Isabella's curse with the blessing of the stars, using the gate won't be a problem. However, as he lands, he reveals that there is a real problem they need to deal with. They arrive before a massive stone archway, and Hyunmyung explains the problem. The gate requires a significant amount of time to activate. Isabella looks towards the gate with a determined gaze, gulping as she says, "Once we get past here." Hyunmyung confirms that once they pass this area, they will be out of the desert. He reiterates, however, that the gate will need some time before it can be activated. Isabella anxiously asks how long it will take. Hyunmyung turns to her and delivers the bad news. Around half a day. Hyunmyung explains their precarious situation. There's no place to hide in the vast desert, and while Dramat will delay the pursuit squad, they will eventually be tracked. But the distraction will buy them some time. He reveals his plan. During the half-day wait, he has to log out to communicate with the star and check on the situation in reality, as he can't stay logged in forever. He looks at Isabella with a serious expression, asking her directly, "Can I trust you?" In response to his question, Isabella firmly grips the hilt of her dagger, her determination clear. As Hyunmyung sits down to log out, Isabella stands guard over him and makes a solemn vow. "I will protect you." System windows announce that Hyunmyung is logging out. A tip pops up, warning him to be cautious when purchasing from the secret auction hall before confirming the logout is complete. The scene shifts to reality, with Hyunmyung now back in his own body, lying in his bed. He sits up, feeling the disorienting sensation of returning to his real body from his avatar, Randolph, a feeling he is still not used to. He immediately reaches for his phone, lying next to him on the bed. Checking his phone, he concludes that since there are no news alerts or disaster warnings, monsters haven't started appearing in the real world yet. He reflects on the certainty that reality and the game world, Pangenia, are slowly merging. A status screen shows Pangenia's destruction progress is at 7.66%, indicating that the boundary between worlds is weakening. He anticipates that more monsters will appear soon and also feels concerned about other players in the real world. He resolves to return to reality periodically to gather information. His thoughts are interrupted by his phone buzzing with a call, causing him to look down with a quizzical hem. He looks at his phone screen in surprise as his ex-girlfriend, Kim Seoyeon, asks how he has been. He mutters her name in disbelief. The scene changes to the exterior of a cafe, setting the stage for a confrontation. Inside a coffee shop, a woman is on the phone with a man arguing. "Don't push it. I already buy you food and clothes. What's your problem?" she says. The man on the other end seems to be retorting. "Didn't you flirt with me saying that you're rich? Now you act cheap. And what did I say that was wrong?" The woman, Seoyeon, sighs and suggests they talk in person. On the other end of the line, Hyunmyung coldly refuses, saying there's no reason to meet and that he has nothing to say. Hyunmyung tells her he is meeting a friend and not to contact him, then hangs up, leaving a shocked Seoyeon yelling his name into a dead phone. Now sitting in the cafe she had intended to meet Hyunmyung at, Seoyeon glares at her phone with contempt and mutters, "That annoying jerk." Still fuming, Seoyeon thinks to herself that even though Hyunmyung was pathetic, at least he used to listen to her. She gazes at her drink, thinking she should have just held on to her relationship with him a little longer. She quickly corrects herself, thinking that if he had more money, she wouldn't have broken up with him in the first place. Suddenly, she hears her name and turns to see Hyunmyung standing there. Putting on a sweet act, Seoyeon greets him, surprised that he came early. He asks why she called him so urgently, and she tells him to sit down so they can talk things over. She comments that his vibe has changed and that he looks fitter. But Hyunmyung cuts straight to the point, telling her to just say what she wants because he needs to leave soon. Seoyeon is inwardly amused by his new, prideful attitude, but smirks to herself, thinking that some things never change. She continues her manipulative act, telling him that she always liked how he would come running whenever she called, just like he did today. She claims that after they broke up, she realized how good he was. She tells him she kept thinking about him and regretted her decision a lot. Leaning in, she asks him, "What about you? Didn't you miss me?" Hyunmyung remains silent, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. Completely ignoring her question, Hyunmyung looks at a sign on the table and wonders if he should order a drink, annoyed that she called him out but didn't even offer to buy him one. Seoyeon tries to get his attention. Hyunmyung has had enough. He stands up abruptly and declares, "If you're done talking, I'm leaving," leaving Seoyeon utterly stunned. Panicked, Seoyeon grabs onto him, pleading, "W8, didn't you hear me? I said I missed you." She desperately asks if his cold behavior is because of something she said when they broke up. Hyunmyung turns to her with a cold, piercing gaze and asks, "Seoyeon, does your new boyfriend know you're meeting me right now?" Her face flushes with shock and horror as he continues, telling her that if she's going to flirt with multiple men, she should have deleted her SNS pictures, not just her profile photo. With a final, decisive "I'm out," Hyunmyung walks away, leaving Seoyeon behind as she desperately calls for him to listen. As he walks away, Hyunmyung reflects on how calm he feels. In the past, a situation like this would have made him panic. He wonders if his growth as Randolph in the game is affecting his personality in reality. The scene cuts back to Seoyeon, who is now on the phone with her angry boyfriend. He yells at her, "Shit, I was being nice to you and all. And what did you say? Stalking. That's why I told you to stop." As Hyunmyung walks down the street, he is suddenly grabbed by a thug who brandishes a box cutter, yelling, "What are you looking at, you punks? Enjoying the show?" Hyunmyung yells back, "Hey, let go, you perverted bastard." Consumed by rage, the thug screams that everyone looks down on him until the very end and lunges forward with the knife, yelling, "I'll fucking kill you." A scream echoes through the alley as the thug brings down his weapon. But just as the blade is about to strike, a powerful fist slams into the thug's arm, stopping the attack instantly. The thug looks on in shock. A mysterious savior grabs the thug by his hair, leaving him to stammer, "WH, who are you?" The thug is stunned and confused. The mysterious person tightens their grip on the thug's knife hand and says with finality, "That's enough, asshole." Continuing from the previous chapter, Park Hyunmyung grabs the wrist of a man threatening a woman with a box cutter, saying, "That's enough, asshole." The man struggles against Park Hyunmyung's grip, yelling, "Hey, why are you interrupting? Let go of me." Park Hyunmyung tightens his grip, causing the man to scream in pain. "Arg, W8, I think my wrist is about to snap," he cries out. Park Hyunmyung thinks to himself, realizing his own strength. "Even though I haven't used the fragment of the broken golden scale, I still feel like I could easily break a wrist right now. It wasn't an illusion, my real body had definitely changed." He shoves the attacker to the ground and turns to the woman, asking, "Are you okay?" The woman, startled, replies, "Ah, yes." The woman, Kim Hana, looks at him with gratitude. "Thanks to you, I survived. I don't even know how to thank you," she says, her hands clasped together. Park Hyunmyung stares intently at her, making a thoughtful sound. Kim Hana looks back, confused, and asks, "Why are you looking at me like that?" A memory flashes in Park Hyunmyung's mind. He thinks, "I was wondering why she looked familiar. She's that woman from before." remembering her protecting a child. Kim Hana, still waiting for an answer, asks, did you want to say something? He quickly dismisses her question, turning away. No, you just resembled someone I knew, that's all. Suddenly, the stalker gets back on his feet and lunges at Park Hyun-myung from behind, screaming, arrogant bastard. Die! Kim Hana lets out a frightened yelp. Without missing a beat, Park Hyun-myung spins around and throws a powerful punch at the charging man. His fist connects solidly with the stalker's face. The force of the blow sends the man flying, knocking him out cold. Kim Hana watches the display of strength with wide-eyed astonishment, uttering a soft, wow. Park Hyun-myung stands over the unconscious man, ready for any further threats. A police car pulls up to the scene, and two officers get out to investigate. One of the police officers approaches Park Hyun-myung. You'll need to follow us all the way to the police station. Park Hyun-myung looks back in disbelief. What, me? Kim Hana immediately steps in to defend him. Wait a second, this person was just trying to help. I'm the one who reported the stalker. The officer is unmoved. Still, that was an act of violence, so you must also come with us. Kim Hana retorts, act of violence? He had a knife. Are you saying he should have just stood and watched? Park Hyun-myung mutters under his breath, annoyed. I really don't have time for this. Kim Hana glances at him, concerned. One officer insists, we can't bend regulations. His partner thinks to himself, if he goes as a witness and he gets dragged into something, will you take responsibility? Kim Hana can't believe what she's hearing, exclaiming, what? Kim Hana pulls out her ID card. I'm Kim Hana, a CK broadcasting reporter, she declares. Instead of harassing an innocent person, you should speak to the actual victim. She challenges them, unless you want this case publicly reported. The officers are taken aback. One thinks, CK? That's a major broadcasting network. The other mutters, great, just what we needed. The officers suddenly recognize her. Isn't that the person, the one who saved a child from a monster on YouTube? One murmurs. The other confirms, yeah, I think she was on TV too. Her name's Kim Hana. It matches. With his hands in his pockets, the lead officer sighs in defeat and gives in. Fine. The complainant may accompany us then. In the background, Park Hyun-myung and Kim Hana stand together as the police finally relent. After the police take the stalker away, Kim Hana turns to Park Hyun-myung to express her gratitude once more. Hey, thank you for today, really. He, however, remains detached and simply replies, don't mention it. Kim Hana hands Park Hyun-myung her business card, saying, here's my card. I'm a dedicated reporter covering Dimension Warriors. He takes it, thinking to himself, Dimension Warriors. She explains, oh, you know the people who appeared on the day monsters invaded. They defeated the monsters, so people call them Dimension Warriors. Seeing his blank look, she asks, do you have no interest in social issues? Park Hyun-myung looks at the card, making the connection in his head. Dimension Warrior. Does she mean players? He thinks. Unexpectedly, almost nobody mentions Pangenia directly. I guess an interdimensional attack sounds more believable than a video game turning real. As Kim Hana asks for his contact information, also, if you don't mind, may I have your business card? They are interrupted by a young woman running towards them, calling out, Hyun-myung, are you all right? The newly arrived woman grabs onto Park Hyun-myung's arm possessively, asking with concern, are you hurt anywhere? Kim Hana looks at the scene and asks plainly, is she your girlfriend? Park Hyun-myung firmly pushes the woman's hand off him. No, absolutely not, he states before telling Kim Hana, I don't have business cards though. The spurned woman looks on in shock. Kim Hana, unfazed, says, oh, could you give me your number? Oh, okay, I'll need your phone. The woman mutters Hyun-myung's name in disbelief. As Kim Hana enters his number, she reads his name from the screen. Park Hyun-myung, that's a nice name. Handing his phone back, Kim Hana waves goodbye. Text me tomorrow, let's grab coffee or dinner, it'll be my treat. Hyun-myung agrees, I won't refuse then. She walks away cheerfully, great, see you. Left alone with Park Hyun-myung, the other woman glares at him, demanding, how could you do this to me? Her face contorts with rage as she snarls, Park Hyun-myung, you're just a nobody. The scene ends with both Park Hyun-myung and Kim Hana walking away in separate directions. Later, while walking down the street, Kim Hana's phone starts to ring. She answers the call. The person on the other end jokes, hello? Supreme Authority Kim of our broadcast station, are you having a good weekend? Kim Hana replies dryly, it's Kim Hana, please don't call me that. Her boss gets straight to the point. Anyway, the deputy director went on a business trip and left you an assignment. She asks, what assignment? Her boss informs her, an interview with Gracia. Kim Hana is shocked, thinking, Gracia, the person treated like a hero who saved America, why ask me to handle such a big shot? A vision of a powerful hero, Gracia, surrounded by glowing swords above a slain monster, fills the panel. Her boss continues, no idea. The almighty superhero said she wants to see you. The vision shows Gracia looking out over a city at sunset as her boss finishes. And she wants to come to Korea. The scene suddenly shifts to a grim battlefield littered with corpses under a dark sky. This marks a flashback to Hyun-myung's time in Pangenia. Hyun-myung's avatar, Randolph, breathes heavily, exhausted from the fierce battle he just fought. He stands protectively before a woman, surrounded by the bodies of their fallen enemies and a strange, towering structure. The woman, Isabella, stands ready with two bloody daggers, her face grim and determined. A group of hooded soldiers confronts them. Their leader commands, "Snake Princess, the Queen commands your return. Hand over the slave behind you and we'll pretend none of this happened." Isabella, called the Snake Princess by her enemies, grips her blood-soaked dagger. Staring down the army sent to capture her, she scoffs. "You fool." Enraged, the enemy commander orders the execution. "Kill the traitor." As the soldiers charge, Randolph leaps into the fray, cutting them down to protect Isabella. After the battle, Randolph sits calmly while Isabella looks down, exhausted and seemingly resigned to her fate. Suddenly, the massive stone structure behind them erupts in a brilliant pillar of blue light. A system window announces that warp has been activated and is free from the starting point. The enemy soldiers look on in shock as Randolph shouts, "There's no time." Isabella, weakened from the battle, stumbles and nearly falls. Randolph catches her, pulling her towards the gate. "You held on well, Isabella," he says reassuringly. He asks her with a confident smirk, "Have you finished communicating with the stars?" Isabella looks up and confirms, "Yes." The enemy commander, seeing his targets about to escape, roars at his troops, "Don't just stand around. Execute the traitor immediately." Randolph raises a hand that glows with a brilliant golden aura. "You kept your promise to protect me, so I must keep my promise to you," he declares. He clenches his fist, concentrating the immense golden energy within it. He unleashes the power. A system window flashes. "You have used the exclusive skill of the star successor, Star Pierce LV1. Another follows. All star energy has been consumed. The skill has a duration of 41 seconds. The attacking soldiers are engulfed in the radiant blast, screaming in agony as their bodies are torn apart. Standing before the destructive wave of light, Randolph announces, "This is the moment of liberation. Rejoice." Isabella stares, mesmerized by the overwhelming display. "This is the power of the Star-Bearer," she thinks to herself. With their enemies obliterated, Randolph turns to Isabella and gives her one last chance to leave. "Isabella, it's not too late. If you wish to return, I won't stop you." Isabella looks up at him, her eyes wide with a newfound resolve, and answers firmly, "No." A small, genuine smile appears on her face for the first time. With her loyalty sworn, she declares, "I will stay with you," as she turns and walks towards the swirling cosmic energy of the warp gate. As she makes her choice, a system message appears. The curse of limits placed on Isabella has been nullified by the blessing of the stars. Another message confirms a connection is established to 12 warp cities. Randolph selects their destination. The destination selected is the central continent, Arcana. The system announces, warp commencing, as they are enveloped by light. They arrive in a bright sunlit city. A system window welcomes them. "Welcome to the Golden City, Arcana." A helpful tip pops up, warning them. Arcana is a city where materialism has reached its peak. Without wealth equivalent to a high-ranking noble, avoid entering deeper districts. The city is bustling with activity, filled with opulent architecture and richly dressed citizens. As they take in the sights, Isabella remarks, "The city is incredibly extravagant." Randolph explains, "It's the Golden City. Everything can be resolved with gold here. First, we must gather funds." Isabella smirks, proudly presenting a hefty pouch. "If it's gold, do not worry. I brought 300 gold coins," she says, confident in her contribution. Randolph stares blankly at the pouch, his simple O indicating that her fortune might not be as impressive as she thinks. Randolph bluntly crushes her hopes, stating, "That'll do for one night at best." Isabella is stunned into silence. She protests in disbelief. That can't be. In the desert, 300 gold could buy 10 slaves." Randolph just smirks, adding, "That's 10 times the price of a cleric." He gestures to a loaf of bread with a 50G price tag. "The prices here are different from the Kaltzman Desert." Realizing their predicament, Isabella asks nervously, "So what do we do now?" Randolph waves off her concern. "What are you worrying about so much? There's money lying all over the place." Isabella looks on, confused. "What money lying around?" He confidently points his thumb towards a massive, ornate building with a brightly lit sign. "Casino." Isabella looks on with a blush of confusion, not understanding his plan. Randolph stands proudly before the entrance to the casino, completely in his element. He glances back at Isabella with a sly smile and says, "Don't worry, I'm rather lucky." As if on cue, a system window appears, revealing his secret weapon for the task ahead. Hidden trait. Blessing of Gold has been activated. The story introduces the Golden City, Arcana, also known as the City of Pleasures. In the world of Pangenia, every lower city operates as an independent monarchy. And here, in this City of Pleasures, there is only one law. In Arcana, money alone decides everything. And the place where all of the city's wealth gathers is the Hudson Casino. A massive, brightly lit building stands as the center of it all, with crowds of people lining up to enter. A stern-looking man in a suit steps forward, addressing someone off-panel. "Excuse me, sir. The casino staff declares that anyone without the 10,000 gold deposit may not enter." Park Hyun-myung and his companions, a woman with black hair and a man with light brown hair, are stopped at the entrance. The woman is shocked, exclaiming, "T10,000 gold." The female companion whispers to Hyun-myung, "Why didn't you tell me there was a deposit? I only have 100 gold left after washing up and buying clothes." He replies, "Not that it matters since we never had enough money anyway, and the clothes were necessary." The doorman tells them to leave if they lack the deposit. Other customers in line start to complain, calling them beggars and telling them to move aside. The doorman insists, "You're disturbing the other customers." Park Hyun-myung steps forward unfazed. "I don't have a deposit, but I'll leave this as collateral instead." He holds out his hand, which begins to glow, much to the doorman's surprise. He presents a brilliant, glowing diamond. A system window appears, identifying it as the Fairy Queen's tear, an immortal-grade raid item. It is the crystallized first tear shed by the Fairy Queen and allows equipment to break past its limit restrictions. The tear itself does not break, even if the equipment it's bound to is destroyed. The doorman stammers, sweating profusely, at a loss for words. Changing his tune completely, the doorman bows deeply, proclaiming, "We'll treat you as a VIP." Park Hyun-myung and his female companion walk past him into the casino. As they walk, the female companion anxiously asks Hyun-myung, "What did you just leave with them?" He calmly replies, "The Fairy Queen's tear, a talisman." Hyun-myung explains that it was a reward from a sanctuary visit and is worth at least 1 million gold. His other companion, a burly man with spiky hair, looks back in disbelief and asks, "You're really okay leaving something like that with them?" With a confident smirk, Hyun-myung looks out over the bustling casino floor. "No problem, it's just a deposit, so once I win money I can pay it back." The roulette wheel spins rapidly. The ball clatters along the wheel, slowing as it approaches the numbered slots. The ball finally settles into a slot. An overhead view of the casino shows an uproar around Hyun-myung's table. Onlookers are in disbelief. "He did it again? Who is that guy?" one exclaims. Another asks, "Is he the god of gambling?" Someone else notes, "He started with 1,250 gold and has already surpassed 1.4 million gold." The panel shows Park Hyun-myung sitting calmly at the table, surrounded by massive stacks of chips. Hyun-myung thinks to himself, a determined look in his eyes, as expected of the blessing of gold. When money is on the line, there's no better trait. The casino staff from the entrance trembles as he approaches Hyun-myung's table. His female companion shouts with glee, "We're rich now." Hyun-myung dryly comments, "It's my money, though." The staff member nervously addresses him, "Sir." The staff member bows low. "Of course we will give you all your winnings. However, you are now banned from entering the Hudson Casino anymore." Hyun-myung looks up in surprise. "Huh, already?" The staff explains, "Every customer who copies your bets keeps sweeping the chips clean. It's becoming a serious issue." The scene shows the casino floor where other patrons are celebrating their winnings. A well-dressed man with a goatee, Sir Hudson, appears, flanked by other staff members. His expression stern as he looks down on the scene. Park Hyun-myung's eye glows with a menacing red light, showing his resolve. He nonchalantly agrees to their demand, saying, "Fine, I'll leave." Hyun-myung then adds a condition, "But first, I'll need to speak with the owner of this place." The casino staff immediately shuts him down. "That won't be possible. Please exit quietly." With a confident smile, Hyun-myung clarifies, "Don't misunderstand. It's not me who wants a meeting." He boldly declares, "Your boss will want to meet me. Go tell him about me." Meanwhile, in a dark room, the casino owner Sir Hudson is already examining the deposited Fairy Queen's tear. Sir Hudson activates his skill as a system window announces, "Hand of Observation LV8 activated." As the skill analyzes the item, Hudson's eyes widen in disbelief. He thinks to himself, this is real. Who in the world has this?" Hudson's internal monologue reveals the item's rarity. The Fairy Queen's tear is only carried by her knights, who rarely leave their realm. Killing even one of these powerful knights requires a party of at least 3 level 10 individuals, making the item nearly impossible to get. He grits his teeth in frustration and amazement. "We searched everywhere, but no one sold them. To think such an item would walk into our casino." An employee enters Hudson's office, addressing him. "Sir Hudson?" Hudson asks. "What is it?" The employee reports. "The man who left the talisman as collateral requests to meet you." The employee continues. "He claims you would want to meet him." A close-up on Sir Hudson's face shows he is intrigued and slightly alarmed by this claim. A cunning smile spreads across Sir Hudson's face. He gives the order, "Bring him here, we should have tea." The scene shifts to an overhead view of Park Hyun-myung and his 2 companions waiting in an office. Park Hyun-myung sits calmly at a table with a cup of tea, while his female companion stands behind him, looking on with a concerned expression. Sir Hudson observes Hyun-myung from his desk, thinking to himself, "So this is the man who used the Fairy Queen's tear as a deposit." He doesn't look like a strong fighter at all. Hudson addresses his guest. "I heard you said I would want to speak with you. May I ask what you meant?" Hyun-myung casually takes a sip of tea. "There was no hidden meaning. I knew you'd want to meet me, so I told them to pass on that message." Hyun-myung cuts straight to the chase. You need the talisman I used as a deposit, don't you? Hudson's eye widens, showing a flash of shock. Trying to regain his composure, Hudson feigns a casual interest. Ho! So you know that I collect rare talismans. You're right. I was about to call you to negotiate buying it anyway. Hyun-myung plays along, taking another sip of his tea. If the price is right, I won't refuse. Hudson leans forward. Oh, good, let's talk about the price then. Sir Hudson makes his opening offer with a sly look. How about 2 million gold? I consider this a generous offer. Hyun-myung's female companion is flabbergasted, shouting, 2 million gold for a single talisman. Hyun-myung, however, remains silent and unimpressed. Park Hyun-myung calmly states his counteroffer, 20 million gold. The absurdly high number shocks both his companion and Sir Hudson. Hudson scoffs at the exorbitant price. 20 million gold is enough to buy a mansion in the center of Arcana, he argues. No matter how rare, a talisman is only used for reforging weapons. Do you truly believe it's worth that much? Hyun-myung's reply is sharp and direct. Not for me, but for you, yes. Attempting to downplay his interest, Hudson gestures towards his library and retorts, even I cannot pay that amount for a mere hobby item. Hyun-myung puts his cup down, a slight tremor in his hand. If it were only a hobby item, sure. He looks directly at Hudson, his expression sharp. But the Fairy Queen's tear is not just a talisman for you. It is something you must have to enter the city council. Sir Hudson is rendered speechless, his eyes narrowing in shock. Hyun-myung explains that the minimum qualification for joining the council is to achieve level 10. For a non-combat class, that wall is nearly impossible to break. Thus, Hudson needs an item that removes the minimum equipment requirement. The Fairy Queen's tear. As an image of the glowing tear floats between them, Hyun-myung adds, with it, you can equip higher-tier gear to compensate for your lacking combat stats. Hyun-myung delivers the final blow to Hudson's composure. As for the reason a merchant who only runs a casino wants to enter the city council, it's in order to be acknowledged by the family of your fiancé, Serengeti, isn't it? Hudson's face contorts with shock and rage. A close-up on Hyun-myung's eye shows him calmly observing Hudson's reaction, his plan unfolding perfectly. Hyun-myung's thoughts drift into a flashback, introducing Serengeti, the only daughter of Marquis Weiser from the Balrin Kingdom. She is a beautiful woman with a warm smile and light-colored hair. His memory continues, recalling her title as the Pure White Knight. She led 500 knights and accompanied him during the Demon World Great Expedition. He remembers her ultimate sacrifice. She gave up both of her legs to the Demon King to save his life. To him, she was his right hand. Hyun-myung reflects on his past perspective, seeing himself as a gamer in a dark room. Back then, he saw her actions as just a dramatic event, because Panginia was merely a game to him. But his perspective shifted after the death of the powerful warrior Wilhelm, an awakening in this new reality. As he soaked in a tub, seemingly after being transported to this world, he began to realize that the NPCs of the game might actually be real players. With this new understanding, Serengeti's last words came back to him. He remembers her holding a locket with Hudson's picture, asking him, "If I don't return from the expedition, please deliver this for me, Captain." After her death in the game, he had obtained Serengeti's necklace. Confused, he wondered what it was. The item description revealed it was a precious necklace holding a photo of Serengeti and her fiancé, Hudson. He had questioned it at the time. Was this part of her original setting? Based on everything I knew about Serengeti's character, she had no fiancé. The memory of her glitches, highlighting the fact that her relationship with Hudson was not part of the original game's story. Hyun-myung realized that someone had influenced the preset character parameters. The reason Hudson was in her locket was because. Returning to the present, Hyun-myung reveals the shocking truth. Hudson is a player just like me, someone who assimilated into this world. Hudson is completely floored, thinking, I never told anyone about this. He asks out loud, how did you know? Hyun-myung internally strategizes. He surmises that Hudson arrived in this world long before he did, and that he must extract as much information as possible from him about the world and other players. Hyun-myung holds up a finger, beginning his cryptic explanation. I didn't know, I heard it. He delivers the mysterious line, the stars told me. Sir Hudson leaps from his seat in shock, exclaiming, what do you mean? Are you saying you're a star bearer? Hyun-myung remains calm and makes his offer. I'm not asking you to believe me, but I can give you what you want. I don't need your money, just accept one simple condition. Hudson is wary. Condition. Hyun-myung explains his unusual request. Tell the stars the story of your life. I will decide whether to help after hearing it. From an overhead view, Hyun-myung gives his final, solemn stipulation. However, all of it must be true. The stars favor the truthful, he warns, setting the stage for Hudson's difficult choice. Hudson clenches his fist, shocked by the audacity of the request. My life story. Hyun-myung knows it's a difficult decision. A star bearer is not a common NPC, and revealing personal information could expose Hudson to the dangerous hunters. Hyun-myung thinks about the hunters, NPCs specializing in hunting players they label as criminals. They execute them upon discovery, and countless players have died at their hands. Their infiltration methods are so varied that extreme caution is the only defense. He reflects that revealing personal information in Pangaea is practically suicide, which is why most players hide their identities. It's why they are so difficult to distinguish, and Hyunmyung has no intention of revealing himself either. Despite the risk, Hyunmyung is certain Hudson will accept the offer. To Hudson, Serengeti is not some random NPC, she is much more than that. Hudson is shown gazing at the locket containing her picture. A close-up shows the warm, smiling face of Serengeti inside the golden locket. With a look of resignation and determination, Hudson agrees. Very well, I will share the story of my life. Hudson stands up to begin his tale. To do that, I must begin with Serengeti. Most things I want to achieve are tied to her. He starts, Serengeti was a brave knight who participated in the Demon World Great Expedition, led by the 8 heroes. This revelation catches Hyunmyung completely off guard, making him jolt in surprise. Hyunmyung interrupts, confused. 8 heroes? What are you talking about? Wilhelm led the expedition, didn't he? Hudson clarifies. Pardon, Wilhelm is the most famous, yes. But the Demon World Great Expedition was conducted by all 8 heroes together. Hyunmyung is stunned by this new information, which contradicts the history he knows. The idea of infighting among the heroes flashes through his mind as nonsensical. Hudson continues, sensing Hyunmyung's ignorance. Do you even know who the 8 heroes are? Of course, they are all extremely legendary figures, and one of them is the strongest after Wilhelm, Gracia. The scene abruptly shifts to a modern office, where a handsome man with blonde hair, Gracia, sits looking at his phone. Gracia is reading a breaking news report by reporter Kim Hana. The headline is "The Man Who Wrote a Monster." Who is he? The article details how an unidentified man riding a giant mantis appeared in Seoul and stopped the monster's rampage. An assistant informs Gracia, I've scheduled the interview with Kim Hana, the Korean reporter you mentioned. He simply replies, thank you. The assistant questions his decision. I must apologize, but do you really need to go to Korea yourself? We could bring the reporter here. The government wants you to remain in the U.S. in case of further monster attacks. Gracia is resolute. No, I must see for myself. He looks at the picture of the man on the monster. Because I have a feeling this man might be the friend I've been searching for. The chapter concludes with a final shot of Park Hyunmyung, listening intently to Hudson's story, completely unaware of the powerful figure in the real world who is now searching for him. Park Hyunmyung recalls what he had learned. Serengeti was a brave knight who participated in the Demon World Great Expedition led by the 8 heroes. The man he was talking to, Sir Hudson, questions him. 8 heroes? What are you talking about? Wilhelm led the expedition, didn't he? Park Hyunmyung looks on, confused. Pardon? Sir Hudson clarifies. Wilhelm is the most famous, yes. But the Demon World Great Expedition was conducted by all 8 heroes together. Sir Hudson continues, revealing that there was infighting amongst them which led to the expedition's failure. The revelation shocks Park Hyunmyung, who thinks to himself, infighting? What nonsense is that? The scene transitions back to the present day, showing a bright, modern city street. In a restaurant, Park Hyunmyung stares blankly at his steak, looking exhausted and troubled. A woman named Kim Hana, who is dining with him, asks with concern, does the meat not suit your taste? Hyunmyung replies, no, it's not that. Something happened yesterday, so I'm just tired. Hyunmyung thinks back to his conversation with Sir Hudson. I told him to talk about his life a bit, and he actually stayed up all night crying and rambling. Still, thanks to that, I did get information about those guys called the 8 heroes. He realizes with a sigh. But in the end, I stayed up all night while logged in yesterday, and because of that, I ended up being 10 minutes late for today's appointment. He looks around the fancy establishment and thinks, but isn't this place expensive? I don't know if it's okay for me to eat for free like this. Hana reassures him with a smile. You got rid of my stalker last time. Honestly, even this isn't enough. Hyunmyung dismisses it. It was something I should have done. But Hana insists, no, it's something only someone truly brave could do. Hyunmyung is suddenly taken aback by something he sees. Hana, noticing his reaction, asks, what is it? He points out, that woman in the back. Isn't she the person who was with you back then? She keeps glancing over here. The camera focuses on the couple in the background. The man with blue hair smirks and thinks to himself, what a coincidence. The man's thoughts continue as he recognizes Hyunmyung. And the guy she's with looks like the man who was on Kim Seoyin's social media. He thinks condescendingly towards the woman he's with, Seoyin. Seoyin, does your new boyfriend know you're meeting me right now? If you're going to flirt with multiple men, you should have deleted your SNS pictures too, not just your profile photo. Seoyin looks flustered, her face breaking into a nervous sweat as she tries to recall Hyunmyung's name. Was his name Young Jinwoo or something? She thinks. Back at their table, Hana notices Hyunmyung's discomfort and whispers, if it's making you uncomfortable, should we move to another table? Hyunmyung doesn't answer. As he takes a bite of his food, Hyunmyung calmly says the name out loud, Park Hyunmyung. Suddenly, the blue-haired man, Young Jinwoo, appears behind their table, looking furious. He confronts Hyunmyung directly. Don't tell me you followed Seoyin all the way here. Jinwoo glares at Hyunmyung with contempt and accuses him. Not only did you keep pestering her after you broke up, now you're even stalking her. You shameless bastard. Hyunmyung looks up calmly and questions the accusation. Stalking her? Me? Jinwoo points down at him from above, shouting, Yeah, you. Jinwoo continues his tirade. And I heard last time you were clinging to Seoyin crying and begging, and dragged her out to a cafe. A flashback image shows Seoyin looking distressed. Hyunmyung, however, is completely bewildered by this story. A glint appears in Hyunmyung's eye as he starts to understand the situation. Across the restaurant, Seoyin smirks with her arms crossed, thinking to herself, Now I get it. Jinwoo leans in close, threatening Hyunmyung with a menacing glare. If you follow Seoyin one more time, I'll kill you. Got it? He snarls, adding, You worthless piece of trash. Unable to tolerate the insults any longer, Hana slams her hands on the table and stands up. Excuse me, she begins. I've stayed quiet, but the more I listen, the more ridiculous this gets. Why are you saying whatever you want? Unfazed, Jinwoo turns his sneer towards her. What is this? You've even got a woman with you? Is this some rent-a-girlfriend thing? Hana is left speechless, utterly shocked by his crude accusation. Jinwoo presses his attack, asking disdainfully, How much are you getting paid? Judging by your looks, maybe 500,000 won? I'll pay you double, so learn when not to butt in. Standing her ground, Hana retorts, I made a reservation at this restaurant myself, and I'm treating him because he helped me. Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you can say anything you want. But Jinwoo is relentless, throwing a wad of cash at her. What, is money not enough? 1 million won or 2 million won? He looks down on her with a sneer. Now, can you filthy trash move somewhere else? Fed up, Hana slaps Jinwoo hard across the face, sending the bills scattering through the air. With a furious expression, she yells, Crazy bastard. Stunned and enraged, Jinwoo glares at her. You hit me first, he seethes. He raises his hand to strike her back, shouting, Grit your teeth. Hana's eyes widen in shock and fear. A close-up shows Hana's terrified eye as the blow comes towards her, but the hit never lands. Hyunmyung, still seated, has shot his arm out and caught Jinwoo's wrist mid-swing. Seoyin looks on in surprise. Holding Jinwoo's arm firmly, Hyunmyung looks up and says calmly, That's enough. You don't exactly look innocent either. Infuriated at being stopped, Jinwoo snarls, You little. Hyunmyung effortlessly tightens his grip, causing Jinwoo to flinch in pain. With a swift motion, Hyunmyung slams Jinwoo's head down onto the table. I said stop it, he states firmly. Jinwoo can only let out a pained gook. Pinned and overpowered, Jinwoo is in disbelief. What's happening? Why is this guy so strong? He thinks, feeling the immense pressure from Hyunmyung's hand. Is this grip strength even human? Watching from the side, Seoyin is flushed with anger and embarrassment. She yells, You're embarrassing, Jinwoo. What are you doing? Get up now. Hyunmyung calmly leans over the struggling Jinwoo. How about we go outside and finish talking? He suggests. Jinwoo grunts, you. Hyunmyung continues. You started the fight first. Why make this exhausting for everyone? Jinwoo, humiliated, thinks to himself, A worthless piece of trash is embarrassing me in front of Seoyin. Enraged, Jinwoo reaches into his pocket, a new resolve in his eyes. You messed with the wrong person, he thinks. He crushes a glowing yellow crystal in his hand, shattering it instantly. A brilliant flash of light erupts from Jinwoo, forcing Hyunmyung to shield his eyes and recoiling back. Hyunmyung looks on in surprise as the light engulfs his vision. Light. The other patrons in the restaurant are shocked by the sudden phenomenon. What is that? One exclaims. No way, says another, pulling out his phone. As the light fades, Jinwoo is revealed in a full set of armor, armed with a spear. He launches a kick at Hyunmyung. Onlookers shout in amazement. He's a Dimension warrior? Transformation, for real. Now empowered, Jinwoo glares down at Hyunmyung and dares him. Try running your mouth again. He lunges forward, bringing his spear down in a powerful strike aimed at the unprepared Hyunmyung. The attack lands, creating a shockwave that throws Hyunmyung onto the floor. Hana cries out his name in alarm, Hyunmyung. Lying on the ground, Hyunmyung thinks to himself, to think he was a player, but he gets up seemingly unharmed, wondering, how am I acting like nothing happened? Hana rushes to his side, shouting his name. He continues his thought, confused. I definitely saw him transform, so how can I act like it's nothing? Did he put me down gently? A blue notification window appears before Hyunmyung. Hidden trait, Great Sage, is activated. Across the room, Jinwoo clenches his armored fist in anger. I let my guard down for a second and you dare make a fool out of me. The Great Sage trait reveals his opponent's status. Young Jinwoo, LV. 4, Class Spearman. Hyunmyung is shocked by this information. He even got a class and is level 4. The scene then transitions to an explanation of Panginia's level system. The narration explains that in Panginia, the experience required to level up increases significantly within the level 1 to 10 range, as illustrated by a bar graph. Furthermore, the amount of experience needed also depends on the number of talents a player has. An example character, Randolph, is shown with a long list of talents. The more talents you have, the stronger you become, but the slower you level up. A comparison shows that Hyunmyung's experience bar is long, indicating many talents, while Jinwoo's is short. And of course, young Jinwoo. belongs to the group with fewer talents. The explanation concludes, even so, the reason Young Jinwoo's level is low is simple. He has never fought even once. A flashback reveals the truth about Jinwoo. As a beginner gamer, he had been running away non-stop since he was first synchronized with Pangenia. Through sheer luck, he survived the main quest and, by a greater stroke of fortune, obtained the Spearman class, which was considered quite high tier. As a reward for ranking high, he was able to log out. After that, he never returned to Pangenia again. Back in the present, Hyunmyung understands this all intuitively. I can tell without even seeing it. Not everyone would have started like me with the heart of the iron-blooded monarch. It wouldn't have been easy to adapt. Seoyin tugs at Jinwoo's arm, urging him to leave. Jinwoo, that's enough, let's go now, people are starving. Annoyed, Jinwoo agrees. Yeah, my mood's ruined, let's go. As he walks away, Jinwoo throws a final threat at Hyunmyung. You, Park Hyunmyung or whatever, consider yourself lucky you lived because of Seoyin. Don't cling to Seoyin ever again. Got it. Lying on the floor, Hyunmyung smirks. He thinks, he's showing everyone that he's a player and he's even wasting the remaining time on the golden scale like it's nothing. He won't live long. Hana rushes over to help him up. Hyunmyung, are you okay? As Jinwoo and Seoyin leave, Hyunmyung sits up and reassures her. Yeah, I'm fine. Hana, still furious, insists, we should report those people to the police right now. But Hyunmyung calmly stops her. No, let's just let it go. We threw the first punch too. Hana is shocked. What? But Hyunmyung tries to brush it off. It's not a big deal, so let's just finish eating. But he's suddenly interrupted by a strange feeling, his eyes widening in alarm. The entire restaurant begins to shake violently, sending people and furniture tumbling. A patron shouts in terror, an earthquake. Hyunmyung and Hana hold on as the shaking continues. He recognizes the sensation with dread, thinking, this feeling? No way. The large glass windows of the restaurant begin to crack under the intense vibrations. With a deafening crash, the windows shatter and giant, horrifying worm-like creatures burst into the restaurant. Hyunmyung realizes what's happening. Did the corrosion start again? Hana screams. Monsters. Hana starts to panic. We have to run. But Hyunmyung quickly covers her mouth, urging her, SHH, wait a second. Hana looks at him, bewildered. Chaos erupts as the restaurant patrons scream and run for their lives, dodging the invading monsters. From their spot, Hyunmyung and Hana observe the worms crawling all over the restaurant. He notices something strange. They're not attacking people. Hyunmyung calmly explains to the startled Hana, should I say it's lucky that a cheed worm showed up? At most, they're the kind that just scavenges nearby corpses. If we don't attack first, that usually doesn't appear. However, his explanation is cut short as he spots Jinwoo, still in his player armor, standing protectively in front of Seoyin amongst the worms. Seoyin clings to Jinwoo, screaming in terror, Jinwoo, do something. As one of the worms lunges at them, she lets out a horrified shriek. AHH, panicked and ignoring Hyunmyung's warning. Jinwoo unleashes a powerful, glowing spear attack on the advancing worm. Hyunmyung watches in fury and disbelief. That idiot, he shouts, knowing what's coming next. Don't attack. With a powerful downward thrust, Jinwoo skewers the cheed worm, killing it instantly in a gory explosion of blood and viscera. Jinwoo looks at the result of his attack, surprised by his own strength. In one hit. A smirk spreads across his face as a new, dangerous confidence builds within him. I might be stronger than I thought. Feeling invincible, he raises his spear and roars at the remaining monsters. You monster bastards, I'll kill you all. The terrified patrons see Jinwoo's display of power and find a glimmer of hope. As expected of a Dimension warrior, one person exclaims, while another directs the fleeing crowd. Everyone run that way. Jinwoo's face twists into a maniacal grin. Was I scared for nothing this whole time? He thinks, laughing at the seemingly weak monsters. They're not that big of a deal, are they? Seeing the situation escalate, Hyunmyung turns to Hana with grave seriousness. Hana, get as far away as you can. Confused, she asks, Hyunmyung begins to clarify, far from where that idiot is. But he is cut off as a sinister, dark red energy begins to fill the room. He finishes his warning, as far as you can, as a thick, crimson fog rapidly descends, engulfing the restaurant and causing widespread panic. Fog, I can't see in front of me, someone cries out. Caught completely off guard, Jinwoo looks around frantically. Where did this fog come from all of a sudden? Damn it, my vision's blocked. I can't see anything. Suddenly, a shadowy clawed hand emerges from the dense red mist, reaching forward. The hand clamps over Jinwoo's mouth and nose, silencing him. All he can manage is a muffled, surprised In the darkness of the fog, a single, terrifying red eye with a slit pupil glares menacingly just behind Jinwoo. A deep, resonant voice booms through the fog, its first word echoing with terrifying power. WHO. The mysterious entity holds the struggling Jinwoo in its grasp, its voice thundering the dreadful question. Killed MY children. Just as Hyunmyung feared, system windows pop up, confirming the arrival of a new, far deadlier threat. An elite monster, Cheed Mamba, has appeared. Another window displays the grim reality. Recommended raid party size LV, 6, 20 people. Continuing from the last chapter, Park Hyun-myung suddenly finds himself in a strange, dark space, his eyes being covered by an unknown entity as he lets out a confused, huh. From the darkness, a single glowing red eye filled with malice stares intently at Hyun-myung. A voice booms out from the void, questioning, "Who killed my children?" revealing a deep-seated desire for revenge. The full form of the creature is revealed, a menacing humanoid figure wreathed in a blood-red aura. A system window appears, identifying it as an elite monster, Cheed Mamba. Another system message pops up, stating the recommended raid party size to take on this level 6 monster is 20 people, highlighting the immense danger Hyun-myung is in. A sinister, shadowy figure whispers a single command into Cheed Mamba's ear. Kill. The command echoes as the shadowy entity finishes its sentence. All of them. Cheed Mamba stands ready to carry out the order, surrounded by a swirling dark energy. Suddenly, a nearby civilian begins to choke, falling to his knees as he questions what is happening. The man struggles, realizing he can't see anything because of a thick, unnatural fog that has enveloped the area. Cheed Mamba materializes a glowing blue sword made of pure energy, looming over the terrified civilian. With glowing red eyes full of killing intent, Cheed Mamba utters a single chilling word. Die. A system window clarifies the situation. The fog is a hallucination, a status ailment activated by the effect of Cheed Worm's blood. The civilian screams in terror as he is viciously attacked, unable to comprehend what is happening to him. Blood splatters violently against the white background, signaling a brutal end. The man is torn to shreds, his horrified face visible for a split second amidst the carnage, as Cheed Mamba cuts him down without mercy. Cheed Mamba, its face splattered with blood, lets out a low, guttural sound, seemingly lost in the act of killing. Watching the slaughter, Hyun-myung steps forward, crushing a smaller Cheed monster underfoot. He says, "I didn't want to step in if I could help it, but you shouldn't have crossed the line." Hyun-myung summons his own powerful sword from a dark portal, declaring, "Come out." A massive Cheed worm lunges forward, its cavernous mouth wide open as it moves to swallow Hyun-myung whole. The worm succeeds, gulping Hyun-myung down into its gullet with a series of sickening sounds. The Cheed worm lets out a triumphant maniacal laugh, believing it has devoured its prey, and remarks, "Not bad." Suddenly, a new, more powerful monster appears, identified by the system as Red Monster Cheed Mamba. It spots Hyun-myung and sneers. "There's a human here who looks delicious." Despite being in a perilous situation, Hyun-myung remains calm and resolute, his expression one of grim determination. Elsewhere in the disorienting red fog, Kim Hana frantically looks around for her companion, calling out, "Hyun-myung! Where are you, Hyun-myung?" Her expression is filled with terror as she continues to call his name, her voice trembling, lost and alone in the dangerous mist. Kim Hana stands alone amidst the swirling red fog, her voice trembling as she calls out his name one more time. Hyun-myung. Suddenly, a massive explosion of light and energy tears through the battlefield. Hyun-myung bursts forth, now clad in his distinctive red and black combat armor, ready for battle. He reflects internally. Thanks to the Cheed Mamba's fog blocking their vision, I got lucky and managed to transform. But just because I transformed doesn't mean it's an opponent I can easily handle. His eyes narrow with focus as he continues his thought, acknowledging the extreme danger he's in. If I didn't know its attack patterns, I'd have become minced meat a long time ago. He concludes, picturing the grotesque form of the Cheed Mamba. The Cheed Mamba roars in frustration. "Strange, your physical abilities clearly aren't that outstanding. How are you dodging all of my attacks?" As Hyun-myung expertly weaves through another attack, the monster grows more agitated, thinking, "You're moving like you know my attacks in advance." Hyun-myung grits his teeth, his expression a mask of pure concentration as he narrowly avoids the monster's strike. The Cheed Mamba scoffs, believing the chase to be pointless. "It's useless," it declares. It launches a barrage of shadowy tendrils, attempting to overwhelm Hyun-myung with a multi-pronged assault. Using his precognitive knowledge, Hyun-myung thinks to himself, the next dodge pattern of the Cheed Mamba is. His eye glows with insight as he perfectly anticipates the monster's incoming attack pattern. The monster unleashes one of its special moves, an explosive attack called Blood Spatter. Hyun-myung skillfully dodges the blast of blood, knowing full well that, if that touches you, you'll be inflicted with a status ailment. The monster follows up with another attack, a swarm of sharp projectiles. Despite his predictions, the sheer force of an attack sends Hyun-myung flying, forcing a pained "erg" from his lips as he's thrown into the air. He struggles to catch his breath, panting heavily from the exertion and the damage he just sustained. The Cheed Mamba stands over him, shocked, thinking, "To think you dodge even that." It continues, impressed against its will. "Incredible, you have an astonishing evading ability. However, at the end of the day, if your attacks can't reach me, what does any of that matter?" The Cheed Mamba sneers, confident in its victory. Catching his breath, Hyun-myung sweats but calmly replies, "Don't worry." He confidently promises, "I'll be driving it through the middle of your forehead soon." As he begins to activate a glowing blue item in his hand, a system window identifying it as the Fairy Queen's Tear Talisman. System windows pop up, first attempting to equip Hermes' shoes, but failing due to low stats. Immediately after, another message states that, with the Fairy Queen's tier, the equipment requirement for Hermes' shoes have been greatly reduced. He then equips 2 more pieces of gear, Michaela's armor and Michaela's helmet. A system window announces that because they are a set, the special Celestial Dragonborn option has been unlocked. System messages confirm the successful equipping of both Michaela's armor and Michaela's helmet. Now fully geared up, a new system notification appears. You can use Michaela's set option, Celestial Dragonborn. You can use the Swiftness option of Hermes' shoes. Hyunmyung thinks to himself, good thing I bought it in advance at the secret auction house. He then adds a silent apology and, sorry Hudson, I was going to avoid using the Fairy Queen's tier unless I absolutely had to. A detailed stat window for the epic grade Hermes shoes appears, explaining their lore equipment requirements, the effect of the talisman, and the swiftness ability they grant. Hyunmyung reaffirms his promise, thinking, still, I'll keep my promise no matter what, as he activates the swiftness option and shoots forward in a burst of golden light. The Cheed Mamba lashes out, but Hyunmyung is already a blur, moving too fast for the monster's eyes to track. Through the visor of his helmet, Hyunmyung's eye is a picture of intense focus. As he navigates the battlefield at super speed, he lands with enough force to crack the very ground beneath his feet, before launching himself forward again. Now moving like a comet, he blitzes across the landscape, becoming a streak of red and gold light. Empowered by his newfound speed, Hyunmyung spins through the air, unleashing a whirlwind of slashes. His movements are so fast that they appear as a series of afterimages, his sword trailing arcs of light. The Cheed Mamba is stunned as Hyunmyung suddenly appears directly in front of it, closing the distance in an instant. Enraged by this sudden turn of events, the monster lets out a furious roar. You bastard! Spikes burst from the Cheed Mamba's back as it prepares to retaliate against the speedy intruder. Hyunmyung expertly deflects the volley of spikes with his sword, his armor glinting with each parry. The camera zooms in on his helmet, emphasizing the skill and precision required to block such a rapid attack. His focus doesn't waver for a second, his eyes sharp and determined as he continues his assault. The Cheed Mamba brings its massive body down, attempting to slam Hyunmyung into the ground. With a loud crash, Hyunmyung is driven down, but he manages to hold his ground, blocking the immense force. He grits his teeth and lets out an annoyed, as he struggles under the monster's weight. With a powerful surge, he pushes back, his sword glowing as he repels the monster's crushing attack. At that moment, a system window appears announcing, activating Michaela's set option. The effect is revealed to be Celestial Dragonborn, as massive ethereal dragon wings burst from Hyunmyung's back, swirling with dark energy. The Cheed Mamba recoils in shock, growling, so you still had tricks left, as blood drips from its maw. Utterly infuriated, the monster lunges forward to swallow him whole, screaming, you rat-like bastard. As the monster lunges, Hyunmyung's eyes narrow in recognition. He knows exactly what this is, Cheed Mamba's final attack pattern. Bracing himself against the overwhelming onslaught of dark energy, he thinks, if I can endure just this. The Cheed Mamba, confident in its ultimate move, roars, there's no way you can dodge this, as it engulfs the area in a storm of attacks. The attack coalesces into a massive, swirling crimson vortex as the monster screams, die, you rat. The screen is filled with the chaotic, destructive energy of the monster's final, desperate attack. But at that exact moment, 2 system windows appear. The first reads, Celestial Dragonborn synergy effect with swiftness has been activated. The second follows, a gale has been triggered. The Cheed Mamba's eyes widen in absolute shock as the gale produced by Hyunmyung's wings begins to blow away its signature attack. You're using wind to blow away my poisonous fog. Panting heavily as the fog clears, Hyunmyung explains his strategy aloud. Cheed Mamba has 4 skill patterns, dodge, blood spatter, needles, and poisonous fog. After it uses all patterns, Cheed Mamba falls into confusion. The screen emphasizes that this window of opportunity lasts for a very brief moment. His explanation concludes over an image of the now stunned monster. A confused Cheed Mamba becomes unable to act, but once the confusion wears off, the next cycle begins again with enhanced skill patterns. His eyes gleam with deadly intent as he prepares to make good on his promise, aiming directly for the monster's head. Seizing the brief moment of weakness, Hyunmyung raises his blood-soaked sword and reminds the frozen monster, I told you earlier. With a final, powerful thrust, Hyunmyung drives his sword deep into the skull of the Cheed Mamba, a shower of blood marking the decisive blow. He finishes his sentence with grim satisfaction. I said I'd be driving my sword through the middle of your forehead soon. A series of system messages appear. You have ELI-ATED the elite monster, CHEED Mamba, contribution 100%. Another message follows. Absorbing the broken golden scale fragment, 10 MINUTES. A timer is also displayed. Remaining time for the broken golden scale fragment is 47 HOURS 56 MINUTES 39 seconds. As the red, chaotic energy from the battle dissipates, a person caught in the attack expresses their confusion. Elsewhere, someone notices, the fog is disappearing. A new system message pops up with an update on the world's status and a reward. The darkness RECEDES for a moment, 9.1% until the collapse of PANGANIA. You have obtained lucky dice. Amidst the aftermath, Kim Hana looks around, bewildered by the sudden calm. She thinks to herself, what's this? Is it finally over? What on earth just happened? Kim Hana's attention is caught by a lone figure standing amidst the lingering energy of the battle. A man in a white hood and red armor. She lets out a sound of surprise. A close-up shows the face of the mysterious man in the white hood, his expression unreadable. A memory flashes in Kim Hana's mind of being saved by this same man previously. She recognizes him, thinking, that man from back then. Kim Hana rushes towards the man, calling out to him desperately. Excuse me, why you're the one who saved me last time, right? Do you remember me? The man looks down, thinking to himself, Hana, you're safe. At the same time, a system notification appears. The effect of the invisibility cloak has been activated. As the man begins to fade away into thin air, Kim Hana reaches out her hand, pleading, please talk to me for a moment. Kim Hana can only watch in stunned silence as the man completely vanishes before her eyes. She is left standing alone in the desolate area, the dark energy slowly swirling around her. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps breaks the silence as someone walks toward her. A familiar voice calls her name, Hana. She turns around, surprised. It's Hyunmyung. He smiles, relieved. Hyunmyung, she exclaims. He tells her, I finally found you after I got separated from you in all that chaos. Hyunmyung looks at Kim Hana with concern, asking, are you hurt anywhere? She shakes her head, replying, no, I'm fine. A close-up shows the relief in Kim Hana's eye as she looks at Hyunmyung. Hyunmyung sighs in relief. I'm relieved you're safe. I never thought we'd get caught up in something like this. I guess today just wasn't our day. Unbeknownst to him, there is blood on his hand. Kim Hana notices the blood on his hand and points it out with a worried expression. Hyunmyung, are you hurt? He looks at his hand, surprised. Hyunmyung quickly tries to brush it off. I think some monster blood splashed on me somehow. Don't worry about it. Internally, he curses, shit, I didn't even notice the blood that got on my nails. Kim Hana isn't convinced. She eyes him suspiciously and points out, your clothes are perfectly fine, but only your nails got splattered with blood. That's unusual. Her suspicion deepens as she recalls his earlier behavior. Hyunmyung, when the monsters first appeared, you were incredibly calm too. Could it be that you knew what that was? Hyunmyung turns away slightly, remaining silent for a few moments, which only heightens Kim Hana's suspicion. He tries to deflect her suspicion with a nervous laugh, saying, was I calm? Everything was so hectic, I think I just said whatever was on my mind. But Hana isn't buying it, thinking to herself, what? Liar, you were totally composed, you know? He insists a little too quickly. No way, I'm actually really scared. Hana's eyes widen, her mind racing as his poor excuses fail to add up. Against a dark, ominous background, a single, firm thought solidifies her doubt. He's suspicious. Kim Hana continues to piece things together in her mind, acting like it's nothing, and showing up right after the man who saved me disappeared. Her suspicion reaches its peak as she connects the dots. Could it be that he is? The scene changes to a bright, clear sky, indicating a time skip. A caption reads, the next day. The narration sets the scene, showing a closed-down storefront. Not many days after the first Dimension War occurred, another Dimension War, HAPPNED again. A temporary closed sign hangs on a glass door. The text explains, some Dimension Warrior members warned that these attacks would continue in the future, and EXPRESSED, the opinion that an extended ongoing cooperation with the government would be necessary. An overhead view shows a completely deserted city street. As countless CITIZENS stayed indoors out of anxiety, the streets became truly empty. A news broadcast reports on the public's reaction. In response, some CITIZENS voiced dissatisfaction, saying that the government's complacent response claiming, there won't be a tragedy like the last again, and the government's artificial DOWNPLAYING of the scale of damage, may have led to a large number of secondary VICTIMS from the Second Dimension War incident. The scene shifts to a meeting room where several men are seated around a large table, listening to a man at the head of the table. One of the men, who has a buzz cut, comments with disdain, they were so carefree during the first invasion, and now they're making a huge fuss. Seriously. Another man with dark, spiky hair offers a different perspective. Back then, people who weren't directly affected probably couldn't really feel it. A monster attack is something that's totally out of common sense. As a woman with reddish-purple hair scrolls on her phone, a man beside her elaborates. Because it was something beyond common sense, nobody knew how to respond. So the government probably tried to maintain a normal state at first. A close-up on one of the members' faces as he continues the thought. But with this incident, everyone must have realized it, that an invasion can happen again and again, And right now, the leader of the group, a man with his hair tied back, makes a powerful declaration. This is the perfect timing for us to declare the launch of our alliance. A system window identifies him. Player Alliance Hero, Alliance Leader, Park TAWOO. The woman with reddish hair adds, the other alliances are probably thinking the same thing, so we need to hurry and recruit talent. The man next to her responds, we're already checking the footage you mentioned earlier. The dialogue continues over an image of a blood-soaked sword. It's a CCTV footage, so it's hard to see clearly, but if he really killed the Cheed Mamba alone, this man might be Randolph, the one who took the first place in the new main quest. A member of the Alliance raises a logical issue. But didn't they say that Randolph just cleared main quest 2? Then he'd only be at most level 4 or 5. So how did he equip Hermes' shoe? Park Tiwoo offers a theory. It's highly possible he used some kind of talisman. He then concludes decisively, details aside, it's certain he's someone we need. Another member brings up a tantalizing possibility. And after Phantom disappeared, this man appeared. We can't be sure, but it's possible that Randolph is Phantom. Park Tiwoo states his resolve with a determined look. We can't trust the other player alliances. No matter what happens, we have to bring him over. The camera zooms in on Park Tiwoo's intense eyes as he reveals the grave reason for their urgency. To stop the coming rift. The scene changes. Hudson looks up in utter disbelief. So, are you saying? The view pulls back to show Hudson on his knees in front of Hyunmyeong, who is seated casually on a sofa. Isabella stands nearby. Hudson yells in accusation, that you used the Fairy Queen's tear. Hyunmyeong simply replies, yes. Hudson explodes with rage, grabbing Hyunmyeong. Why would you do that? Weren't you going to give it to me? Hyunmyeong calmly pushes Hudson away with Isabella watching. I said I'd help you. I never said I'd give you the Fairy Queen's tear. Think carefully. Hudson is left speechless, stammering. What? Hyunmyeong explains coldly. You don't need some talisman to achieve your goal. I just got rid of it so you wouldn't cling to pointless hope. In his mind, however, he admits the truth to himself. There's no way I will admit I used it because I needed it to defeat the Cheed Mamba. Hudson, still on the ground, questions him. Then you're saying there's another way? Hyunmyeong looks down at him and notes, you have a face full of distrust, while thinking, I think I might feel hurt. Hudson retorts angrily, how could I trust you right now? Hyunmyeong crosses his arms with a confident smirk. Follow me, he says. I'll give you a reason to trust me. The sound of footsteps echoes as the group walks through a dark, stone passageway. They arrive at their destination. A system window appears, identifying the location. Arcana, the City of Gold underground dungeon sewers. Hyunmyeong, Isabella, and Hudson stand before the gloomy entrance. Hudson looks at Hyunmyeong in disbelief. The place you're taking me to is the sewers? Why would we come to a place like this? Hyunmyeong explains his plan with a slight smile. To wash away your distrust, and also because before we go to that place, that will grant your wish, I wanted to create a waypoint in Arcana. He thinks about a particular item he possesses. The teleport book I got from Drama. It's convenient, but it's annoying that I have to raise the exploration rate every time. A system description of the teleport book, Epic, appears, detailing its ability to teleport to a previously explored location once a day. Below it, Hyunmyeong's thoughts continue. I wanted to explore all of Arcana, but that's impossible with the time we have, so I'll be satisfied with just the sewers dungeon. Hudson panics as they proceed. Wait, we're really going to explore the sewers dungeon with just the 3 of us? It's too dangerous. He shouts the reason for his fear. The boss monster that lives here is a monster rat. It's a dungeon raid boss that needs at least 6 people of level 8 to even attempt it. Hyunmyeong stops, his back to Hudson, completely unfazed by the warning. As a pair of red eyes gleam in the darkness ahead, Hyunmyeong glances back slightly and calmly says, I know. Isabella also seems unconcerned, much to Hudson's surprise. A system message announces the boss's arrival. A dungeon raid monster, Sewer's mutant monster rat, has appeared. The creature emerges from the shadows, a massive, spiky rat with glowing red eyes. The system confirms the danger. Recommended raid party LV, 8, 6 people. A close-up shows the intense, glowing red eye of the Sewer's mutant monster rat, filled with feral hunger. The monster stomps its large, clawed foot onto the stone floor, preparing to charge. A burst of green energy radiates from the monster's foot as it launches its high-speed attack. The corridor is filled with streaks of green light as the monster rat moves with blinding speed. Hudson yells, Whoa! As he and the others are caught in the flurry. Hudson panics, his thoughts racing. The monster rat is a monster that attacks using its speed as a weapon. Normally, the standard method is for 6 people to form a formation and slowly corner it and hunt it down, but we came in with no preparation at all. As the monster continues its high-speed assault, becoming a blur, Hudson despairs. What is he thinking, doing something this reckless? While the monster rampages, Hyunmyeong calmly holds up a small, pointed weapon and calls out to his companion, Isabella. Hyunmyeong gives a simple command, 10 o'clock direction. Isabella instantly reacts, intercepting the speeding monster with a powerful, glowing strike of her own, much to the rat's surprise. The monster lets out a loud SSQUYK. As Isabella's attack connects, her own eyes glowing with focus. Hyun-myung stands perfectly still, surrounded by the red afterimages of the rat's movements. He thinks to himself with confidence, if you know its pattern, it doesn't matter how fast it is. Hyun-myung internally praises his companion, watching her flawless execution. Of course, this is only possible because Isabella's combat proficiency has been raised to a completely different level from ordinary characters. The scene shows a close-up of Isabella's focused expression as she lands another blow. All Hudson can do is watch the perfectly coordinated counterattack, his face a mask of pure shock and disbelief, his previous doubts momentarily forgotten in the face of such overwhelming skill. Hyun-myung turns to the still-stunned Hudson and calls his name, snapping him out of his shock. Looking down at him, Hyun-myung reaffirms his earlier words with unwavering conviction. I will keep my promise to you no matter what. Don't doubt it. A close-up on Hyun-myung's face shows his absolute confidence as he makes his final point. If I say it can be done, then it will be done. Hudson stares up at Hyun-myung, his expression a mixture of awe and bewilderment as he begins to understand the true extent of his new companion's power. The chapter ends, to be continued. A man reports to his superior, Seon Jang, saying, I checked all the nearby CCTV footage too, but there's absolutely no trace. And it looks like everyone who was inside the building at the time says they don't know anything either. Seon Jang, a member of the Player Alliance, scratches his head in frustration. This is like a damn ghost story, he mutters. His subordinate asks, should we go meet Young Jinwoo again? But Seon Jang quickly dismisses the idea. No, he looked like he'd completely lost it. The scene cuts to Young Jinwoo in a hospital bed, his arms amputated and bandaged. Seon Jang's voiceover continues. He went insane from the shock of having both arms cut off. Going back again would just be a waste of time. Young Jinwoo's eyes are wide with terror, the traumatic memory clearly replaying in his mind as sweat beads on his face. Back on the street, Seon Jang advises his subordinate, don't mess with her for no reason. It'll turn into a huge headache. The subordinate is confused. Does Kim Hana have some kind of backing? Seon Jang reveals. Do you know Gracia is protecting Kim Hana? Yes, and because of that, all the players in Korea are in an uproar, Seon Jang explains. The scene shifts to a man surrounded by flashing cameras as the narration adds, I heard that person is doing a direct one-on-one interview with Kim Hana. The press swarms around the man, cameras flashing relentlessly as he makes his grand entrance. Looking down with a confident gaze, the powerful player introduces himself simply. I'm Gracia. Across from him, a reporter with short brown hair looks on with a determined expression. It's an honor to meet you. I'm reporter Kim Hana from Korea, she says. Watching from afar, the subordinate wonders aloud, did he fall for her at first sight or something? Seon Jang retorts, how would I know, you punk? Anyway, don't go poking a beehive for no reason. Seon Jang reflects on the situation, thinking to himself, with Phantom gone, Gracia is now the undisputed strongest player. Yet that kind of monster came all the way to Korea just to interview with some ordinary reporter. Honestly, I'm curious too. But if Gracia is involved, the right move is to stay as far away as possible. An image of Gracia's overwhelming power fills the screen as Seon Jang's thought concludes. If we so much as rub him the wrong way, the alliance itself could get crushed. The scene changes to a dark, blood-soaked room. A lone, injured player pants heavily, surrounded by bodies. It's already over, he wonders in disbelief. He looks up in terror at his assailant. WH, what the hell are you doing? He stammers. Player PK is supposed to be forbidden in the real world. His attacker remains silent. The player desperately tries to reason, shouting, Forbidden? Who decided that? Gracia said that to prepare for the invasion, so PK between players is forbidden in the real world. As his assailant grabs him, the player screams, if Gracia finds out. The attacker's cold voice cuts him off. That's fine. The attacker ruthlessly finishes him off. Ask him right now to save you, idiot, he says as the player lets out a final scream. Blood splatters across the dark room, marking the end of the massacre. A cloaked figure walks away, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. A system window pops up. Rankings have been updated. You have been registered in the top rankers for obtaining a class. Congratulations, Player Massacre has acquired the rights to the secret auction house. Elsewhere, a man with his hair tied back stares at a glowing interface, coming to a realization. Randolph is definitely that bastard Phantom, he thinks. If it isn't, then there's no way to explain the score he's built up. He continues to strategize. If it's him, he'll challenge the main quest immediately without hesitation. If I wait there, I'll meet phantoms soon enough. His eyes narrow with intense determination, his voice laced with venom. You will die by my hands. The scene shifts to a vast, quiet desert under a bright, sunny sky. But the ground begins to tremble. Suddenly, a huge, clawed foot bursts from the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. A massive three-headed dragon, a hydreigon, bursts from the ground, its red eyes glowing menacingly. As the dust settles, it's revealed that the hydreigon is a mount, carrying the protagonist and his companions high above the desert. The protagonist reflects on his recent good fortune. I got lucky. My original goal was just to go register a waypoint in the sewer's dungeon. The scene flashes back to his party, standing before the corpse of a giant, mutated monster rat in the sewers. From the creature's body, he pulls a large, brilliantly sparkling core. A system window explains the item. It's a mutant monster rat core, a mysterious material that can cause mutations in beasts or be used for special equipment. It also has the hidden trait of strengthening beast-type souls. He thinks to himself, to think I'd get material to evolve the hydreigon. Thanks to this, we'll arrive a bit faster, as his dragon's eye glows with anticipation. Aboard the hydreigon, he turns to his companion. Hudson, did you take care of things at the casino properly? Hudson confirms. Yes, I did. As you instructed, I took care of everything. Hudson sits down, explaining his decision to leave his old life behind. It's true the casino is a shame to give up, but it can't be helped if we have to be away for a long time. If it's for marrying Serengeti, it's not even worth worrying about. With a look of conviction, Hudson adds, besides, there's no way people around here would leave the casino alone if I'm not there. I've decided to trust and follow you, Star Bearer. Hudson reflects on what cemented his decision. And more than anything, while the woman named Isabella who hunted a monster rat alone is impressive, the way she acts is like she can see through everything. He remembers her giving a precise command. Isabella, 10 o'clock. Recalling the Star Bearer's own mysterious power, Hudson thinks, there's no doubt he's an extraordinary man. If I miss this chance, I don't know when I'll ever get an opportunity like this again. The Star Bearer simply scoffs at Hudson's declaration of loyalty. Is that so? While Isabella was dozing off beside him, he thought, he made the right call. Now I can focus entirely on hitting level 10 and advancing on the path of the Star Bearer. But Isabella, despite being fast asleep, muttered, I can hear your true thoughts, you know. Hudson interrupts the moment, asking, so where are we headed now? The Star Bearer replies, didn't I tell you? To which Hudson says, no, I don't recall hearing it. With a smirk, the protagonist says, we're going to the masterpiece that will grant your wish. Hudson can only echo in confusion. The masterpiece. He clarifies in his thoughts, the masterpiece that will fulfill Hudson's request, and the place where Main Quest 3 begins. Aloud, he declares their destination. We're going to the Tower of Spirits. The scene transitions to a lush, ethereal forest, bathed in a magical blue light. The party arrives, taking in the sight of the massive, ancient trees that tower over them. Hudson looks around, underwhelmed. Is it this place? To my eyes, which know nothing, it just looks like an ordinary forest. The protagonist calmly corrects him. It's not an ordinary forest. Hudson replies, pardon. He gazes up at a colossal, shadowy tree. This is the entrance to the Tower of Spirits, the Bassrock Forest, where the spirit tree grows. The narration explains the lore. A spirit tree is a tree where spirits are born. A tree where spirits are born temporarily has the power to open a path to the spirit realm. The protagonist walks towards the spirit tree, his internal monologue explaining the rule of this place. Entering that path at dusk is the only way you can head toward the Tower of Spirits. But as he reaches out and places his hand on the ancient bark, a grim realization dawns on him. However, as his silhouette stands before the cracked and withered trunk, his thoughts are grim. This tree has already been dead for a long time. He looks out at the darkened woods, realizing the scale of the problem. Not just this tree, the entire forest is dying. It's been quite a long time since a new spirit was born in this forest. He draws his sword, its blade glowing with an ethereal light. It's not a good method, but we have no choice. His companions watch from a distance, shocked by his actions. Star Bearer, WH, what are you trying to do? Hudson asks nervously. He grips the hilt of his sword with both hands, preparing to strike. With a determined cry, he swings the massive blade. Both Hudson and Isabella look on with wide-eyed disbelief. His powerful strike slices clean through the ancient, colossal tree trunk. The spirit tree crashes down, its trunk shattering on impact, sending debris flying across the clearing. Hudson stares at the fallen tree in horror. Is it really okay to cut it down like that? The Star Bearer stands silently amidst the wreckage. As a strange light emanates from the sky, Hudson panics. That tree is the entrance to the Tower of Spirits. Suddenly, a streak of light slams into the ground right beside them. An arrow of pure energy comes hurtling towards them from the treetops. In a flash, Isabella shoves Hudson to the ground, intercepting the deadly projectile with her blade just in time. "Whoa!" he yells. She grunts from the force of the impact, her hand bleeding as she successfully deflects the attack. Cug. From the shadows of the forest emerges their attacker, a stern-looking archer with pointed ears. "To think you'd block it," he says, impressed. "You're quite something." The powerful being addresses her directly. "Human woman." A system window identifies him as the Level 9 Master of Bassrock Forest, a High Dryad. As Isabella holds Hudson back, he stares in sheer terror. "En no way, a High Dryad." The High Dryad looks down on them with disdain. "I thought you were merely a wandering traveler who'd gotten lost, so I was going to show mercy and let you pass through the forest." His expression hardens as he gets to the point. "But you dared to cut down the spirit tree. Humans have lost their fear, huh?" He sneers. As dozens of Level 7 Dryad Guardians suddenly appear in the trees, surrounding the party with drawn bows. Isabella and Hudson look up at the sea of enemies. 40, no, at least 50. Isabella's eyes narrow as she assesses their dire situation. "If that many rush us at once, we'd have no chance. In the worst-case scenario, I have to make sure the Star Bearer escapes." But the Star Bearer calmly steps forward, drawing the Guardian's attention. "Don't take your anger out on the wrong person," he calls out. "I'm the one who cut the tree down." He meets the enraged High Dryad's gaze without flinching. "If I hadn't done this, you wouldn't have shown yourselves until the very end, would you?" The Dryad can only reply, "You're insane." Unafraid, the Star Bearer looks up at the Forest Master and says calmly, "Come down. I want to talk with you." The High Dryad rejects the offer without hesitation, his eyes glowing red as he draws his bow, ready to fire. "I refuse." But as he aims, the human's voice cuts through the tension. "Do you plan to just stand by and watch as the forest dies?" The Dryad's fingers halt on the bowstring. His eye widens in shock, caught completely off guard by the question. "What?" The Star Bearer stands his ground, sword in hand, and makes an unbelievable promise. "I'll bring this dying forest back to life." He continues, laying out the grim truth for the forest's guardian. "I don't see a single spirit in this forest that could breathe life into it. If no new spirit is born like this, you know better than anyone that the entire forest will die before long." He then makes his demand. "Open the gate to the Tower of Spirits, then I'll give this forest a spirit." But the High Dryad scoffs at the proposal. "Nonsense. Even if we open the gate, the Tower of Spirits is a place only the chosen can enter." He glares down with contempt, asking, "Are you saying a mere wretch like you can enter the tower?" The narrator explains why this seems impossible. To enter the Tower of Spirits, one needs specific talents and must complete countless quests. Over an image of the magnificent tower, the narration continues. "It requires breaking through atrocious odds, and among all gamers, the number of people who have entered can be counted on one hand. At Randolph's current level, it's an impossible dream. But there's a catch. Of course, that's only if Randolph were an ordinary character." A brilliant green aura explodes from the protagonist as a system window declares, "Hidden trait, Druid's nature affinity has been activated." Ignoring the impossible odds, he issues a command. "Shut up and open the gate. I'll take responsibility for saving this forest, so open the gate already." The leader of the Forest Guardians fixed his gaze on Hyunmyung and asked calmly, "So, are you claiming that you will save this forest?" The remaining High Dryads, losing their patience and not believing a single word, snarled in fury. "Lies! I'll kill you, Spirit Tree! Destroy, I'll kill you." Seeing the Dryad swarm surging forward, Hudson and Isabella brace themselves for the clash. The Dryad Guardians roar, "I'll kill you," while others chime in, "I'll shoot you dead," while the lackeys were still causing a chaotic ruckus, screaming, "I'll kill you, I'll kill you." They were all poised to pounce. Just one word from their leader, and the entire mob would tear Hyunmyung's party of three limb from limb. But just as the tension reached its breaking point, the leader raised his hand, his voice turning cold and sharp, drowning out the noise with a single command. "Stop!" The Dryads are taken aback, their furious charge momentarily halted by his unexpected authority. With a single stride, the leader closed the gap, standing face to face with Hyunmyung. The High Dryad stares him down, speaking with a threatening tone. "You'd better keep that promise." Hyunmyung meets his gaze without flinching. "Don't worry, I always keep my promises," he declares, adding, "I'll bring a spirit back to this forest." The High Dryad turns away, still skeptical. "I don't expect someone like you to actually pull it off," he scoffs. "I just figured it wouldn't be too late to kill you after you fail." Having reached an uneasy truce, The High Dryad leads the way deeper into the woods, simply stating, "Follow me." The sun shines brightly through the canopy of the ancient forest. He leads them to a clearing, where a large pile of stones stands like a makeshift grave. This is all that remains of the forest's last spirit. The High Dryad explains the grim situation. With the forest dying like this, the only way to open the tower's gate is to use the corpse of this stone spirit. He reminds Hyunmyeong of the stakes. Don't forget that if you fail, you'll become nourishment for the forest immediately. Hyunmyeong crosses his arms and asks, "And if I succeed?" The High Dryad's eye narrows as he makes his promise. "Then, I'll give you a reward worthy of it." A system window appears outlining the subquest. Hyunmyeong smirks, thinking to himself, "A battle with the forest, huh? What a grandiose way to put it." A green aura began to emanate from the leader's hand as he declared, "Get ready, for now I shall open the portal." A brilliant burst of light exploded from his hand, consuming the entire area. The entire forest is consumed by a blinding flash. As the light intensifies, the silhouettes of Hyunmyeong and his party can be seen entering the newly formed gateway. The force of the portal's opening is immense, blasting everyone with its radiant energy. A system message confirms his success. A portal leading to the Tower of Spirits has been created. Only those who have been granted permission may enter. Before them lies a swirling vortex of golden light, an entirely new dimension. Stepping through, Hudson and Isabella find themselves in an otherworldly space, surrounded by a sea of cosmic energy. Hudson stammers in awe, this place is." Hudson turns to Hyunmyeong asking, "Star Bearer, does this mean we've entered the Tower of Spirits?" Hyunmyeong clarifies, "No, this is the inside of the portal meant to enter the tower. To enter the tower itself, you have to receive permission here." "Permission from who?" "Ah." Hudson's question is answered before he can even finish it. A small, fiery spirit wearing a golden helmet materializes before them, floating amidst the star-like embers of the portal. "A spirit?" Hudson wondered to himself. "Do we just grab it by the neck and take it with us?" Hyunmyeong calmly replied, "No." Hudson added, "I mean, it looks pretty cute." The little spirit floats closer to Hyunmyeong, seemingly inspecting him. It looks up at him, its simple white eyes blinking in the cosmic void. Suddenly, a voice emanates from the spirit. "I can sense a druid's aura. I grant you permission to climb the tower." A system notification confirms what's happening. Hidden trait Druid's nature affinity has been activated. The spirit then asks, "Are the ones behind you your friends?" Hyunmyeong simply replies, "They are." The spirit presses further, "People you can entrust your back and your life to?" After a brief pause, he responds, "Let's say they are." "Good, then I'll allow them to enter as well," the spirit declares before adding a condition. "However, each of them must face the tower's trial on their own." Instantly, a surge of dark energy erupted from the ground, enveloping all three of them. Isabella muttered, "What is this?" while her companions were caught completely off guard. Feeling himself being pulled away, Hyunmyeong called out to the other two, "I'll be back in a flash." Hudson panicked as his body began to disintegrate into particles of light, screaming, "My body! It's disappearing." The spirit offers some reassuring words as they vanish. Time in reality and time in the tower flow differently, so climb the tower without worry. With its final words of encouragement, the spirit sends them off. "I wish you luck, Druid." Hyunmyeong receives the quest details. Main quest 3 is to climb the tower. The system notes that mysterious towers stand across the world, and completing one is a main quest. It also provides a tip. It's recommended to first climb the Tower of Basics that exists in each city. Hyunmyeong finds himself alone, standing before a massive, ominous door adorned with a skull and wrapped in shadowy tendrils. He looks at the menacing gate, thinking to himself, "It's been a while since I've been in the Tower of Spirits," before his thoughts are cut short. What? Looking up at the terrifying stone face carved into the door, he wonders, what is this trial anyway? His mind races, recalling the rules. To enter the Tower of Spirits, you must pass a trial, which takes on different forms depending on the climber's elemental affinity. He remembers that when he created Isabella, the elemental affinity he chose was wind. Meaning for Isabella, it would be the trial of wind, he thinks. As for Hudson, who has water affinity, it will be the trial of water. He concludes that each trial that forms will be delivered best suited to its climber. But the trial before him is different. "But this is a trial of an element I've never seen before," he muses. Is it because when Randolph was created, he had an affinity for every element? As if in response to his thoughts, the eyes of the stone face on the door crackle and glow with intense power. A disembodied voice booms from the gate, impressed. "Amazing! A being with affinity for all elements, water and fire, light and darkness. You possess elements that can't coexist." The voice continues its assessment. Is it because of the void element, the one that encompasses all things? Though this is far too much to be simply called a void. It's the incarnation of chaos. The gate issues its challenge. Come in, the trial you must pass through is called the trial of chaos. The heavy doors begin to swing open. As he steps across the threshold, the voice offers a final warning. You who have opened a trial that has never once been opened, be careful. If chaos devours you, you'll never be able to return. Hyun-myung walks alone into the vast, empty space beyond the gate. He enters a massive, empty hall echoing with silence. He whispers the name of his challenge to himself. The trial of chaos. His thoughts drift back to his past. For the past 5 years, I played Pangenia without missing a single day. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I'm the gamer who's played Pangenia the longest, and knows more about this world than anyone, he continues, reflecting on the countless skills and mysteries he's encountered. And yet, Pangenia still has endless things I don't know about. A game with insane difficulty that's impossible to clear, yet always igniting an overwhelming urge to challenge it. Pangenia has these unknown regions, places where there is nothing but mystery, he thinks, a determined smile playing on his lips. This is exactly why I can't help but love this game. He grips the hilt of his sword, his resolve hardening. They said the trial of chaos has been opened for the first time, right? Then this time too. I'll be the first to clear it. He draws his blade, ready to face whatever lies ahead, just as a shadowy figure manifests before him. The figure resolves, revealing long white hair. It slowly raises its head, its sharp features becoming clear. It's a man with a regal and powerful presence, his piercing gaze fixed on Hyun-myung. Hyun-myung's eyes widen in disbelief. Wilhelm, he thinks in shock. Why is the character I raised showing up as a trial? Wilhelm immediately lunges, his sword flashing in a deadly arc. Hyun-myung barely manages to bring his own sword up to parry the lightning-fast strike. The force of the blow sends him sliding backward. He grits his teeth, stunned by the sheer power of his own creation. As he regains his footing, his mind reels. Putting aside why Wilhelm has appeared as the trial, don't tell me I'm supposed to fight that guy who used to be rank 1. Wilhelm deflects another blow with ease, sending Hyun-myung stumbling. He struggles to comprehend the challenge. And win. A massive swing from Wilhelm's sword cuts through the air. Hyun-myung ducks just in time, a look of grim realization on his face. He thinks to himself, they are essentially. The shadow of Wilhelm looms over him, sword raised for another strike, his eyes glowing ominously. Not expecting anyone to clear this trial, a powerful impact sends shockwaves through the chamber. Hyun-myung can only marvel at the situation, thinking, Pangenia is such an insane game. A blinding light flashes as Park Hyun-myung equips his new gear. A system window confirms it. You have equipped Michaela's armor, Michaela's helmet, and Hermes' shoes. A sword is stopped just shy of his wrist, drawing blood. Hyun-myung analyzes the attack, thinking, the sword couldn't completely cut through my arm. That means his attack power isn't that far off from my defense. 2 streams of blood spray from behind his back. He sizes up his opponent, musing, he looks like Wilhelm, but are his stats closer to Randolph? From those streams of blood, 2 massive dragon wings take shape, their sheer power blowing away the surrounding earth, stone, and dust. New system notifications pop up. The Michaela's set option, Celestial Dragonborn, has been activated. The Hermes' shoes option, Swiftness, has been activated. Hyun-myung grits his teeth, realizing it's not just a cosmetic copy. If only the appearance copied, he thinks. A third message appears. Gale, the synergy effect from the potential Dragonborn and Swiftness has been activated. With a surge of power, Wilhelm is thrown back, and Hyun-myung feels a wave of confidence. There's no reason for me to be scared, he declares internally. He unleashes a powerful blast of energy. Wilhelm braces himself, his expression hardening as he withstands the attack. His eyes narrow with intense focus. Hyun-myung doesn't let up, leaping into the air for a downward strike. But Wilhelm is faster, dashing forward and shattering the ground with his speed. A direct kick slams heavily into Hyun-myung's face. That vicious counterattack deflects Hyun-myung's strike, causing the sword to miss his face by mere inches and shatter the ground behind him. Having just scored a hit, he throws a contemptuous look at Hyun-myung. His lips curl into a smirk as he taunts in a mocking voice. Did you come to reclaim your past glory? Is that even possible? In the blink of an eye, he lunges forward, driving his blade straight at Hyun-myung's flank. The strike is so blindingly fast and unexpected that Hyun-myung fails to dodge completely. The blade grazes him, leaving a stinging wound as a spray of blood splatters out. An unexpected turn of events leaves him stunned, his face contorting in pure shock. His fist clenches tight, trembling with tension as he channels all of his pent-up rage into it. Enraged, Hyun-myung lands a heavy punch, shouting, What the hell are you saying? He grabs Wilhelm by the hair, his grip tightening. Unleashing a brutal slash, Hyunmyung roars, "You cheap knockoff!" Blood splatters everywhere. And just like that, he tosses Wilhelm's head aside. A look of utter disbelief still lingers on that face after the frantic assault. Hyunmyung stands over his defeated foe, the battle finally over. A system window appears. "You used an HP potion." He pulls out a vial of red liquid. He quickly drinks the potion, and a green aura of healing energy immediately surrounds him. With his wounds now healing, he crushes the empty bottle in his hand. As he catches his breath, Hyunmyung thinks to himself, "Good thing I stocked up on potions with money from the Hudson Casino." But it seems the battle has only just begun. From the shadows, clones of Wilhelm are gradually starting to coalesce. One Wilhelm, two Wilhelms, and then an entire army of clones emerges. Surrounded by the ominous shadows, he lets out a sigh while looking at his potions. "If I hadn't brought these along, I'd be seriously regretting it right now." The scene shifts to a bright, sunny day in the city, focusing on a modern high-rise building. Inside an office, a voice announces, "We'll conclude the interview here." Kim Hana, a girl with short brown hair, is sitting at the conference table with her laptop open. Facing a man on the opposite side, she politely offers a gentle greeting. "It must have been exhausting for you to travel all this way." She looks up at a confident-looking man with blonde hair and a striking coat. "Thank you, Mr. Gracia," she says. Gracia's tone changes. "Not at all," he replies. "Now that the interview is over, I have an off-the-record personal question." Kim Hana looks surprised. "For me?" she asks. Gracia confirms, "Yes, it's a simple question." He pulls up an online article. "That man mentioned in the article you wrote. Who is he?" The headline reads, "Exclusive report, the man who rode atop the monster." The byline is clear, reported by Kim Hana. Gracia's gaze is intense. "Please tell me everything you know about that man," he demands. "I want to know everything you saw that day without missing a single detail." Back in the Tower of Chaos, the floor is littered with the armored bodies and broken swords of defeated foes. Bloodstains and dark residue cover the walls and floor, evidence of a brutal, drawn-out battle. From above, Hyunmyung is a lone figure standing in the center of the carnage, having single-handedly defeated an army. He leans heavily on his sword, completely exhausted from the fight. He wonders to himself, "How much time has passed? I think I've fought at least 100 of them. I'm pretty worn out." Surveying the room, he finds a sliver of hope. The one saving grace is that they're not being summoned anymore, and since I can't see any path upward, this is probably the top floor. He checks his inventory, realizing a critical problem. "I'm out of potions. It'd be nice if a clear message appears now." At that very moment, the pile of defeated corpses suddenly transforms into strange, dark streams of energy that begin to converge at his feet. It erupts from the ground, causing him to jump back in alarm. They manifest into massive, pitch-black figures that blend seamlessly into the darkness. Ghostly figures with glowing red eyes and sinister smiles surround him. One asks, "Chaos didn't work. What are you, human? No, are you a druid?" Another cheerfully exclaims, "I like you, to think you'd make it all the way up here." Hyunmyung recognizes the creatures instantly. "Spirits of chaos," he says, then hopefully asks, "If you've shown yourselves, does that mean I've cleared the Tower of Chaos?" One of the spirits flashes a massive, mocking grin, repeating his word with dripping sarcasm. "Cleared." The spirits of chaos erupt in mocking laughter all around Park Hyunmyung. "How ridiculous," one of them sneers. "You thought someone like you would be able to clear this tower." It continues to insult him as a radiant gate of light appears before Hyunmyung. "The trial of this tower hasn't even begun." Hyunmyung turns to face the light as the spirit explains. "Beyond that barrier is where the real trial starts." A spirit whispers over his shoulder, "You're already in tatters just from getting this far. You think you can clear it." It reveals the supposed truth of the trial. That thing was never meant to be a trial you pass through in the first place. They show him a horrifying vision of an endless army of clones. Beyond it, hundreds, no, thousands of the chaos illusions you've been fighting are waiting for you. The spirit's voice is filled with condescending pity. "Give up. You'll never clear this tower." Suddenly, Hyunmyung starts to move forward, making the spirits stare in wide-eyed shock. Ignoring their taunts, he strides directly towards the light barrier. The spirits panic, shouting, "Hey, where do you think you're going? You idiot, do you want to die?" They change their tune, offering deals. "If you give up here, I'll make you a special offer and form a contract with you." "No, make a contract with me. It'll be like obtaining a star." As he gets closer, their offers become more desperate. "Make a contract with me. I'll tell you the location of a unique piece of equipment in the world. Or how about skills? I'll gift you the highest tier skills of the chaos type." But Hyunmyung is lost in thought, remembering the game's mechanics. The Tower of Spirits sets the clear reward depending on which trial you enter. Clear the trial of fire and you receive the fire spirit's egg. Clear the trial of wind and you receive the wind spirit's egg, he continues to recall. By hatching the egg, you can form a contract with a spirit of that attribute. He thinks about his own situation. The trial I entered was the trial of chaos, the first one ever opened in Pangenia. I thought the clear reward would be a chaos spirit egg. He analyzes the spirit's behavior. Spirit eggs are rare to begin with, and this would be the first ever obtained, so a chaos spirit egg should be a top-tier reward. However, before I even cleared the tower, they are already desperately shouting for me to contract with them first. A sly grin spreads across his face as he comes to a conclusion. If that's the case, then beyond that door, there might be a reward even better than a chaos spirit egg. He doesn't hesitate, walking straight into the light as the spirits wail behind him. You're making a stupid choice. Come back. This is your last chance. As he reaches the threshold, he turns back to the frantic spirits. You clearly said there were tons of the ones I fought on the other side, he says calmly. A spirit responds in disbelief. Yeah, don't tell me you're actually planning to fight thousands of illusions. It'll definitely be hard, especially since I've used up all my potions, Hyun-myung admits. However, thanks to that, I've memorized their patterns to the point I'm sick of them. The spirits are stunned into silence. What? One of them manages to utter. Hyun-myung continues, now I don't need potions or anything like that. With absolute confidence, he declares his plan. I'll just repeat the patterns I've learned thousands of times. If doing only that will let me clear it, there's no reason to refuse. The spirits are speechless, their faces going completely blank at his declaration. One of them breaks the silence, a wide grin spreading across its face. I wasn't expecting you to challenge it for such a ridiculous reason. As Hyun-myung is fully engulfed by the brilliant light, the spirit's final words echo after him with a tone of newfound respect. You're an idiot I actually like. He steps through the barrier and finds himself in a breathtaking, celestial space filled with golden light and swirling stars. Standing in the vast, glittering expanse, Park Hyun-myung looks around in awe. This place is, he wonders aloud. A system message flashes before him, confirming his success. You have ascended to the top of the tower. Main Quest 3 has been completed. Calculating results. A small, fiery wisp of a creature appears. Hyun-myung asks, quest complete. The little fire spirit speaks. So you really did succeed in climbing the tower, Druid. Congratulations. It floats up to him, adding, it seems your companions are still alive. Hyun-myung finally understands the deception. All that talk about the real trial beginning was a lie. The spirit confirms his suspicion. That's right. If you had chosen to contract with the spirits of chaos, you would have been trapped there for the rest of your life. He grips his sword hilt in annoyance. Those bastards are really good at lying, huh? The spirit replies. The spirits of chaos like to lie to begin with. Though you must have received a hint when you crossed the trial, the spirit adds. Hyun-myung has a moment of realization. So that's what it was. Either way, you should collect my clear reward, Hyun-myung says, getting straight to the point. The spirit instructs him, hold out your hand, Druid. As he holds out his hand, a notification appears. You have cleared the Tower of Chaos, distributing the Tower of Chaos clear reward. A vortex of energy swirls above his palm. He watches the energy gather, thinking, if it ends like this with nothing hidden, then the reward is probably a Chaos Spirit Egg. It's a little disappointing, but it's still not a bad reward. The system announces, you have obtained the Chaos Spirit Egg, as a dark orb materializes in his hand. But just as he accepts the reward, his eyes widen in absolute shock. Something is wrong. Dark, shadowy tendrils begin to lash out from the egg in his hand. The darkness parts to reveal a new, glowing system message. Hidden trait heavenly. Suddenly, out of nowhere, brilliant snow-white feathers burst forth, swirling around to embrace and shatter the dark energy of the Chaos Egg. The system message glitches. The words, you have obtained the Chaos Spirit Egg, flickering and breaking apart. It corrects itself, revealing the true, unprecedented reward. You have obtained the Heavenly Spirit Egg. Hyun-myung is left holding a breathtakingly beautiful egg, wreathed in soft white feathers and a gentle, golden light. He can only stare in disbelief. His mind reels as he tries to comprehend the impossible item in his hands. What is this? As the trial concludes, a system notification flashes. You have obtained the Chaos Spirit Egg. But that wasn't all. Another message immediately followed. You have obtained the Heavenly Spirit Egg. Holding the glowing orb in his hands, he stares at the strange, feathered egg, its golden light illuminating his armor. His eyes widen in confusion as he examines the unexpected reward, thinking to himself, what is this? A description window pops up, detailing the Heavenly Spirit Egg. It's an unknown egg from the heavenly realm, said to lie at the end of light, darkness, and chaos. The final line catches his attention. Only Celestials can see and hatch this egg. The implications hit him instantly. He thinks, Celestials refer to the heavenly race that lives in the heavenly realm, and the fact that I found this egg is proof that I'm one. The pieces start to connect in his mind. No way! Is this connected to heavenly, my hidden trait? Maybe heavenly isn't just a name overlap, and this could be a trait related to the heavenly race. He decides to ask his companion spirit, Hey, do you know what this is? The spirit replies, Other than the fact that it isn't an ordinary egg, I don't know. The spirit adds a crucial piece of information. However, even the spirit kings are showing interest in it. Hearing this, he can only mutter, What? Hearing those words, old memories of the game suddenly flood back. The spirit kings are some of the strongest beings in existence. If even such beings are interested, it means that this has tremendous value. Realizing he can't figure it out right now, he decides to put it away. I'm curious what kind of egg it is, but there's no way to find out right now. A notification confirms the heavenly spirit egg has been stored in his inventory. I'll have to hatch it later and find out. With that settled, the main quest completion window appears. He has succeeded in becoming the first to conquer the Tower of Chaos, an unprecedented achievement. With a total score of 240 points, the main quest's Hall of Fame will be updated. Suddenly, a flurry of new messages floods his screen. Beginner's luck. The constellation of fortune is amazed by your results. The rewards are upgraded. And another. Excited by you being full of adventure, the constellation of adventure licks their lips with their tongue. The rewards are upgraded. The praise continues to roll in. A constellation praises you for defeating the battle against yourself. The rewards are upgraded. He looks up, a bit bewildered by the sudden attention from these powerful beings. Even more notifications appear. A cursed constellation expresses interest in you, the owner of the heavenly spirit egg. The rewards are upgraded. And the constellation that guides black light remembers your name. The rewards are upgraded. A slow smile spreads across his face as he understands what's happening. The constellations of the 100 Stars Temple. He recalls a previous encounter, thinking, some constellations showed interest back at Dramut's sanctuary too. A faint memory of a glowing skull flashes in his mind. Back then the messages were similar. Beginner's luck. The constellation of fortune smiles at you widely. The rewards are upgraded. And the constellation of adventure applauds your adventure. The rewards are upgraded. But this time is different. He looks at the 5 stacked notifications, amazed. But to think 5 of those high-end mighty beings would take interest. He reflects on their significance. Constellations of the 100 Stars Temple. They are beings that play important roles in Panginia's setting, just like the Spirit Kings. From a player's perspective, he thinks, they're the kind of beings you lose nothing by staying on the good side of, since they can directly assign special quests or upgrade your rewards depending on how you clear them. He pieces it all together. In the game's setting, I heard they liked stories humans tell. I guess that means they really liked the trial of chaos I showed for the first time in Panginia's history. As if on cue, a massive pillar of light erupts before him, and a new message appears. The grade of the rewards is being transcended due to the constellations. The system presents him with a monumental choice. You can choose 2 rewards from the 20 listed below. Staring at the incredible list of items, he admits, this is beyond what I imagined. After he makes his selection and exits, some time passes before Isabella and Sir Hudson finally emerge from the tower, having completed their own trials. As for the others, their rewards were more modest. Isabella received a wind spirit egg as her clear reward, and Hudson got a water spirit egg. The number of spirit eggs received is random. Luckily, Isabella obtained 2 and decided to keep her promise to the Dryads by giving them 1. The Dryad accepts the egg, thinking that if someday they hatch the wind spirit and release it into the forest. A faint smile appears on his face at the thought. Then Basrock Forest can finally regain its vitality. The Dryad expresses his gratitude. In addition, as thanks, the Dryads gave us the best elixir, Mandragora. He presents the grotesque-looking item, explaining, it's made from a 1,000-year medicinal herb that had absorbed the forest's vitality. Of course, he says, as the others recoil in disgust at the elixir's appearance. They gave it to Isabella, who provided the spirit egg. With this powerful item, the narrator notes, Isabella will grow even stronger. A system window pops up, not for Isabella, but for him. He has gifted the Basrock Forest a wind spirit, completing the subquest. His reward is the title Dryad Friend and the forest's gratitude, which also registers the forest as a new teleport location. A helpful tip adds, Dryads never betray a friend they trust, as long as you don't burn the forest down. At the same time, the Hall of Fame rankings for the tower climb are updated globally. In first place, with an untouchable score of 240 points, is Randolph. He's surpassed Gracia, the previous #1, by a wide margin. More notifications follow. You have ranked up in the main Quest 3 standings. You have obtained the main Quest 3 privilege, Guardian Wall. And because his rank has risen to first place, surpassing the maximum limit of points, the Guardian Wall's grade has been upgraded. Later, as the group travels by dragon carriage, the system's effects begin to take hold. On the way, Hyunmyoung sits studying the details of his new skill. The Guardian Wall protects his logged-out body from danger and warns him. At level 11, it can nullify attacks of 1 star or below for 30 seconds. He reflects on this, a sense of security washing over him. So the privilege this time is Guardian Wall. That's a huge relief. He thinks about its dual nature. When I log into Pangaea, it protects Park Hyunmyoung in reality. And when I return to reality, it protects Randolph in Pangaea. It's the perfect defense against being attacked while logged out. With his biggest weakness covered, his thoughts turn to other matters. And now, there's 72 hours left on the broken golden scale fragment. Thinking about the future, the more remaining time I have, the better. Hudson turns to him, addressing him by a unique title, Star Bearer. Cradling his spirit egg, he says, "Thank you. I never dreamed I'd actually own a spirit egg. I want to hatch it as soon as possible. A spirit will surely be the key to solving my problem." The protagonist advises him, "That's right, the path from 9 to 10. It's hard alone, but if you borrow the power of a spirit, it should be possible." Hudson agrees, "Yes, when we get back I'll buy a spirit incubator first." He then extends an offer to the group. "There's somewhere I need to stop by before going back. Do you want to come along?" From inside the cart, Hudson eagerly replies, "Of course. After receiving such a great favor from you, I'll accompany you anywhere if you need me." A slight smirk plays on his lips as he simply says, "Thanks." The group arrives at a large town with quaint, tiled-roof houses under a bright, sunny sky. Sir Hudson looks around at the familiar yet unsettling architecture, his voice trembling. "So the place you needed to stop by was here," he shouts, his face etched with pure shock as he recognizes the strangely somber streets of his own city. As Sir Hudson panics, grabbing his head and yelling, Park Hyunmyoung cuts him off with a sharp, "Quiet." Isabella, looking concerned, asks, "Where are we going that he's acting like this?" He replies, "The Knight's Garden, the territory of Marquis Weiser." He then delivers the final blow. "It's where Hudson's fiancée is." The revelation sends Hudson into a fresh wave of panic. "Why are we here? I'm not qualified to propose to Serengeti yet." Hudson stammers. Park Hyunmyoung walks on ahead, saying coolly, "Don't make a fuss. I'm not telling you to propose today. We're here because I personally have something to ask Serengeti," he explains. Hudson watches him, wondering, something to ask her, like what? But as he surveys the street, he sees broken windows and destitute people lying on the ground. The sight stops him, and a flicker of confusion crosses his face. They walk further into the town square, where people dressed in somber clothes are gathered. Before them stands a large, black obelisk, the center of the gathering. A memorial service is underway. Isabella observes the scene with a grim expression. "Looks like they're in the middle of a memorial service." Isabella asks if he came because of the names carved into the stone. "Does anyone know who these people are?" He shakes his head. "No," Hyunmyoung replies. Still keeping his back turned to her, he gazes at the monument and speaks with a heavy, cryptic tone. "But I do know exactly why they ended up like this." His internal monologue begins, revealing a terrible truth. "The 500 names carved onto the gravestone all belong to the knights who followed me into the great expedition." He watches the grieving families, thinking, "I never once thought it was strange that I didn't know their names. I never tried to remember them either." His cold, gamer logic had always prevailed. They weren't even important named NPCs. Even if they fought for me, that was all part of the setting. To him, they were nothing more. They were just part of the game. But that detachment is shattered when a grieving mother collapses, screaming, "Wilhelm, you bastard, give my son back, give my son back." Her cries echo through the square, filled with promises broken by death. "Shin, didn't you say you'd come back? Didn't you tell me not to worry? How am I supposed to live without you?" she wails. As she collapses, Park Hyunmyoung begins to move. Isabella watches him go, asking, "Where are you going?" The woman's face contorts in pure agony, a raw scream tearing from her throat. "How could?" Her eyes squeeze shut as she lets out a final, desperate cry of pain. "How could I?" AGH. Overcome by grief, her body gives out and she falls backward. But before she can hit the stone ground, A hand firmly grabs her shoulder, catching her. Park Hyunmyoung kneels, supporting the unconscious woman as the crowd cries out, "Ma'am, Grandma May collapsed." Isabella rushes to his side, calling out, "Star Bearer." He meets her gaze and says her name to get her attention, Isabella. Lifting the unconscious woman gently into his arms, he gives his next instruction. "Let's go to the relief station." They arrive at the Goddess Church relief station, a place filled with the sounds of suffering. Patients cry out, "I'm dying, I'm dying." Ugh. Inside, the relief station is overflowing with the sick and the wounded. As Park Hyunmyoung sets Grandma May down, Sir Hudson observes, "There are so many patients." But then, he quickly corrects himself as the grim reality sets in. Actually, rather than saying there are too many patients, there are far too few people at the relief station to handle them, he thinks, looking at the overwhelmed staff. He finds it unbelievable. If this is the Knight's Garden, which should be one of the top 3 cities in the Balran Kingdom, yet the relief station in such a city has a staff shortage. Finally, Hudson concludes, "It seems like there's a major flaw in how this place is being run." Right then, a monk with a bowl cut cuts them off. "Greetings, brothers." The monk approaches with a disturbingly cheerful smile, his hands clasped. "You're the outsiders who brought Sister May here after she fainted, correct?" He continues his praise as Grandma May lies unconscious on the bed. "You could have just passed by, but you're so warm-hearted." The group is taken aback by his oily demeanor. Sir Hudson replies cautiously, "Ah, yes." The monk gets uncomfortably close, his smile never wavering. Sir Hudson leans back, unnerved. "And what's the matter?" Then comes the bombshell. "To operate the relief station, we're collecting donations from brothers who visit. If you could donate just 50 gold, it would be a huge help." Sir Hudson is aghast. "You charge money for treatment." Park Hyunmyoung's eyes narrow. He thinks to himself, a relief station run by the Goddess Church should be funded by the city's coffers. Wasn't it forbidden to take personal donations? The monk breaks into a cold sweat under his razor-sharp gaze. Hyunmyoung continues to press him. "And 50 gold? Even though hundreds of gold move around in a day in Arcana, do you think it makes sense to demand a normal citizen's monthly wage as a treatment fee?" The monk's smug expression finally cracks under the pressure. "We don't have a choice," he mutters. He explains, "Priest Andrew said that from now on we'll be taking donations to operate the relief station." The name shocks Park Hyunmyoung. "Priest Andrew." He stands, crossing his muscular arms defiantly. "Nonsense. I know Priest Andrew, and he's not the kind of person who would do that." The monk stammers back. It's true." Hyunmyoung's mind flashes back to the lore he knows. Priest Andrew, a high-ranking priest of the Goddess Church that serves the twin goddesses of Pangenia, Li, and Pina. He continues his internal recap. "He's an NPC who inevitably gives you honor-related quests when you're raising a class where honor is a factor. He's a devout believer, a spotless and upright sage. That's his setting. The contradiction is glaring. And that Priest Andrew is secretly taking personal donations," he thinks, his suspicion mounting. Suddenly, all the pieces fall into place. The poorly maintained buildings he saw on the way here, the vagrants sitting out on the streets, and even this relief station that's not being run properly. He knows something is deeply wrong. This city should be fairly wealthy too, even if it isn't as rich as Arcana. Staring up at the Lord's grand manor overlooking the city, he asks himself the question that sums up the entire situation. What on earth happened to this city? The scene shifts inside the manor, to a room filled with the evidence of excess. A table covered in empty bottles of expensive liquor. A man guzzles alcohol straight from the bottle as his terrified butler pleads, My lord, you've had far too many drinks." The lord responds with violence, smashing the bottle right next to the butler's head. The old man flinches, crying out, "Please stop now." "Eek." The lord roars, "Shut UP," sending the servant scrambling away in fear. The source of the city's decay is revealed. Drunk, disheveled, and drooling, the lord of the Knight's Garden, Marquis Weiser, snarls his next command. "Go bring the rest of the alcohol." A moment of silence passes as the visitor arrives at the relief station. He gets straight to the point with a man in robes. "I need to speak with Priest Andrew in person. Take me to him." The abruptness of the request catches the man off guard, who can only reply, "Pardon." The monk begins to make excuses. "That will be difficult. There are so many people lining up to be treated by the priest." But before he can finish, Hyunmyoung cuts him off, signaling his companion with a simple command. "Hudson." Hudson holds out a heavy pouch, prompting the robed man to stammer, What is it?" A wide, greedy smile spreads across Hudson's face as he announces, "A donation, 50,000 gold." The sheer amount leaves the other man utterly speechless. Leaning in close, Hudson whispers a tempting offer, "If you let me meet him right now, I'll double it." The man's eyes widen in shock. His greed takes over, the reflection of gold coins filling his vision as he stutters. Suddenly his entire demeanor shifts. With a bright, booming voice, he declares, "I'll escort you immediately, brother," leaving a nearby bystander completely baffled. Soon, they're led into a quiet, respectable-looking office filled with books. An elderly man with long white hair greets them warmly. "Nice to meet you, brother. I'm Priest Andrew." Andrew gestures to a chair. "Have a seat and let's talk." The visitor simply replies, "Fine." Once they're both seated, Andrew opens the conversation. "I heard you made a large donation to our relief station." The visitor doesn't deny it. It wasn't a small amount indeed. The visitor explains his reasoning. "I heard you charge 50 gold just to receive a donation, so I figured I wouldn't be able to meet you with an ordinary sum." Andrew remains silent, listening. The priest seems to misunderstand the visitor's intentions, asking, "Are you disappointed because I'm just an old priest who cares about money?" "I'm ashamed and have nothing to say." But the visitor clarifies his purpose. "I was just curious," he begins. "How did a relief station in a big city like this," he finishes the question that has been bothering him, "end up so desperate for money?" Priest Andrew clasps his hands and changes the subject. "I heard you brought Sister May here after she collapsed." The visitor confirms, "I did." The priest begins to tell a tragic story. Sister May's only son joined the Demon World Great Expedition and never came back. Since then, she's lived with that pain every day, saying it's her fault and that she should have stopped him, but she couldn't. "And it isn't just Sister May," he continues, as images of grieving citizens appear. "Many people lost family and friends. Countless knights who joined the Great Expedition while admiring Wilhelm the Night King swore they'd drive out the Demon King, but never returned here. And thus," Andrew explains, "Knight's Garden lost countless talented people and consumed enormous resources as war funds. It was such a prosperous city that, even with heavy losses, it might have recovered someday as time passed. The real problem began when Serengeti, his lordship's blood relative, returned." The visitor's expression sharpens at this new piece of information. Andrew continues, "She returned here having lost both legs, but for some reason, ever since she came back, she's remained unconscious and hasn't awakened. Many priests, myself included, tried to wake her, but nothing worked. His lordship gathered every kind of rare elixir and searched for a method, but even that failed. Because of that, the city's finances that were already strained had gradually hit rock bottom. In his desperation, his lordship was manipulated by swindlers. It reached a point where he even took on massive debts, using the territory itself as collateral." The priest concludes the grim tale. "After that, his lordship fell into despair and broke." The images show the lord being accosted by debtors before collapsing, a completely broken man. Priest Andrew finishes his explanation with a heavy heart. "As a result, all city subsidies were cut off, and now this is the only relief station left. If this place disappears too, every patient in this city will be left abandoned. That's why, even to brothers like you who helped Sister May, we shamelessly demanded donations," he admits, his voice filled with resignation. "We didn't have enough beds, supplies, or manpower to care for the patients right away." The visitor nods, having heard enough. "I get the gist of things," he says before asking a critical question. "Is Serengeti unconscious due to mental shock or a physical problem?" Andrew shakes his head. "If it were something like that, we would have treated it long ago. It seems she's in a cursed state, but it was beyond my ability to undo." "A curse," the visitor mutters to himself. A new plan forms in his mind. "In that case, like with Isabella, it might be possible to break it with the blessing of the stars." Having gotten the information he needed, he stands up abruptly. "Thanks, I should get going. I have business with Marquis Weiser." Andrew is taken aback, stammering, "Pardon." The priest tries to stop him. "Please wait. Since his lordship became a shell of himself, he doesn't readily receive guests." Andrew offers a compromise. "I can't exactly call it repayment for your donation, but if you give me a few days, I'll arrange a meeting for you." The visitor, however, is not interested in waiting. "I don't have time for that." With a sly grin, he adds, "And don't worry about the donation. I already got my money's worth." Andrew can only ask in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Just then their conversation is interrupted by frantic shouting from outside. Priest Andrew, are you inside?" A knight bursts in, yelling an urgent message. "His lordship says to bring in the guest who donated to the relief station." The visitor smirks at the priest. "See, when you come in with money, they let you in right away." Andrew can only look on, impressed. He turns to leave, stating, "Then I'll be going." But the priest quickly calls out, "Wait. No matter the reason it was for, thank you for helping," Andrew says sincerely, but the visitor waves it off. I told you not to worry about the donation. It wasn't even my money to begin with. The priest clarifies, it's not about the donation, it's about you helping Sister May. The words seem to strike a chord with the visitor, stopping him in his tracks. He pauses for a moment before a small, knowing smile plays on his lips. As he walks away, he speaks in a tone that suggests a shared history. Good to see you again, Andrew. The priest is left stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he whispers, again. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit manor, the residence of the Marquis. Inside, an entourage stands waiting before a set of ornate double doors. In a lavish hall, the group is seated around a long, empty dining table. At the head of the table sits a stern-looking man with a thick beard, calmly sipping from a cup. This is Marquis Weiser. He intently recalls his subordinate's reports, his gaze sharp and focused. Weiser's subordinate finishes his report on the visitor, musing, "So that man donated a huge sum of 100,000 gold to the relief station. Is he a wandering merchant? Doesn't look like he brought supplies in, though. Maybe he's just a rich young master traveling around." After evaluating those pieces of information, the Marquis addresses his guest directly. "I'm sorry to invite you so abruptly like this. I apologize for that." He then introduces himself formally. "I am Weiser, the Lord of Night's Garden." The visitor observes the Marquis, thinking to himself, Weiser. He really has changed a lot on the outside. His mind flashes back to the past. Marquis Weiser was once a knight who made a name for himself across the continent with outstanding skill in his youth. His daughter, Serengeti, was able to obtain a star and become a one-star transcendent in Pangaea with my help back when I was Wilhelm. She rose into the strongest ranks on the continent. Thanks to that, Marquis Weiser's house established its position and held power within the Balrin kingdom. And in gratitude, he swore loyalty to me. Weiser was the kind of man who repaid grudges with his sword and repaid kindness with loyalty. Returning to the present, he thinks with a hint of sadness. Of course, I don't know whether it's only his appearance that's broken now, or even his heart as well. The Marquis begins to speak. You may already know why I invited you here, but Knight's Garden is currently facing severe financial hardship. So I'd like to propose something beneficial to both of us. But the visitor cuts him off with a bold declaration. I'll cure Serengeti. The Marquis's eye widens in shock. What? Suddenly the Marquis bursts into a loud, mocking laugh. Ha 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 ha, ha. His laughter subsides, but his expression turns cold and sharp. So I was mistaken. I thought you were just some rich young master. He sneers. Did you hear rumors of me from all over the continent? That if you mention to Marquis Weiser of Knight's Garden about his daughter's name, he'll pour money into your hands. His voice drips with sarcasm as he continues. Fine, how much do I have to pay you for you to cure her? 300,000, 400,000, or are you going to demand I hand over this territory? His frustration boils over as he clenches his fist. He slams his hand on the table, shattering the porcelain. I've been played by scum like you. I've already lost so much. His eyes glow with rage as he snarls. What more do I have to give before you're satisfied? Fed up, the Marquis dismisses him with a sigh. Ha! This was a waste of time. Gouge out that con artist's eyes and throw him out. His guards immediately move to obey, but the visitor remains calm, his voice steady. I don't need money, so listen to me to the end. He looks directly at the Marquis, unflinching. I can't guarantee it, but there is a chance I can treat her. Weiser leans forward, intrigued despite himself. Now that's a novel approach. Fine, let's say you really can treat her, but why? I've never seen you in my life, so why would you cure my daughter without taking money? The visitor explains with a cryptic smile. This is a debt I'm repaying to you and also a debt I'm here to collect. The Marquis can only respond. What are you talking about? With an image of the legendary Wilhelm behind him, he makes a stunning claim. I am the successor of Wilhelm, the Night King you swore loyalty to. He presses his advantage. Take me to Serengeti. I have something I must ask her, and in return I will heal your daughter who sacrificed herself for her master. The Marquis's disbelief twists into a dark, sharp-toothed grin. You're saying you're the Night King's successor? Hoo-hoo-hoo. Leaning forward with his hand covering his face, he speaks with utter contempt. This continent is crawling with people claiming to be the Night King's successor. You're just another one of them, aren't you? The Marquis loses all patience, his face contorted in a furious snarl. Kill him, he orders his guards, and the two outside as well. As a guard lunges forward, Hyunmyoung remains seated, showing not a single trace of fear. He doesn't even flinch, his gaze remaining cool and collected. Still holding his cup, he casually deflects the guard's downward slash with a flick of his hand. To the shock of the guards and the Marquis, with a single fluid motion of his hand, he disarms the guard, leaving him frozen in his tracks. The soldier cries out in disbelief while the visitor calmly commands, Prepare the room. With shards of the broken cup floating around him, the Marquis stares in disbelief as the visitor says, "I'll prove that. I'm Wilhelm's successor." His eyes burn with an unshakable confidence, leaving no room for doubt. Watching from the stands, Marquis Weiser, a powerful noble, observed the arena with a stern and calculating gaze. The vast Colosseum buzzed with energy as two figures stood in the center, ready to face off. Hudson, Hyunmyung's companion, couldn't hide his sheer disbelief. "AA duel, what on earth is going on?" he stammered. Isabella, standing beside him, simply replied with a shrug. "Well, he's always been this unpredictable." In the arena, Park Hyunmyung is doing some light warm-up stretches while Isabella adds, "I honestly have no clue how things ended up like this either." His opponent remained silent, his eyes fixed on Hyunmyung with intense focus. Across from him, his opponent's body is enveloped in glowing streams of energy. A thought flashes through Hyunmyung's mind. A full set of equipment blessed by a high-ranking priest. He's really going all out for this match. The fully armored knight challenged Hyunmyung directly. "Are you really the successor of the Night King? If you were lying, confess and seek forgiveness. Your life may yet be spared." Hyunmyung just grinned back, completely unfazed. "Whatever. Just uphold your promise that you'll keep my identity hidden. Don't go around telling everyone who you lost to just because you've been embarrassed." The knight let out a chilling grin. "Don't worry, I swear upon my honor as a knight that it won't happen now. Let me see the skills of a self-acclaimed successor of the Night King." With a flash of light, he charged forward, his sword gleaming. The knight leaped through the air, bringing his blade down in a powerful, glowing arc. Hyunmyung watched him come, thinking to himself, "Many high-ranking knights were wiped out due to the Great Expedition, but even then this man would have higher stats than me currently." He gripped his own sword tightly. "And with the difference in equipment grade, I can't take him lightly." As the armored knight's sword came crashing down, Hyunmyung moved in, not to dodge, but to block. The knight's eyes widened, his gaze filled with killing intent as his attack met its mark. Hyunmyung gritted his teeth, bearing the full force of the blow. Energy sparks fly as steel clashes against steel, or wait, that's steel against his head. The impact echoes throughout the entire arena. The knight is caught completely off guard as Hyunmyung uses his own head to test the blade. He stands there, frozen in shock, only able to gasp out, "Ha!" as he exhales in disbelief. He stared in disbelief at the result. Hyunmyung had stopped the blow by pressing his forehead against the crossguard of his own sword. "To think you'd stop a sword with your head against my crossguard." The knight smirks, his eyes glinting with a mocking laughter. "You're no fraud, but a lunatic," he finished, as blood streamed down Hyunmyung's face, whose eyes were wide with crazed determination. From the stands, a knight comments, "His movements are quite decent," but Marquis Weiser dismisses it. "They're nothing but cheap tricks." The Marquis continued his train of thought, a vision of the legendary Night King in his mind. "I've seen countless idiots who went around saying that they're the Night King's successor to piggyback off his reputation. But his sword can't be so easily replicated." He stared down at the arena, his expression grim. "Having seen it firsthand, I can tell his sword has surpassed human levels, being incomprehensible for people like me. Unless he shows a technique akin to that," the Marquis concluded, "he can't claim to be his successor." Down below, the two fighters clashed again in the center of the arena, kicking up a storm of dust and power. The knight conceded, "You're different from the fraudsters I've seen till now, that's for sure. You've got talent." He then gave an ultimatum. "Admit your lies now and come under my command. I will ask the Lord for your sins to be forgiven." But Hyunmyung, bloodied but defiant, retorted, "You have a full set of equipment against a level 3, yet you're still so full of yourself." The knight replied coolly, "You have to understand, I only wear this because my lord commands me." And he finishes with a pretentious remark, "I don't feel great about this." But the moment the words leave his mouth, Hyunmyung gifts him a direct kick right to the face. He then retorts, "Good for you, you got a lot of good stuff on." The powerful kick sends even Hyunmyung tumbling backward, but he still has plenty of aces up his sleeve. Bracing his sword behind him, ready to unleash a fresh assault, Hyunmyung declares in a resounding voice, "Let me show you my overpowered items too." Then he hurls his sword straight at the knight's luxury armor with a world-shaking impact. The knight's eyes widen in sheer terror at Hyunmyung's wild and brutal tactics. The sword soars through the air, spinning several times before embedding itself deep into the arena floor. Suddenly, system messages appeared around Hyunmyung, equipping Extreme Iron Sword. In a flash of light, another sword materialized in his hand. The knight and Marquis Weiser stand frozen, stunned by the sudden turn of events. "Dual wielding," the knight exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. Hudson was equally confused, exclaiming, "When did he get a weapon like that?" Now armed with two blades, Hyunmyoung unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, forcing the knight onto the defensive. The knight analyzed the situation mid-battle. The time between his attacks decreased. Is he trying to win this through speed? However, sparks flew as Hyunmyoung's blades glanced harmlessly off the blessed armor. The onslaught continues, but the knight stands his ground, a metaphor flashing by as if Hyunmyoung is hacking at a massive boulder. Still too light. He remained confident, thinking, a two-handed sword is slow but has high damage output. It would be enough to lightly damage me through my armor. However, a dual sword is fast but has low damage. It can't even scratch my armor. As long as I defend my vital areas, this is no threat to me. Actually, I only need to guard a few vital spots, which makes this even easier. His train of thought is violently cut short as Hyunmyoung shatters his defense with a strike so fast it's invisible to the naked eye. The force of the blow is so cataclysmic that upon colliding with the premium armor, the sword is sent soaring high into the air. The knight gasped in shock and pain as blood sprayed from his mouth. Hyunmyoung plunges his greatsword violently into the ground, then snatches back the sword that had just been deflected into the air. It all happens in a blur. The knight had only just begun to stumble to the ground. He can only think in a panic. He swapped weapons. With blood trickling down his face, Hyunmyoung's eyes blazed with intensity. "Look closely," he declared. "I will show you the true sword of the Night King now." Reminiscing about the moment he received the rewards in the dungeon. A brilliant light envelops him as the system window appears, signaling a massive power spike. The system prompted him with a choice. You can choose 2 rewards from the 20 listed below, showing a list of powerful items like the True Attitude Demon-Slaying Sword and Extreme Iron Helmet. He glances through the rewards before his eyes lock onto a specific notification window. The system offered him a choice of rewards, and his mind focused on a single item displayed on the screen. An experience boost, along with a sleek, powerful-looking sword. He examined the stats of his new weapon, the Extreme Iron Sword. A regular iron sword pushed to its absolute limit by an oddball transcendent star. It is a transcended version of such a basic weapon, he thought, making its stats lacking, but the other effects are overpowered. He continued to strategize. And I can choose 2 rewards from the list, so I can receive the Extreme set bonus too. The system confirmed that using items with the Extreme title would create the Extreme Wear set effect. I already have the Michaela set for my armor, so it would be nice to have the bonuses double up. You have acquired the Extreme Sword, the system announced twice. Standing amidst a brilliant golden light, Hyunmyoung murmured, "Oh, there." A flood of notifications explained his sudden power spike. His hidden traits, Weapon Master, and Masterful Hands each added 5 levels to his mastery. The 2 Extreme Iron Swords added another level each, and the Extreme Wear set effect added 2 more. But the most shocking notification was the last one. Class Star Successor may read the memories of the previous star owner under certain conditions. Having reached Sword Mastery LV 10, you may read the memories of the possessed star. With the dual blades in hand, the system declares, reenacting a portion of Night King Wilhelm's swordsmanship. Hyunmyoung stands there, twin swords gripped tight, as the memories and techniques of his predecessor flood into his mind. The battle resumed, and the tables had completely turned. Hyunmyoung, bleeding but determined, now moved with a grace and power that was utterly inhuman. The knight struggles to hold his ground. Despite the strength of his blessed armor, he is completely powerless against the relentless flurry of attacks. Hyunmyoung attacks like a violent storm. With his dual blades, he executes a rhythmic slash and toss plus big hit combo, carving a path here, hurling a sword there, before pulling out his greatsword for a devastating finisher, repeating the cycle until that flashy armor becomes nothing more than a dazzling light show. The knight's eyes widened in terror as he tried to comprehend the attack. What is this impossible sword technique? He thought, desperately trying to find an opening or a weakness. He felt the pressure mounting, realizing, the tide has turned in his favor. I need to stop this. Gritting his teeth, a desperate plan formed in his mind. I must create distance and get out of his range. But the thought trailed off into despair. But how? He was completely trapped. He was caught in a perfect trap. If I try to create distance, he comes charging at me with his quick dual swords. And if I use my strength to take him head-on, he uses his two-handed sword to break my balance. Sweat beaded on his brow as a horrifying realization dawned on him. Does such a sword technique even exist? He's not keeping my movement bound through simple attacks, this feels like. Space itself has submitted to him? He concluded in terror, watching helplessly as Hyunmyoung controlled the entire battlefield. Humans become stupefied when they meet something incomprehensible, the narration explains. something that has far surpassed the limits of their own cognition. They enter a state where they can do nothing but watch. That applied to everyone at the training floor, Hudson and Isabella too. Both stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. The same for Marquis Weiser, and he too was left speechless, all his earlier skepticism erased in an instant. The knight that's facing him. The opponent was utterly paralyzed, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes locked in a state of pure shock and fear. And this is the moment he slips up. A blinding flash of a strike slashes across his neck, illuminating the knight's face, now frozen in sheer terror. Then Hyunmyoung unleashed the ultimate technique, one passed down from legend. Sword technique of the Knight King Wilhelm, world-splitting strike. A massive column of light erupted, tearing through the very fabric of the arena. The force of the attack was cataclysmic, sending the knight flying backwards amidst a chaotic storm of energy and debris. As the dust settles, Hyunmyoung stands tall in victory while his opponent remains frozen in place, lifeless. The match is over. The knight lets go, his sword clattering to the ground as his hands tremble uncontrollably. This defeat is absolute. The corners of his mouth tremble as blood seeps from the wound on his neck, and he can only stammer, "I lost." The word hung in the air as he collapsed onto the dusty ground, utterly defeated. Hyunmyoung stood alone in the center of the ravaged arena, his back to the stunned audience. "Hey," he shouted towards the stands, blood still fresh on his face. "Do I need to show you any more?" Drenched in sweat and pale with fear, the knight turns to his master. "Lord," he stammers, completely at a loss for words. Marquis Weiser calls out to his knight attendant, "Lucas." The man responds with a shudder. "Why, yes, my lord." The Marquis rose, his expression one of newfound respect. He gave a clear command, "Treat him with respect. He's the successor of Wilhelm." His words echoed with finality, confirming Hyunmyoung's legitimacy to all who were present. "The venerable Knight King." As he spoke, Hyunmyoung stood tall, bloodied but victorious, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. In a grand, ornate room, sunlight streams through a large window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. A woman lies unconscious in bed. A voice explains, "Ever since we returned from the great expedition, she's been like this." Her father stands by her bedside, expressing his desperation. He says, "I've tried everything to wake Serengeti. Every elixir they said was effective and famous healers, none of them worked. We even summoned a priestess, but because the curse is far too powerful, she said there is nothing she can do either." Park Hyunmyoung stands silently, looking down at the cursed woman with a serious expression. Suddenly, his eye begins to glow with a faint blue light as a system window appears before him. Hidden trait, the great sage has been activated. Dark, ominous energy swirls around Serengeti's sleeping form as Hyunmyoung confirms his suspicions. He thinks to himself, "As I thought, Serengeti is currently under the Demon King curse. If it's the Demon King curse, then of course even a priestess or the Holy Emperor can't do anything. However, if we perform the exorcism using star energy, the power of a star guardian instead of mana, then it might work." The Marquis turns to Hyunmyoung, his voice a mix of hope and doubt. "I don't doubt you anymore, but do you have a way to wake Serengeti?" Hyunmyoung replies honestly, "I told you before that I'm not sure. I'm only going to try once." Without another word, Hyunmyoung reaches out and places his hand gently on Serengeti's forehead, preparing to begin the ritual. "I bestow the blessing of the stars." As the words appear in a system window, a blinding golden light erupts from Hyunmyoung's hand, flooding the entire room and shocking everyone present. The Marquis gasps in astonishment, completely overwhelmed by the sheer power radiating from the young man. With a look of intense concentration, Hyunmyoung pushes his power to the limit as a critical message flashes. All star energy will be consumed. He pours everything he has into the attack, but it's not enough. A devastating notification appears. Insufficient star energy to break the Demon King curse. Though the curse wasn't broken, the attempt had an effect. A new message appears stating, "The limit curse has been lifted temporarily." Below, Hyunmyoung looks down, exhausted from the effort. Slowly, Serengeti's eyelid flutters open, a flicker of consciousness returning as she lets out a quiet, confused sound. She sits up slightly, her voice weak as she asks, "Where am I?" Both Hyunmyoung and her father stare in stunned silence, shocked that she has awakened. Overcome with emotion, the Marquis grits his teeth, tears welling in his eyes. He rushes to her side, crying out, "Serengeti, are you awake?" He leans in close, his voice trembling with hope. "Ah, do you know who I am?" Serengeti's eyes are hazy and she weakly says a name. "Hudson." Confused, her father begins to respond, "Yeah, I'm your Hud," before trailing off, puzzled. Her confusion only grows as she asks, "H. Hudson? Who's that?" At the doorway, the man named Hudson stands frozen, his face falling as he hears her words. The Marquis grits his teeth, unable to find the right words as the heartbreaking scene unfolds before him. Hudson's expression is one of pure devastation as he finally speaks, his voice filled with regret. "I'm sorry I came so late," he says. He calls out her name, Serengeti. She looks towards him, still weak and unable to fully comprehend what's happening. The scene shifts to Hudson's memories, revealing his past determination. He thought as long as she stayed alive, that would be enough. If he became a member of the city council and returned as fast as he could, the Marquis would acknowledge him too. His devotion knew no bounds, rooted in a memory of her grievous injuries on the battlefield. He had resolved that, if she'd lost the lower half of her body, then he'd just become her legs. Hudson's flashback continues, revealing the depth of his promise. Because as long as she was alive, he'd take care of her forever. This thought is pictured with an image of him pushing her in a wheelchair under blossoming trees. Hudson believed that if he didn't give up, an opportunity would come someday. However, that belief was nothing more than arrogance and greed. The hopeful image of their future shatters like glass, reflecting the harsh reality of their situation. The narrator explains the grim truth. The opportunities weren't eternal, and Serengeti's body kept losing its vitality. The face that used to smile brightly grew increasingly thin, and the strong arm that once swung a sword became like a withered branch. The monologue concludes, showing her frail hand lying on the bedsheets. Back in the present, Hudson is overwhelmed with emotion. He realizes that, if the star-bearer had arrived even a little later, he would never have seen her again. As Hudson apologizes again, the Marquis suddenly becomes defensive, shouting, "Wait a second. Who are you?" Serengeti, however, softly utters Hudson's name. The Marquis turns on Hudson, demanding, "And what are you to my daughter?" But Park Hyun-myung steps in, his voice firm. "Enough, all of you stop. I know you can't contain your emotions, but the Demon King curse hasn't been completely lifted." Hudson panics. What does that mean?" From across the room, the Marquis asks in alarm, "Are you saying my daughter could fall back into a deep sleep?" Hyun-myung delivers the grim news. "At best, she'll be able to keep her eyes open for today. To completely break the curse, we have to find another star." He elaborates on his plan. "To fully lift it, my star energy needs to be higher. There are only two ways to raise star energy, to level up or find stars. The first thing I need to do is recover the 5 stars that the Night King, Wilhelm, dropped when he died." Hyun-myung explains the urgency of his quest. "Because of the star successor class, secret effect which allows me to read the previous owner's memories from a star, I have to retrieve them as quickly as possible. If someone else gets those stars first, I might never be able to recover Wilhelm's memories." Hyun-myung continues his monologue, standing firmly. "I've recovered one, so there are 4 left. If I'm going to retrieve them quickly, I need to ask Serengeti about my death." Having made up his mind, he addresses the room. "Everyone out. I have something important to discuss with Serengeti alone." Meanwhile, in a vast and empty dining hall, Hudson and the Marquis sit far apart at a long table, the silence thick with tension. The Marquis leans forward, his voice sharp with anger. "So you're saying you and Serengeti secretly promised to marry?" Hudson answers respectfully. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry I introduced myself so late." The Marquis lets out a long, heavy sigh, the sound echoing his frustration and weariness. He then delivers a shocking blow. "I'm grateful you came all this way for Serengeti, but from now on, you won't be seeing Serengeti again." Hudson recoils, completely blindsided. Desperate, Hudson gets up and pleads, I know I'm not good enough, but I'll soon enter the city council and become a man worthy of Serengeti, so please just give me a chance." The Marquis cuts him off, his tone flat. "This isn't about whether I like you." As Hudson looks up in confusion, the Marquis begins his painful explanation. "The Great Expedition's aftermath cost us dearly, so restoring the Knights and treating Serengeti took an enormous amount of money. In the end, after the territory's funds ran dry, we were reduced to begging other houses for help." He continues, "When that happened, the one who approached me was Duke Sin's house, a great house in the Valen Kingdom that's powerful enough to rival the king." An image of a grand, twilight-bathed city illustrates the Duke's power. The terrible confession comes out. "Duke Sin lent us an enormous sum on the condition that we send Serengeti to him. Back then, I had no other choice. No matter what, continuing Serengeti's treatment came first." The words hang over a pile of glittering gold coins. The Marquis recounts his desperate rationale. "Additionally, even if Serengeti never woke up and our family collapsed like this, I believed that for the sake of Duke Seen House's reputation, they wouldn't simply abandon a girl they'd taken in, so I accepted the offer. He looks down, his expression grim as he delivers the final, unavoidable condition of their deal. For that reason, in 1 month, she will be sent to Duke Seen's house. Hudson slams his hands on the table, leaning forward as the Marquis tells him. It's an unavoidable decision to protect this territory and Serengeti, so you should forget about her too. Back in Serengeti's room, Hyunmyeong now sits at her bedside. She looks at him weakly and asks, "You are?" After a moment of silence, Hyunmyeong replies, "I am the successor of the Night King, Wilhelm. I came to deliver news of his final moments." Serengeti immediately refutes his claim, her voice a strained whisper. "Lies. He has no successor." Hyunmyeong scratches the back of his neck, a slight smile on his face. He thinks to himself, as expected of my closest aide, there's no way she'd let me brush this off with vague words. He decides to prove his identity by revealing a secret memory. "The day you first faced a star," he begins. "You could not stop worrying that if you consumed a star and transcended, you might stop being Serengeti." At his words, Serengeti's eyes widen in shock. A flashback shows her past self standing on a cliff edge before a glowing star, Wilhelm's silhouette beside her. Hyunmyeong narrates, "Back then, I couldn't understand the anxiety inside you." The memory focuses on her younger, determined face. "However, thinking back now, it must have been that you wanted your love for Hudson to remain unchanged." Back in the present, Serengeti is stunned. She demands, "That's something only Wilhelm and I would know, so how do you?" "And to you." Hyunmyeong looks down at her with a knowing smirk and reveals the final piece of the memory. "I gave words of encouragement." At that specific phrase, Serengeti's eye shoots wide open in utter disbelief as the full memory comes flooding back, leaving her completely speechless. The flashback reveals Wilhelm's words to a younger Serengeti. He calls her name, and then kicks her off the cliff towards the star, shouting, "Shut up and go grab onto him." Serengeti can only fall, utterly confused. Tears stream from Serengeti's eyes as the memory confirms his identity. With a trembling voice, she asks, "Then you really are Wilhelm?" Hyunmyeong looks away, confirming her suspicion. "There are circumstances. My appearance changed, but yes. If you want, I can tell you other things as well." Hyunmyeong's internal monologue explains the truth of the memory. "Back then, I was a player, so of course I didn't know the details of what was said. The encouragement I gave was just one of 26 emotion expressions that pop up when you press the control and a keyboard key together." He continues to explain how he knows the memory so well now. "However, thanks to the Star Successor class's hidden effect, under certain conditions, it can read the memories of the previous owner contained within the star. When Sword reaches LV 10, you can read the memories of the star you hold. To me now it's so vivid, it feels like it truly happened, as if the scene is being drawn inside my head." He reflects on the personality of the character he used to play, standing back to back with an image of Wilhelm. "Of course, that manner of encouragement wasn't me, but an action reflecting the personality of the character named Wilhelm." Serengeti seems to accept his explanation, saying, "He isn't the kind of man who would speak lightly to others, so that's more than enough." Hyunmyeong kneels, thanking her for believing him. She then asks, "Does this changed appearance mean you become a sinner?" He confirms, "Well, yes." She warns him, "From now on, you'll need to watch out for the hunters." Standing up, Hyunmyeong reassures her, "I know, so don't worry too much." An explanation flashes across the screen. "People, players, who possess others while retaining memories from before death are called sinners, and the NPCs who specialize in hunting sinners are called hunters or reapers." An image of a hunter finishing off a sinner illustrates the danger. Hyunmyeong's expression turns serious as he gets to the real reason he needed to speak with her. "More importantly, there's something I want to ask about my final moments." His voice is firm with conviction as he begins to recount the day of his death. "That day, I definitely killed the Demon King." A brilliant flash of light fills the screen as he remembers the final blow. "I'm sure I drove the path of light into that bastard's core and that his body started collapsing." The memory shows Wilhelm, his sword plunged deep into the Demon King. "However, in that final instant," he continues, as his memory self is shown amidst fire and destruction. Hyunmyeong grits his teeth, reliving the intense moment. Everything stopped. The world around Wilhelm freezes in a negative-like image, his body contorted in agony. "After that, my consciousness cut out," he concludes, the memory showing a close-up of his eye just before the end. The screen flashes with a grim game-over message, showing Wilhelm's character kneeling, impaled by several swords. "And I died just like that," his voiceover says. Hyunmyeong leans in close, his gaze intense. "Tell me, Serengeti, tell me the truth." he pleads, his desperation clear as Serengeti looks back with wide, fearful eyes. Behind my death that day? An image of Wilhelm's determined face from the past hangs in the air, emphasizing the weight of his question. Hyun-myung stands over her bed, his arms crossed, awaiting the answer that could change everything. The tension in the room is palpable. The story flashes back to the Great Demon World expedition led by Wilhelm. An unprecedented force of 200,000 elite troops was gathered, their morale soaring with the ambition to become heroes. The troops cheered, confident in their preparations. Based on all the data they had accumulated, they were ready for the demon world. A young commander stood at the forefront, certain of their plan. It was a meticulous operation, with every variable accounted for and not a single inch of error left. Everything was perfect. It was supposed to be perfect. But the reality was a gruesome battlefield, littered with the bodies of his fallen soldiers. The commander fell to his knees, surrounded by a swirling, dark energy, the weight of his failure crashing down on him. As he looked up, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief, the faces of his dead comrades reflected in them. Even as she was crumbling away, the company's healer urged him on, her voice filled with resolve. "Please continue forward. I will give you my blessing, even if it costs me my life." A battered warrior, bleeding from the mouth, gritted his teeth and gave his final order. "It's frustrating, but I think this is as far as I can go. Go on ahead." Another fallen soldier pleaded with his last breath. "There's no time to stop. Hurry." The voices of the dying echoed in his mind. "I was wrong. Please fulfill our long-cherished wish. You must not stop. Press forward." With tears streaming down his face, she heard their final promise. "We'll handle what's behind you." But all she could think was, "It's over." The commander's mind reeled with the truth of their sacrifice. Even after using that many lives as stepping stones, we couldn't even reach the Demon King's feet. The battlefield fell into a dark, desolate silence. But the silence was broken as a shadowy figure, with glowing red eyes, began to claw its way out of the earth. It was far from alone. All around her, the corpses of her fallen comrades began to rise, reanimated by a sinister, demonic energy. The undead soldiers, now monsters, let out guttural growls, their eyes burning with a malevolent red light. A horrifying thought crossed the commander's mind. "It attacked us as if it knew our movements. This makes no sense unless there's a traitor colluding with the demons." The army of the dead shambled towards him, their heavy footsteps echoing the failure of the mission. The terrible realization finally dawned on him. So, in the end, we were collapsing from inside the expedition force, was it? A massive creature lunges forward, ready to devour her, as her thoughts end in absolute despair. Was this impossible from the very beginning? Just as the monster is about to pounce on her, a brilliant radiance explodes and a commanding voice declares, "It's not over yet." The entire undead army was suddenly engulfed in a blinding, holy radiance. The light exploded outwards, completely incinerating the demonic creatures in a devastating wave of sacred power. When the blinding light finally subsided, a figure with white hair stood before the kneeling commander. A calm voice cut through the silence. "You look quite exhausted." The white-haired man, holding a greatsword, looked down at the sole survivor. "Rest for a moment," he said, his voice calm amidst the devastation. With a reassuring gaze, he added, "It'll be over soon." The young commander could only stare back, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and disbelief. This was the martial god. The Night King, Wilhelm, was a living god himself. Before his might, the demons were so outmatched, you could almost feel sorry for them. That's how overwhelming his presence was. A whirlwind of golden light and steel that tore through the demonic ranks. A single strike from his sword didn't just kill enemies. It reshaped the very terrain of the demon world. Watching her fight, the young commander felt the deep despair that everything was over being replaced by a newfound hope. That man cut through that despair with nothing but a single sword. Wilhelm stood as a beacon of light in the oppressive darkness, calm and resolute. He walked alone across the desolate landscape, heading towards the heart of the enemy territory. After the battle, Wilhelm supports the exhausted commander. The young woman insists, "There's no need for you to do this. My body has already recovered enough." But Wilhelm brushes it off. "Don't worry about it. I'm only saying it so you can recover some stamina. You're a pretty useful fighting force." The commander then asks a grim question. "Are we the only two left alive?" Wilhelm replies, "Excluding the wounded we sent back at the entrance of the demon world, the entire army has been wiped out." The young woman could only respond with a soft, hollow, "I see." Wilhelm looked at her with grim determination. "Then, at the very least, you must survive and return." A moment later, Wilhelm's tone softens as he begins to tease the young girl. "You were crying every night, blabbering about wanting to see that guy. Hudson, was it? Hit right where it hurts, the commander immediately screams back. I did not cry. Essie continued to deny it, muttering, I didn't cry. But then a bright and determined smile spreads across her lips. But I will definitely go to meet him again. Suddenly, a massive, ominous magic circle erupted from the ground beneath them, glowing with sinister purple light. The young commander looked down in shock, utterly confused. Wilhelm, on the other hand, just looked up with a grimace of annoyance. Man, without a second thought, he pushed his subordinate out of the way as energy chains shot up from the circle, muttering to himself. This game isn't easy. As he was thrown clear of the trap, the young commander screamed his leader's name in panic. Wilhelm. Wilhelm looked back at her one last time. Serengeti, when you get back, whether you marry or fall in love, whatever it is. As Serengeti was pulled away into a vortex of stars, Wilhelm's final words echoed in his ears. Live well. A single thought solidified in his mind. I can live. And just like that, the expedition was destined to end in failure. But even amidst that ruin, the Night King had granted her a future, allowing her to forge ahead. Serengeti recalled the grim calculus of survival. Even if I return alone, no one will be able to blame me. That's how horrific and fierce the battle was. She thinks about the life waiting for her, clutching a locket with a man's picture inside. If only I can make it back, I'll be able to see the person I've been longing for. I can finally return to my peaceful, everyday life. Essie remembered the promise made over the bodies of his fallen comrades. As long as you survive and get out of here. She then recalled standing before that same man from the locket, the man named Hudson. She looks at Hudson with a gaze full of regret, uttering just a single word. I'm sorry. Trong KHO letter 1EA3 and HKH letter 1EFC do. Serengeti da hate lern ternan. Hudson, KNCH letter 1E9 and GKI letter 1EBF. And NG letter 1B0 letter 1EDD. I Danong do S letter 1EDD letter 1E5 and G K letter 1EF9 nang. Han stroke letter 1ED5 IV letter 1ECB try. CHI letter 1EBF, ML letter 1EA5, YCH letter 1ED7, C letter 1EE7, M letter 1ED9T, NG letter 1B0, letter 1EDD I cock. Wilhelm's brow furrows in a grimace as he realizes Serengeti has swapped places with him. The purple magic circle detonated, engulfing Serengeti in the blast meant for the Night King. From the heart of the explosion, the magical dust gradually clears, revealing Wilhelm's face as he slowly emerges. Wilhelm's eyes widen in shock at the young woman's self-sacrifice. He can only gasp out her name. From a distance, Wilhelm could only look back at the spot where his subordinate lay, having now lost both of her legs. Back in the present, Serengeti lies in bed, her legs gone. She finishes her story. I was lucky. Even after being caught in the Demon King's trap, my body didn't vanish. I lost both legs, but thanks to the elixir Wilhelm gave me, I survived. The listener, Park Hyun-myung, gazes at her with a complex expression, guilt washing over him as the truth sinks in. Back then, I was so immersed in the game that I acted without a second thought. It just looked pretty dramatic in game. Serengeti continued. After that, Wilhelm placed an extreme vanishing enchantment talisman on me and hid my body. Because of the talisman's effect, the Demon King couldn't sense me, she explained. And I was able to watch the situation unfold until the very end. Hyun-myung finally spoke. Right, I remember up to that point too, but that's not what I'm curious about. Serengeti knew what he wanted to ask. I know, you're wondering what happened after that. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Serengeti recalled the final battle. After that, the Demon King revealed himself immediately. Just as Wilhelm remembers, the Demon King certainly fell, but his memory took a dark turn. However, all of a sudden, Wilhelm froze like time itself had stopped. Dark, thorny vines of energy had erupted, ensnaring the Night King. Wilhelm was trapped, unable to move, his body rendered in a chilling negative image against the darkness. A single tear of effort or pain escaped his eye as he strained against the invisible force. The Night King was left completely helpless, suspended in the air by the Demon King's power. The Demon King, now a colossal skeletal figure, loomed over him and gloated. You monster! Even if you're a transcendent star of 5 stars, to think you'd drive me this far without any divine authority from a goddess. However, the Demon King hissed, that is your mistake. His own body began to crackle and glow with a final, desperate power. His physical form exploded into pure, dark energy that surged towards the paralyzed Wilhelm. Without a goddess's authority, you may shatter my flesh, he roared, but you cannot destroy my essence. The Demon King's essence began to invade Wilhelm's body, his voice screaming in a twisted show of admiration. I express my RESPECTS, Night King. As the Demon King's essence invaded Wilhelm's body, his voice boomed with triumph. And as a token of that respect, I'll use your body as my new vessel instead of my broken body. The dark energy surged, a maelstrom of purple intent on consuming the Night King. The vortex of demonic power swirled violently, pulling Wilhelm into its depths. But just as the darkness was about to close in, a brilliant, holy light began to pierce through from the inside. The light exploded outwards, causing the Demon King to recoil in shock. This light, a radiant, ethereal form of a woman, appeared above Wilhelm as the light intensified. The Demon King screamed her name in disbelief, Pina. As the goddess intervened, the Demon King let out a furious tirade. "Bitch, don't tell me you intend to take the life of the knight who followed you just because you didn't want your star to be taken. And you still call yourself a goddess." Caught between the demonic possession and the holy light, Wilhelm gradually collapses. Meanwhile, the Demon King screams in desperate denial, "No, AH." In the moment Wilhelm collapses to the ground, the Demon King roars, "I'll kill you, Pina." His final act is a torrent of curses aimed directly at the goddess. Back in the present, Serengeti's voice is hollow as she finishes her story. "I have no memory of what happened after that." Park Hyunmyung remains silent, still processing this horrifying truth. Hyunmyung's mind reels, struggling to comprehend the clash between those two entities. The Demon King tried to possess Wilhelm's body, and the goddess Pina intervened. His expression hardened as the pieces fell into place, revealing a history far more twisted than he could have imagined. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the castle wall of the knight's garden, where the morning sun shines brightly. A lone guard lets out a huge yawn, complaining to his comrade. "This is so boring, Tilda. Haven't we been assigned to guard duty way too often lately?" The other soldier sighed, explaining the grim reality. "I heard that everyone, from the Night Order all the way down to low-ranking soldiers like us, has their pay delayed because the territory's finances are in trouble. As a result, people keep leaving. Who'd stick around in a territory that's going under?" The first guard gazed out at the plains beyond the wall and agreed, "Well, that's true." But his voice trailed off as he saw something on the horizon. His partner noticed his sudden silence and asked, "Why did you stop mid-sentence?" The guard's face had gone pale with fear. In the distance, a massive cloud of dust was rapidly approaching, the ground itself trembling from the movement. The guard's eyes were wide with terror, his breath catching in his throat as he realized what he was seeing. Thousands of glowing red eyes pierced through the dust cloud. He stammered, his voice shaking, Monsters. An endless horde of monstrous beasts was charging directly for the city walls. A cry of panic finally rang out. "It's a monster wave." The beasts surged forward like a tidal wave of claws and fangs, threatening to overwhelm the unprepared city. The final, desperate alarm was sounded. "The city is under attack." A long time ago, a war between light and darkness broke out in Pangaea. It was a brutal, world-shaking conflict. The goddess Li died during that struggle. After her death, the continent itself began to sink into a deep darkness. The land split apart, and the ends of every road were swallowed by a dark void. To reconnect the separated lands, people spent massive sums developing warp travel. These warp gates became the only way to travel across the continents, but they're mysterious objects that pass through a void nobody truly understands. When they aren't managed properly, they don't just stop working, they turn into disasters. Suddenly, the piece is shattered by a violent tremor. Something malevolent stares back from the rift. A monster wave, a tide of death pouring out of the gate. They swarm the city, tearing through any defense in their way. Park Hyunmyung sits alone, piecing together the truth of this world. He suspects that if the Demon King tried to steal his body, the goddess Pina must have intervened. He's still got more questions than answers, but the puzzle is starting to fit together. The first thing to understand is why he couldn't kill the Demon King in his past life. Right as he was about to deliver the final blow, time stopped, and his world turned into a blue screen. But NPCs like Serengeti weren't affected by the freeze and saw everything. For a regular user, it looked like a simple game over. But for Hyunmyung, it was something else. He realized he wasn't just a user anymore. He had become a player within the world. That's the most likely reason he ended up stuck in this reality. Then there's the second mystery. What are the conditions for becoming a player? In this world, if you die in the game, you're summoned back as a player. It happens specifically when the strongest character you've ever raised is killed. Hyunmyung always liked hardcore games and would abandon characters if they didn't look promising. He guesses the deaths of those ordinary characters weren't significant enough to trigger a summon. Only a high-level character's end mattered. Either way, he finally knows what his next move has to be. First, he has to hunt down the traitors who ruined his expedition. The enemy moved like they knew his every plan, which means someone was selling him out. Sir Hudson explains that Serengeti was a brave knight, but even the best couldn't stop the infighting among the 8 heroes. It's highly probable that those heroes are the ones responsible for his missing memories. He clenches his fist, promising to hunt down every last one of them. If he failed to destroy the Demon King's essence, then the bastard is definitely still alive. He'll kill him for real this time, and end the cycle that turns people into players. It's time to put a stop to all of this. Suddenly, the door bursts open as someone shouts for the Star Bearer. Sir Hudson is panicking, barely able to catch his breath. He screams that the city is under attack. Hyun-myung looks out at the chaos alongside his companion, the city already beginning to burn. The city is a furnace. Fire blankets every building and the streets are choked with ash. Civilians try to fight back with whatever they have, but the monsters are relentless. It's a scene of pure butchery as the monster tide washes over the defenses. Park Hyun-myung watches the horror unfold, his companion Isabella standing by his side as they both realize the terrifying scale of the disaster. He knows Marquis Weiser's greed is what let this happen, but knowing it doesn't stop the dying. The thunder of horse hooves cuts through the screams of the city. A group of knights charges through the streets, cutting down any monster in their path. Marquis Weiser leads the retreat, his face pale as he surveys the ruins of his territory. The Marquis stops cold when he sees the man he knows as the Star Bearer standing in the road. Hyun-myung and his group wait as the riders approach, the heat of the fire pressing in on them. Weiser explains that 3 warps have simultaneously malfunctioned, unleashing waves of monsters into the city. Old Hudson was delirious with panic, while Hyun-myung stared at the scene before him with cold eyes, unable to believe such a pathetic failure. Throwing away his last shred of dignity, Marquis Weiser begs for the Star Bearer to lend them his strength. As he pleads, a system window appears with a sub-quest to defend the city, and a massive honor penalty if refused. Then the real threat pops up. Main Quest 4, tasking him with filling the crack in the dark void within 30 minutes. The rewards are incredible, but the fine print warns that abyss hybrids will start spawning every 10 minutes. Hyun-myung stares at the Marquis, wondering if the man has truly lost his mind to ask for this. The mission details burn in his vision, a high-difficulty gamble with no room for error. Weiser's face is a mask of desperation. He knows he's asking for a miracle. Sir Hudson joins the plea, begging Hyun-myung to save Serengeti before there's nothing left to say. Hyun-myung narrows his eyes as he realizes this is the ultimate worst-case scenario. Behind them, the city guard is struggling to hold the line against a wall of blades and teeth. He knows that when the 10-minute mark hits, an abyss hybrid will turn this struggle into a slaughter. It's a level of power that neither he nor the current city forces are equipped to handle. He visualizes the battlefield, mapping out the 3 warp points that need to be shut down. His gamer instincts kick in, automatically calculating the most efficient path through the carnage. But even with his skills, they simply don't have enough combat power to be everywhere at once. The regular soldiers are already overextended, busy just trying to protect the fleeing citizens. That means the weight of smashing 3 warps through a Legion-scale wave falls entirely on them. It's a suicidal gamble, and the odds of success are practically 0. However, he can't stop thinking about the Golden Scale shop, a reward tied to his most mysterious item. He stares at the system message, his inner hardcore player warring with his survival instinct. The rational choice is to run and never look back, especially with 0 preparation for a mission this size. He turns his gaze toward a monument in the city square, the fire reflecting off its ancient stone. The glowing inscriptions seem to pulse with the rhythm of the city's dying heart. He tries to tell himself he isn't the type to be swayed by pity for these people, but the screams for help are getting louder, drowning out his logical calculations. Everywhere he looks, the monsters are dragging people into the smoke. A man's face is frozen in a final moment of terror as the darkness closes in. The ground is slick with blood, and the bodies of the fallen are everywhere. A child's scream cuts through the roar of the flames, sharp and full of agony. Little Yoonji is caught in the middle of the massacre, crying out for someone to save her as the world collapses around her. Park Hyun-myung stands paralyzed by the visceral screams of "Mom" and "Help" echoing through the smoke. He clenches his fist with such force that his hand trembles, a storm of frustration brewing within him. Sir Hudson looks on with a grim expression, the horror of the massacre reflecting in his eyes. In the middle of the carnage, an exhausted priest Andrew is being hauled to safety by a desperate survivor. Marquis Weiser spurred his horse forward, his voice booming as he ordered the knights to charge into the fray. "Cut off the monsters chasing Priest Andrew," he roars, the horse's hooves thundering against the stone. A blade cuts through the air with a sharp whistle, signaling the start of a desperate counterattack. Marquis Weiser plunges into the melee, his sword carving through the monstrous attackers as blood splatters the ground. He urgently tells Priest Andrew to get on a horse, reminding him that he is the city's last high-ranking hope. But the stubborn priest refuses to flee, his gaze fixed on the suffering people he swore to protect. A snarling goblin leaps at the defenseless priest, its axe poised to deliver a lethal blow. A close-up of a wide, terrified eye captures the split second before the monster strikes. Isabella appeared like a shadow, her twin daggers flashing as she effortlessly cut down the orc. Marquis Weiser pulls back his reins, staring in amazement at the woman's unexpected display of skill. Priest Andrew looks up at the mysterious sister, who just saved his life, his face etched with disbelief. Together they stand in the ruins, the weight of the coming battle heavy in the air. Hyun-myung rests his hand on his hilt, giving his companions one last chance to abandon this suicidal mission. Sir Hudson pulled out a stack of red health potions, firmly asserting that he would fight until the end. Isabella smirked in agreement, reminding him that their adventures had never been easy anyway. Hyun-myung looked toward the battlefield, inwardly admitting that for this impossible mission, he truly needed their help. He thinks about the absurdity of the situation, accepting a challenge no sane person would take while protecting half-dead NPCs. Visions of the dying people, like little Yoonji screaming for her mother, flicker through his mind. He tells himself he isn't doing this out of a sense of responsibility, or because he wants to be a hero to the broken. He claims he isn't motivated by guilt for those who lost their families, because of the chaos following his path. He looks toward a stone monolith inscribed with ancient text, the fires of the city flickering against its surface. A sharp, manic smirk crosses his face as he admits he's just a freak who loves the challenge of hardcore play. The three heroes stand as a final line of defense, their silhouettes defiant against the backdrop of the burning city. A massive army of orcs and monsters roars at the city gates, their red eyes glowing with murderous intent. "We're going to carve a path through this wave," Hyun-myung shouts, his resolve absolute as he leads his team into the heart of the horde. The ground shakes under the weight of galloping hooves. Marquis Weiser leads the cavalry, sword raised and shouting for the charge. They race toward the city gate, which is swarming with a massive horde of monsters. One of the knights shouts to the Marquis, worried they're walking into a trap. He's terrified they'll get surrounded and wiped out before they can even make a dent. Marquis Weiser knows it's a suicide mission, but he clenches his teeth and pushes forward anyway. Hyun-myung steps up and tells everyone to listen carefully to his plan. He points out that the real battle starts now, as they face the enemy head-on. Legions of orcs and snarling beasts are already waiting for them at the entrance. Marquis Weiser is stunned, questioning if a frontal breakthrough is even possible right now. He argues that his knights alone don't have the strength to survive such a reckless charge. Hyun-myung just looks at him and asks if there's any other choice left. He explains that as long as those warp gates are active, the monster wave will never end. He emphasized that no other plan was more feasible, and Hyun-myung vowed to break the siege at any cost, no matter what happened. Convinced by the protagonist's words, Marquis Whistle gave the command and bellowed, ordering his soldiers to charge with everything they've got. The horses gallop at full speed as he yells for no one to slow down. Massive tentacles rise up near the gate, but the cavalry doesn't stop. Looking back at Hyun-myung, Marquis Whistle decides to put all his trust in the boy's strategy. Hyun-myung charges into the thick of it, carrying the legacy of his predecessor. He flashed a grin, his eyes locked onto the target, absolutely refusing to hesitate for even a single second. A dark shadow looms over the army as they get closer to the monster swarm. Suddenly, a spear whistles through the air, aimed right at the front lines. It slams into a monster with explosive force, catching everyone by surprise. The creature roars in pain as more projectiles begin to rain down from above. Hyun-myung activates his teleport book to summon some much-needed backup. From high atop the city walls, the reinforcements silently observed the entire battlefield below. A massive dark portal opens in the sky, connecting directly to Basrock Forest. The High Dryad steps through with his warriors, ready to repay his debt to Hyun-myung. He calls him a friend of the forest and prepares his archers for battle. A barrage of magical arrows tears through the monsters at the city gates. Marquis Whistle is completely shocked by the sudden intervention. He and Priest Andrew can't believe that the legendary Dryads actually showed up to help. Hyun-myung realizes that completing that sub-quest was the best thing he could have done. He remembers the moment he gifted the wind spirit back to the forest tribe. That one act earned him a permanent waypoint and a powerful ally for life. As long as you don't burn their home down, a Dryad's loyalty is unbreakable. He knows he got lucky stopping by that forest back then. Now he's counting on them to show the monsters what happens when you mess with his friends. The archers draw their bows, ready to unleash another devastating volley. The High Dryad spots the monster blocking the entrance and prepares to clear it. He tells Hyun-myung not to worry and to keep moving forward. With a calm breath, he lets fly an arrow that glows with intense spiritual energy. The High Dryad releases a glowing green arrow, to clear a direct path through the horde. The projectile streaks across the battlefield like a beam of pure spiritual energy. It slams into the monster-infested city gate with the force of a falling star. A massive explosion erupts, tossing orcs and heavy debris into the air. The front lines are shredded instantly by the sheer magical pressure. Limbs and armor pieces fly everywhere as the path finally opens up. A thick cloud of dust and blood covers the entrance to the city. Through the smoke, Marquis Whistle and his cavalry start their final, desperate charge. The knights grit their teeth, knowing this is their only chance to break the siege. Marquis Whistle realizes with a shock that the way is actually clear. His men let out a roar of victory, charging past the decimated monster ranks. Isabella calls out to Hyunmyeong, shouting that they've successfully made it through. Hyunmyeong watches the chaos, impressed by the raw power of a level 9 raid boss like the High Dryad. Marquis Whistle raises his sword, trying to keep his men focused amidst the excitement. He warns them not to celebrate yet. The monster wave is still very much active. He lays out the situation. They have 6 minutes left before the hybrid emerges from the warps. The plan is to split into units and destroy all 3 remaining gates simultaneously. Hyunmyeong knows they have no choice, but the math doesn't look good for their small force. He argues that even with Dryad support, the warp gates will be heavily guarded. He thinks 2 units is their limit, and splitting the knights into 3 would be suicide. If they don't move now, they won't destroy a single gate before time runs out. Hyunmyeong narrows his eyes, focusing on the only logical path forward. He shocks the room by announcing he'll handle the 3rd warp alone with just Priest Andrew. He tells them to trust him. This is the choice with the highest probability of success. He knows he has to destroy the gate before the mutated boss can fully manifest. Seeing his conviction, Marquis Whistle decides to bet the fate of the city on the boy's plan. He leads his knights away, leaving the final warp to the 2 unlikely partners. Hudson looks back one last time, hoping his trust isn't misplaced. Isabella tells him to keep moving. Hyunmyeong always manages to pull off the unthinkable. They have to trust that he'll do his part while they handle theirs. Andrew is a bit panicked, asking how just the 2 of them can take down a warp gate. Hyunmyeong tells him to quiet down while he finishes running the numbers. He calculates that Isabella, Hudson, and Weiser can handle their targets with the knights. With only 6 minutes left, every second of their breakthrough counts. The real problem is the Dark Warrior, a skeletal boss with blue flames that appears at the final gate. It's on a whole other level, so Hyunmyeong plans to force a one-on-one duel using Star Pierce. He figures he only needs 30 seconds to kill it if everything goes perfectly. With Andrew's high-level priest buffs, the odds should be in their favor. Hyunmyeong holds up a glowing red gem, ready to start the final phase of his plan. Andrew's jaw drops as a massive 3-headed Hydreigon rises up to serve as their ride. The countdown to the Black Flesh hybrid summoning has already started at 5 minutes. With the clock ticking down to 0, the final race against time begins. With just over 3 minutes remaining, Marquis Whistle leads his unit in a fierce struggle against the orc defenders. The intensity of the battle peaks as the timer drops to the final minute of the summoning window. Isabella pushes herself to the limit, slicing through enemy ranks to reach her unit's target warp. The countdown hits a critical point, with only 34 seconds left to stop the summoning. 2 of the 3 warp gates have been successfully neutralized by the other units, leaving just 1. The system confirms that 2 gates are down, but a mutated monster is now guarding the final gate. Hyunmyeong remains focused, nodding that the minimum clearing conditions have finally been satisfied. A blinding, malevolent light erupts from the last gate as the final defender prepares to emerge. The air itself begins to crackle with dark energy as the mutated presence fully manifests. A massive pillar of energy surges from the warp, signaling a massive power spike in the area. Heavily armored boots step onto the battlefield, wreathed in chilling, unholy shadows. The mutated monster is revealed as a terrifying skeletal warrior, engulfed in ethereal blue flames. This is the Dark Warrior, the final and most dangerous guardian of the remaining warp. Its empty eye sockets flare with malevolence as it locks onto its newest challengers. Hyunmyeong doesn't flinch, his own body surging with a vibrant, glowing green spiritual energy. Riding the Hydreigon with Priest Andrew, he prepares for a lightning-fast final showdown. With only 28 seconds left on the clock, the fate of the city hangs on this one battle. Thick, dark clouds churn in the sky above the battlefield. A light drizzle begins to fall from the heavy overhead. The knights charge ahead through the rain, desperate to reach the remaining warp gates. Sir Hudson knows the clock is ticking. He's putting everything on the line, trusting the man who carries Wilhelm's legacy. Just hurry up, a voice calls out as a red-armored boot slams into the ground. Park Hyunmyeong, or Randolph as they know him, activates his full celestial dragon gear, and drops right into a nest of monsters. He locks onto his targets with cold precision, kicking his Hermes shoes into high gear. He triggers haste and becomes a blur of motion. He draws his blade as the red rift behind him pulses with energy. A skeletal knight tries to drop down on him with a blue-flamed fist. Randolph doesn't wait. He jets forward, cutting through the ranks of the undead. He leaps and swings, his blade trailing light in the dark. He grits his teeth, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. The High Dragons let out a thunderous roar, their hideous heads poised to snap at the boss emerging from the portal to support their master. But they had no idea that the level of the person before them far exceeded their capabilities. Dozens of red slashes web across the beast's hide. The enhanced High Dragon erupts into a shower of gore. He's got 21 seconds left before the real nightmare arrives. Blood dripped steadily from the boss's armor. Hyunmyeong had to make use of every single second to deal with this powerful enemy. He lunged back into the fray, slamming headlong into the skeletal knight boss. He thrusts his blade straight at the boss's head, but it narrowly tilts away to dodge. He pulls out 2 iron swords, ready to double his lethality. But the boss was no pushover. In a split-second blur, its blade flashed through the air, severing Hyunmyeong's arm before he could even blink. Suddenly, a wave of emerald energy surged through his body, and his severed arm began to regenerate at an incredible speed. He looks back to see Priest Andrew up on the cliffs, channeling a powerful blessing. Despite the healing surge, the delay cost him dearly, granting the boss just enough time to unleash a devastating, world-splitting slash. Diletterwanisibch Randolph Keletterwanisibpg 2. Than Dao Lern Do Don En Hung Du Ch letter 1 E5 N C letter 1 E7. A Don Don Kung Distroke letter 1 E9 Y and Lern It Kung Trung. Distroke letter 1 ED3 and G H letter 1 ED3 distroke letter 1 EBFM and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 CGI letter 1 EDD CH letter 1 EC9 Con Dung 17 Jai. Watching from below, Andrew couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for the swordsman. But Andrew wasn't safe either. With a sudden blink, the massive boss appeared like a looming shadow right behind him. The old priest stares up, knowing he's in serious trouble. Randolph dropped like a meteor, cleaving straight through the monster before it could even lay a finger on the old man. The underlings swarmed forward, desperate to eliminate this crucial buffer. But Hyunmyeong struck back in a flash, unleashing a devastating flurry of kicks and slashes that carved a path of blood for the old man. His focus is razor-sharp. He can't afford a single mistake now. A massive beam of light crashes down, incinerating everything in a skill called Star Claw. Andrew can only watch from the ground as the world turns white. Just as he finished clearing the mobs on this side, the boss was already looming behind him, closing in for the kill. Hyunmyeong's eyes widened in alarm as the chilling mist from the boss exhaled directly onto him. The monster charged forward with a terrifying force, bringing an overwhelming pressure that seemed to crush everything in its path. But Hyunmyeong barely managed to bring his twin blades up in time, locking them against the boss's massive sword with only 11 seconds left on the clock. A massive explosion erupted from the sheer residual force of the clash between these two powerhouses. The ground shakes as the explosion levels everything in sight. As the dust and smoke cleared, the two figures remained standing tall and immovable. Blood splattered the ground, even though Hyunmyeong's blades had successfully intercepted that thunderous, lightning-fast strike. A cold blue flame flickers within the hollow of a steel helmet. Randolph tightens his grip on the hilt, blood mixing with the falling rain. With a predatory grin, he realizes the moment has finally arrived. The skeletal knight blocks his path, certain that the intruder is going nowhere. Randolph didn't even spare the monster a glance. Instead, he called out to his ally standing behind him. Priest Andrew begins the ritual green energy swirling around him as he prepares the ultimate sacrifice. "Venerate only me," Randolph shouts, demanding the priest's total devotion. The scene cuts back to the countdown timer leading to the city's destruction, which still shows 5 minutes remaining. In a flashback, Andrew's face is etched with doubt as he wonders if their two-man mission is enough to stop the war. Park Hyunmyeong admits that even his skills aren't enough to destroy the gates before time runs out. Andrew is horrified, knowing that failure means death for everyone in the city. Hyunmyeong asks him a simple question: does he truly want to save his people? The demand for the prayer of veneration leaves the old priest completely stunned. It's a forbidden technique, a holy ritual usually reserved for the gods themselves. Only a handful of the most devoted high priests in the church even have the power to attempt it. If offered to a mortal, the target gains power equal to the goddess for a single fleeting moment. But for the priest, it's a final prayer, a complete severance from their deity's life. Andrew was a character designed solely to serve his goddess, making this request a death sentence for his soul. For someone like him, Being cast out of the goddess's embrace is unthinkable. It's a spiritual agony that transcends physical pain. To Andrew, losing that connection feels like having his heart torn out, while the world vanishes into darkness. It's the final technique of a priest, a skill that costs them absolutely everything they are. Hyun is effectively asking the man to abandon the foundation of his entire existence. Andrew is baffled, wondering how a stranger could possibly know about such a secret and devastating ritual. Hyun doesn't care about the source. He only cares that the old man has the power to do it. He confesses that his entire plan was built on the assumption that Andrew would make this sacrifice. He knows the priest's heart too well. He's the kind of man who could never let his people suffer. He admits he's essentially holding the city hostage to force the old man's hand. Despite the cold logic, Hyun bows his head in a rare moment of gratitude. Tears begin to fall from the priest's eyes as the weight of the choice finally settles. Andrew actually thanks him, relieved to finally choose the lives of his people over his own religious guilt. Hyun watches in silence, acknowledging the weight of the man's resolve. Back in the present, the sage of Pangenia pours every ounce of his spirit into the prayer. Randolph watches the light intensify, acknowledging Andrew as the most respectable human he's ever met. A massive wave of system notifications floods the air as every single one of his stats hits the ceiling. The ultimate buff activates, but it's only going to last for 2 precious seconds. With this level of power surging through him, he's ready to channel the legendary Night King himself. He stares down the skeleton knight, telling the monster it should feel honored to see what's coming next. He raises his blade, deciding that this forbidden technique is exactly what the situation calls for. The air itself seems to crystallize as the raw energy begins to gather around his sword. He spins into a golden vortex, a display of martial perfection that defies gravity. The skeleton knight is swallowed by the light of Wilhelm's signature swordsmanship. A blinding pillar of pure white light erupts from the battlefield, its power echoing the legendary genesis of heaven and earth. The shockwave ripples across the city, leveling everything in its path and leaving the local defenders frozen in awe. Citizens huddle together in the shadows, shielding their eyes from the divine radiance that has suddenly turned night into day. The survivors look toward the epicenter of the blast, unable to comprehend the scale of the power they've just witnessed. Priest Andrew remains in prayer, his face a mask of exhaustion and reverence as the holy ritual reaches its conclusion. As the divine light fades, system messages signal the end of the buff and the deactivation of Randolph's primary combat skills. Standing amidst the ruins in his dragon armor, Randolph acknowledges the old priest's sacrifice, declaring that the city has finally been saved. A cascade of rewards floods his vision, confirming the destruction of the warps just a second before the arrival of a devastating boss. With the rift sealed and the Dark Army forced back into the abyss, the main quest is officially declared complete. Years ago, Priest Andrew reached out to the legendary Night King, Wilhelm, in total desperation. He begged for help. Hopping the old ties between them would be enough to get the king to listen. With tears in his eyes, he pleaded for the life of his only daughter. His child, Andasar, had been twisted into an eldritch monster by a cruel curse. To protect the world from the darkness inside her, Andrew had kept her chained in an underground vault. He spent years searching for someone powerful enough to purify her without letting the secret out. The quest required someone with absolute honor, and the system finally found a match. Wilhelm looked the old man in the eye, weighing the request. Without a second thought, the king told him to lead the way to the dungeon. They descended into the cold, stone depths of the hidden sanctuary. The air was heavy with the smell of old magic and regret. There they found Andasar, barely recognizable as the girl she once was. Wilhelm confirmed her identity before preparing his sword. He walked toward the monster, promising to bring her back from the darkness. Back in the present, Randolph successfully stops the hybrid's summoning with just a second to spare. The Dark Legion is forced back into the abyss as the portal collapses into nothingness. Andrew is stunned, demanding to know how this stranger can use Wilhelm's legendary techniques. Randolph just gives a calm smile, admitting he's the one carrying on the king's legacy. The priest is overwhelmed, being saved by the master years ago and now by the disciple. But the excitement is too much for his failing health. Blood spills from his mouth as his body finally begins to give out. Randolph drops everything and rushes to the old man's side. Andrew is in rough shape, his life force quickly draining away. He explains that using his remaining holy power let his suppressed illness come roaring back. Randolph realizes the priest is at death's door and needs a miracle. He decides to bet everything on a risky move he's never tried before. Andrew just groans, reminding him that he still owes a massive debt to the master. Randolph brings up the indulgence Andrew once issued to Wilhelm. The priest is shocked. Those items aren't supposed to be transferable to anyone else. A massive pillar of light erupts as Randolph officially absolves the priest of his sins. An indulgence is a big deal. A high priest can only grant 3 of them in their entire life. It's a divine pardon that clears any crime that isn't a literal cardinal sin. In the game world, players use these scrolls to wipe their records after griefing. They don't actually have a physical form. They're more like a debt of pure faith. A priest literally stakes their soul and reputation to make the absolution stick. Randolph gambled that his past contract with the dragon Dramut worked on the same principle. He remembers forcing the dragon to respect their deal through sheer force of will. Dramut was terrified, unable to understand how a human knew the secrets of their bond. In the present, Andrew can feel his holy power flooding back into his veins. Randolph breathes a sigh of relief. It was a total long shot, but it actually worked. He admits he didn't expect the gamble to pay off so perfectly. Andrew is left speechless, wondering where this kid could have possibly gotten such power. Andrew is freaking out, wondering how Randolph managed to get his hands on a holy indulgence. He immediately jumps to the conclusion that it was stolen and starts begging Randolph to repent before the goddess. Randolph realizes he's in a tight spot. He can't exactly explain that he's actually the original owner. He keeps his mouth shut, knowing that revealing his true identity as Wilhelm would cause way more problems. Before he can figure out a cover story, he hears the sound of horses galloping toward them. He considers just knocking the old man out to end the conversation, but Isabella arrives just in time. A smirk plays on his lips. The interruption couldn't have been more perfect. He tells the priest they'll have to finish their chat later and starts walking away. Andrew tries to stop him, but Randolph just waves him off, calling the timing a blessing from the heavens. The system updates the rankings for main Quest 4, and no surprise here, Randolph is holding down the top spot. With the invasion finally over, the Dryads prepare to head back to their forest using the teleport book. Their leader stops to thank him, reminding Randolph that they'll always have his back as a friend. Even though the city air is basically poison to them, the elves leave with their heads held high. As soon as they vanish, the survivors immediately get to work rebuilding the ruined city. Randolph decides to hire top-tier alchemists to fix the warp gate, using Sir Hudson's deep pockets to fund the whole thing. Meanwhile, Andrew is finally stable, but he's going to need some serious bed rest to get his strength back. Since there aren't any other priests around to help the wounded, Randolph pivots to a different strategy. He starts buying up massive amounts of healing potions to treat the citizens, once again charging it all to Hudson. Naturally, the Marquis isn't exactly thrilled about his bank account being drained for charity. He demands to know why Randolph is playing Robin Hood with his family fortune. Randolph shuts him down immediately, reminding him that a stable city is the only way to help his daughter, Serengeti. The girl has fallen back into a deep sleep under the Demon King's curse, and things aren't looking good. To quiet him down, Randolph tosses a vial of highest-grade elixir toward the stunned Marquis. Hudson can't believe his eyes. This is a treasure that even the most powerful temples only see a few times a year. He finally connects the dots, realizing that Randolph must be a high-ranking player. Randolph doesn't bother lying about it anymore, confirming that the Marquis's help made clearing the quest a breeze. Hudson looks at him with newfound respect, realizing this guy is the Randolph currently sitting at the top of the leaderboards. He goes even further, guessing that Randolph is actually the legendary user known as Phantom. In his past life, Phantom was the one who personally trained and raised the greatest heroes of the continent, including Wilhelm. Randolph finds the praise a bit embarrassing, but apologizes for keeping his identity under wraps. Hudson nods, agreeing that revealing who you really are in this world is basically a suicide mission. He looks at the elixir in his hands, wondering how he should address someone of Randolph's status from now on. Randolph tells him to keep it simple. If he's been calling him a saint, he might as well stick with it. Hudson is genuinely grateful, but worries about the massive amount of Golden Rule time Randolph spent to buy such a treasure. Randolph tells him not to sweat it. Landing in first place gave him more than enough currency to play with. He figures the city's low overall combat power actually gave his personal contribution a massive score boost. He opens up the system interface to check out his current standing in the shop. He's currently sitting on over 140 hours of Golden Rule time, which is a massive haul. Being in first place allows him to see 10 different high-tier listings at once. For Randolph, the Golden Rule Shop is his most important tool for surviving the challenges ahead. He's shocked to see the exact materials he used to craft unique items in his past life as Wilhelm. Among them is a fang from the White King, a monster so terrifying that even Wilhelm barely managed to escape it alive. Randolph realizes that when a character dies, their gear doesn't just vanish. It gets registered in the Golden Rule shop. This makes Golden Rule time even more vital than he first thought. He needs to stack as much as possible to get the best items. He turns to Hudson and announces his immediate departure for the next quest, entrusting Serengeti's safety to him in the meantime. Hudson looks worried, explaining that Marquis Weiser has already promised to hand Serengeti over to the Scion Dukedom to settle a debt. To make matters worse, Maxim, one of the continent's 8 heroes, is lending his strength to the dukedom to ensure the deal goes through. Maxim is a famous mercenary captain, but Randolph remembers him for a much less honorable reason. To Randolph, the man is nothing more than a coward who was the first to tuck tail and run during a critical battle near the demon realm. He realizes his path will cross with the 8 heroes sooner than expected, and he's more than ready for the confrontation. He tells Hudson to simply stall for as much time as possible, assuring him that mentioning Randolph's name should buy them some breathing room. Randolph promises to be back as quickly as he can, urging the Marquis not to let his daughter be taken while he's gone. Hudson is clearly intimidated, but Randolph reminds him that Serengeti herself believes he is someone she can truly rely on. He leaves the city's defense in Hudson's hands, giving him one last look of encouragement. The Marquis stands stunned by the weight of the responsibility, clutching the precious elixir. He softly wishes the young man a safe journey, his respect for the saint having grown tenfold. Behind them, the ruins of the city serve as a grim reminder of the stakes they are playing for. Isabella joins Randolph, looking sharp in the high-quality clothes Marquis Whistle provided as a parting gift. She's surprisingly grateful for the new gear, while Marquis Whistle wishes them both a safe and successful journey. As they walk away, Randolph mentions a reward for the soldiers that Marquis Whistle will need to settle on his behalf. They head toward the outskirts of the city, passing under a clear, open sky. Their path leads them past a massive stone monument engraved with names. Randolph stops to look at the list of those who didn't make it through the invasion. He reads the names of the fallen: James, Noah, Lucas, honoring the heroes who fought fiercely until the very end. He places a hand on the cold stone, silently praying for them to find the rest they deserve. A golden light seems to emanate from the monument as he pays his respects. He whispers a final thank you to the spirits of the knights, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for their sacrifice. The system chimes in, announcing that the 500 fallen knights have found peace, boosting Randolph's fame and progress on a hidden egg. Meanwhile, back in the city, Marquis Whistle men ask about the reward Randolph mentioned earlier. Marquis Whistle nearly chokes when he hears the amount. Randolph promised 10,000 gold to every single bereaved family. Marquis Whistle is left footing the bill for Randolph's grand gestures, while a new threat begins to stir on the horizon. Isabella asks where they are headed next, and Randolph explains they are following the guidance of the stars. He admits he has someone specific in mind that he needs to recruit for the battles ahead. A confident smirk crosses his face as he thinks about the raw power this new ally will bring to the team. Just like Isabella, this person is another powerful character from his past that he had previously left to their own devices. He reveals the identity of their next target, the lightning-wielding warrior known as Isaac. The giant monster lies defeated in the wasteland, its threat finally neutralized. Isabella asks Randolph where they're headed next now that the battle is over. Randolph tells her he's just following the star's guidance, but adds that he needs to bring someone back. He smiles, explaining that this person is essential for boosting his combat power for the upcoming challenges. He's looking for another former character of his that he left dormant, much like Isabella. The target is a legendary figure, the Supreme Lightning Isaac. A few days later, they arrive at the Eerie Raven graveyard dungeon. The graveyard is silent under the moonlight, filled with rows of tombstones and the constant cawing of crows. A massive corpse raven lies slain on the dark ground, defeated after a quick struggle. The system confirms the dungeon boss's death as the smoke clears. Among the loot is a golden scale fragment and a rare evolved corpse raven core. Randolph picks up the red core, glad it dropped so easily. Isabella watches, wondering what he's planning. He explains that this is the key to entering Cramdal, the demon city where Isaac is hiding. Cramdal is a city of monsters ruled by the White King, the guardian deity of the North. It's home to high-level demons and mythical beings that even the cracks of the world can't hold back. Known as an impenetrable fortress, it's a place where humans aren't normally allowed to set foot. But since Randolph has the glutton trait, he has a way to bypass those restrictions. To Isabella's utter shock, he suddenly bites down on the raven core and starts eating it. The system confirms the core has been consumed, and his trait evolution begins immediately. The iron-blooded monarch's heart pulses, neutralizing the curse and mental contamination from the core. The glutton trait evolves into the corpse Raven King, granting him a powerful summoning ability and a new form. Randolph is impressed. The disguise is so perfect it would fool even the best shapeshifters. The red gem on his chest serves as the anchor for the transformation. If it breaks, the illusion unravels. Isabella stares at his new plague doctor look, completely baffled by the dramatic change. Randolph lets out a loud caw, sounding exactly like a bird. Isabella blinks, asking him if he seriously just made a bird noise. Randolph is horrified. It's a ridiculous side effect of the core he wasn't prepared for. Isabella laughs, thinking he's just really dedicated to the role. He tells her to shut up and hand over the gear. Caw. He pulls out the Michaela set, explaining it will give her the wings of a celestial dragonborn. Since they both need to pass as monsters to enter the city, she has to put it on. Caw. He urges her to hurry because it's a long journey to Cramdal. Caw. A massive ship cuts through the rough ocean waves as they head toward their destination. Isabella puts on the armor, which automatically adjusts to her form, giving her a set of black demon wings. She's surprised he knew about the hidden docks to the city. Randolph just says the stars know everything. Caw. In reality, he just remembers seeing Wilhelm use this route once in his past life. Isabella scans the ship's interior, noticing the crowd of monsters traveling with them. The deck is filled with formidable-looking beings, all quietly minding their own business. Randolph notes that these are all level 7 or 8 monsters, the only ones allowed into Cramdal. Caw. He explains that evolved monsters have human-level intelligence and won't cause trouble. Caw. A clawed monster's hand reaches out as the ship approaches the city's domain. He reminds her that following the rules is mandatory here. Caw. But Isabella suddenly senses something. Out of nowhere, a level 9 raid boss, the giant grudge phantasm, rises from the depths. It lets out a guttural moan about being hungry. The massive beast reaches out with its clawed hands, ready to crush the ship. It looms over them, its presence alone enough to sink the vessel. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupts in the sky right above the monster's head. The city's defense skill, Medusa's Eye, activates. The monster pauses in confusion, its hunger quickly replaced by shock. Within seconds, the colossal threat is turned into solid stone. Isabella is stunned that a level 9 boss was taken out so easily. Randolph explains that this is one of the key defenses of Cramdal. Caw. He tells her that no one is allowed to cause trouble in this domain. Caw. Those who dare to break the rules will find only death. The petrified beast sinks beneath the waves into a glowing vortex. Caw. That is the ironclad rule here. Caw. Isabella remains silent as they watch it disappear. Randolph notes that evolved monsters are smart enough to stay in line. Caw. An evolved crew member approaches them, apologizing for the impurity that tried to interfere with their trip. It's a level 8 evolved sewer rat. He tells the passengers they can relax and rest assured now. The ship continues sailing through the fog. The rat tells them they'll be at the city soon, so they should just forget about the monster. They pass through a massive gateway. He wishes them a peaceful day ahead. Randolph reminds Isabella that they're entering a fortress of monsters. Caw. If their real identities get leaked, they won't make it out alive. Caw. They step off the boat and into the city. He tells her not to let her guard down for a single moment. Caw. They pass under a stone arch, marked with a red hot spring symbol. Inside, the city looks surprisingly normal and bustling, with streetlights illuminating the stone paths. Monsters are shouting advertisements for the friendly hot spring, offering half-price entry for today. One monster yells that unstable bodies need to be purified. They're trying really hard to get customers. Randolph and Isabella are frozen in place. Isabella admits this is definitely not what she expected a demon city to look like. Randolph is internally screaming. He can't believe what he's seeing. He remembers Wilhelm coming here a year ago. Back then, there were no hot springs, just a barren, dead wasteland. He stares at the lively market stalls. He's genuinely confused about what happened to the place. Isabella looks at him. She asks who this Isaac person is that they came all this way to find. Randolph just says, "Caw." She repeats her question, wanting to know why he's so focused on this guy. Randolph goes silent for a second. He explains that Isaac, the Supreme Lightning, is a notorious criminal wanted across the entire continent. The guy is known for extorting everyone from nobles to priests of the goddess church. He's the type of guy who robs his own allies while pretending to be a mercenary. But his biggest crime was the annihilation of a mining city. He triggered monster warps that froze and killed everyone. Randolph calls him an unprecedented danger. Caw. Isabella remarks that he sounds like a parent bragging about their kid. Isabella scoffs. She's convinced that Isaac isn't even human based on those stories. Randolph thinks back to his past life. He feels responsible for how the game world fell apart while he did nothing. He realizes now that this was never just a game. He has to fix his mistakes. He tells Isabella that Isaac is someone they absolutely need for their greater cause. She says she understands, but she has a warning of her own. She says that since he's so dangerous, if Isaac poses even the smallest threat to Randolph, she won't hesitate to kill him mercilessly. Randolph gives a sharp grin. He's glad he can count on her. They keep walking as Isabella asks what this Isaac guy even looks like. Randolph starts his description. He says Isaac has a distinct lightning-shaped scar right on his forehead. He's got blonde hair that's hard to miss, and he has the wings of a celestial dragonborn, just like Isabella does. Randolph suddenly spots a winged figure in the distance. He lets out a surprised caw as he sees the man kicking a cactus monster. The man turns out to be a very energetic salesman. He yells at them, waving a flyer and insisting that his hot spring is the cheapest and best in town. Isabella and Randolph are left speechless. Isabella looks back at Randolph, repeating his description of a dangerous man unlike any other in history with pure skepticism. But Isaac, Supreme Lightning, doesn't care about his reputation. He just wants customers. He screams that they aren't allowed to leave without visiting his hot spring first. Isaac is screaming his head off, waving a hot spring flyer like his life depends on it. He's not letting anyone leave until they visit the spring. He's definitely trying to pull a scam, but there's a sharp look in his eyes that says he's more than just a street hustler. He demands to know why they're just standing there staring at him like he's part of a show. Isabella is caught off guard when she realizes he's actually noticed the dragon wings she's trying to hide. Randolph keeps up the act, greeting her as a fellow half-dragon and claiming it's been over a century since he saw one of his own kind. Isaac stays quiet, watching the two of them with a skeptical expression. Randolph suggests they catch up, but Isaac just thinks he's a total lunatic. Isaac is about to tell him off, but he suddenly freezes. A massive red eye looms behind Randolph, and Isaac realizes he's dealing with someone way more dangerous than he thought. Randolph leans in close and whispers a title that makes Isaac's blood run cold: The Lightning-Severing Hunter. They stand in the middle of the foggy street, the atmosphere turning deadly serious in an instant. Isaac panics, grabbing Randolph's arms and demanding to know how he could possibly know that name. Randolph tells him to drop the act, since he knows exactly what kind of situation they're both in. Monsters usually fall for Isabella's disguise, but Isaac has a special reason for being able to see right through it. It turns out Randolph used the exact same trick as her to sneak into this place. Underneath his plain clothes, Isaac is actually equipped with the legendary Michela set. He's wearing top-tier armor and speed-boosting rings that he's hidden with an invisibility potion. But none of that matters because Randolph's great sage skill lets him see through every single layer of his gear. Randolph whispers that he can see every piece of gear Isaac is wearing and gives him a choice: cooperate or die. There's a tense silence before Isaac suddenly bursts out laughing. He does a complete 180, laughing and shaking Isabella's hand like they're old friends. Isabella tries to play along, but Randolph mocks her for the weird caw sound she added to her greeting. He suggests they move somewhere else to have a real conversation. As they walk away, Randolph's attention is caught by something on the ground. It's the flyer from earlier. A hot spring actually sounds like the perfect place for a chat. They head over to a traditional-looking inn nearby. Isaac kicks the door open and shouts for the owner, dragging a cactus-like monster along for the ride. Inside, a grumpy goblin is sitting at the counter. Randolph steps up and asks for 2 rooms. The goblin owner starts chewing out Isaac for his terrible customer service. Isaac doesn't care and tells the owner to just charge everything to the monster he brought in. The poor monster is absolutely terrified, crying about how this is straight-up extortion. It turns to Randolph, begging for the hero to step in and save it. It screams for justice, but everyone just ignores its pleas. Randolph tells Isabella to just keep walking and avoid making eye contact with the creature. They leave the monster behind to deal with the debt, while its screams echo through the hallway. The inn is surprisingly nice, with decorative banners hanging up. The hot spring area is spacious and filled with steam. A system message explains that the water has special properties that can stabilize the body. Isaac is impressed, mentioning that he doesn't remember a spring being here before. Randolph says he doesn't know the details, only that these springs recently started erupting. He looks into the water, wondering if this is a sign of something bigger happening. Isaac cuts to the chase, asking why Randolph went through the trouble of seeking him out. Randolph just says the stars guided him. Isaac thinks the stars' excuse is a load of crap, calling Randolph out for acting like a saint. He insults Randolph, calling him a pathetic corpse crow, but the masked guy just points out he's a thug who scams people into baths. Isaac gets defensive, claiming he's just doing what he has to for a living, and Randolph just goes along with it. Randolph drops the games and says he's actually there to offer him a deal. He tells Isaac to serve him for 1 year, and in exchange, he'll get him out of this hellhole and back to the continent. Isaac stays silent, clearly considering if this weirdo is actually serious. He scoffs and tells Randolph to quit the nonsense and leave him alone. But then Randolph asks if Hirek going to spend the rest of his life hiding from his past. He brings up the mining city that Isaac destroyed, and the hunter's expression goes cold. Randolph starts recounting the story Isaac has been trying to forget. Back in the game days, Randolph used Isaac's character to basically be the biggest troll on the server. He ended up with so much infamy he couldn't even enter most cities, which led him to a hidden village. That's where he found the village chief, a textbook low-level villain who spent his days embezzling money. The guy was a piece of work, bribing everyone in sight just to stay in power. Isaac figured it was a good place to lay low, so he signed on as the chief's personal fixer. He thought it was funny, a powerhouse like him playing the role of a lackey for a third-rate crook. For a while, it was just simple errands and dirty work, but he soon realized the chief was way more ambitious and violent than he initially thought. Beneath the surface, the man was a genuine monster. He was willing to spill blood to get ahead. With Isaac doing the heavy lifting, this small-time villain started becoming a major player. The guy finally managed to become a real demon after securing a mining agreement. They stood in the shadows of the mine they'd just taken over. The chief thanks him, but Isaac wonders what he's really getting himself into. The man can't stop laughing about how a rural nobody like him finally made it to the big leagues. He promises Isaac enough wealth and power to make a king jealous. Isaac thinks it's all a joke and plans to loot the place and leave as soon as things get boring. But the chief tells him they're only just getting started. He believes that with this mine, they're going to reach the top. He watches the workers with a twisted grin, clearly enjoying his new position. Deep inside the mountain, people are being worked to the bone. They look absolutely miserable, broken by the endless labor. Isaac looks up at the scale of the operation, realizing things have gone way too far. The chief casually explains that he just kidnapped everyone from the surrounding cities to fill the mine. He admits it cost a fortune to bribe the royal guards, but he sees it as a smart investment. He's already counting the astronomical amount of money he's going to make. In the crowd, a young boy is struggling to breathe in the thick dust. The kid is clearly sick, coughing his heart out on the dirty floor. The chief walks over, looking down at the suffering child. The boy is shivering, his bare feet covered in grime. The chief puts a hand on his head with a creepy smile and asks if he's caught a cold. He tells the kid it'd be a disaster if he spread that cold to the other workers, so he should go rest now. The chief sighs, regretting that the sick boy is no longer useful for labor. He calls it a shame, his voice devoid of any actual human emotion. He casually suggests they can just force the slaves to produce more children to replace the ones who die. Isaac stares at the man in horror, finally realizing that he's been serving a complete monster. The chief is already dreaming bigger, talking about buying out the entire kingdom with his new wealth. He laughs and thanks Isaac for everything, totally oblivious to the killing intent radiating from the hunter. Isaac's mind is racing. He realizes he's messed up and that he can't let this nightmare continue. He decides right then and there that Hirek going to be the one to tear it all down. Back at the hot spring, Randolph notes that killing the chief didn't actually fix anything in that corrupt city. He points out that the entire kingdom was rotten, and new villains were always waiting in the wings to take over. This realization led Isaac to summon a monster wave that completely leveled the mining city. It was a desperate, bloody move to end the cycle of evil once and for all, even at the cost of many lives. Randolph tells him to stop living in his own shadow, as the city's fate was sealed long before he got involved. Isaac clenches his fist under the water, telling the masked man to stop acting like he knows everything. But Randolph pushes further, telling him that hiding in a place like this isn't the right way to seek atonement. When Isaac asks who he is to judge him, Randolph drops a bombshell. His goal is to kill the Demon King. He challenges Isaac to stop hiding and finally do something that actually makes the world a better place. He explains that he's building a team of comrades who are as loyal as they are powerful, and who will never betray him. Isaac is still doubtful, wondering why this stranger would ever consider him reliable. Randolph tells him he knows more about him than he thinks, perhaps even more than Isaac knows himself. The hunter is at a loss for words, scratching his head in sheer confusion at the guy's confidence. He thinks the idea of a lowly king of crows killing the Demon King is nothing more than a bad joke. Randolph just grins behind his mask and suggests they settle this with a bet. He notes that in a place like Cramdell, the normal rules of society don't apply. He explains that among monsters, your status is the only thing that actually matters, and he's going to prove he's no ordinary crow. Isaac looks at him, wondering what kind of insane plan he's cooking up now. The scene shifts to the imposing Tower of Mysteries that towers over the Dark City. Randolph declares he'll prove his worth by claiming a mystery from the tower's depths. A system message pops up, officially starting the quest to obtain a mystery and prove his status.